Call the meeting to order. Please join in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment on items not on the agenda.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just momentarily, if you don't mind. For the public that's watching, if the PSPS or when the PSPS begins at 2 o'clock, we will lose our live stream. So if you're watching from the outside world, please know that at 2 o'clock, if the PSPS is engaged, we will not be live streaming, but this room is being recorded and will be put up on the website as soon as we have those assets available again. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Diana Suarez, Colfax. I have noticed that in spite of returning to a normal planning situation by starting with a strategic plan expected to conclude in December, followed by the raw water management planning process to take place next year, the general manager and some of the NID board continue to present the Centennial Dam as a fully funded element of their financial future, in spite of the fact that it is not even an approved project. This boat anchor around the necks of NID customers and stakeholders is out of place and out of time in relationship to the current planning effort. The raw water management planning process has yet to determine what the real demand and projected needs may be. Then there will likely be a water audit addressing current water use and conservation, seepage, evaporation, end-of-ditch spill, and out-of-district sales. Additionally, supply analysis will address projected climate change scenarios which may drastically alter the expected output of headwater sources. Environmental requirements are currently in flux as many proactive water districts are creating voluntary agreements that may affect water supplies that were previously considered unallocated. Unimpeded flow requirements from tributaries to the Sacramento River have yet to be determined and will undoubtedly affect district supplies. Amid all this uncertainty and chaos, Centennial Dam stands as a major impediment to transparency, fiscal responsibility, trust, and goodwill. This unplanned billion-dollar boondoggle was thrust upon both residents of Bear River Canyon and NID customers without the benefit of the planning efforts currently underway. If, as a result of the planning process, a determination is made that a volume of water supply increase is needed, then there are many considerations to explore. How can additional supply be created? How much water is available? What types of storage strategies may be employed for what volumes of water supply, and where would these storage areas be located? This logical and valid sequence of primary considerations is disrupted and skewed by the toxic ghost of Centennial Dam. Please send this nightmarish apparition back to the netherworld and focus on the reasonable planning process at hand. Happy Halloween. Thank you.
Hi, Otis Wallen, Milk Ranch Road over by the Bear River Campground. It's a pleasure to be back to offer you a couple of different perspectives on two issues. One is beyond strategic planning and the other is performance indicators. Just some perspective from PCWA. Once we had arrived at a consensus for a strategic plan, the question was how to make it alive. And one way that it was made alive was that in the first 2 weeks of January, every year, there was a separate workshop dedicated solely to the strategic planning conversation. We would revisit the strategic plan every year and then go into the priorities of from the board about where the priority projects and issues were for that particular year that were in alignment with the strategic plan. So the board was revisiting that every single year for one of the first meetings every year. And then, for the next 3 months, every department within PCWA made a strategic plan as to how that department was going to be efficient and effectively pursuing the strategic goals of the organization. In that way, the general manager never got cockeyed and crosswise with the board. Always knew where the board direction was, departments always knew where their direction was, and they always knew where they could seek the efficiencies and those kinds of things to keep the organization running well. And really, you know, I was on the board 21 years, and the first 6 years were a nightmare, but the last 20 years we had a manager who managed in that way, and everyone knew what was going on. Further, the benefits of reaching into the organization were really significant. Secondly, on performance indicators, just want to bring this to your attention. I made a copy. If you thumb through it really quickly, these are performance indicators.
You're on the agenda now.
Performance indicators?
I believe, isn't that under your budgetary discussions?
No, this is not about
Yep.
budget.
We have strategic planning at 1 o'clock.
This is about...
So this wasn't part of the,
No, this is about El Dorado District and performance indicators. So if you thumb through this, you'll see that they have in one place at one time every year, they visit, you know, issues of safety for employee safety, accident rates, various incidents there, the public health and safety standards, service reliability, customer satisfaction survey, service reliability. These are all done over years. Customer engagement, budget compliance issues, debt service coverage, trends over time for key performance indicators and operations, customer services per employee, trends over time. Page 18 is kind of interesting. That's a rate survey that actually includes both fixed rates and commodity charges. And you know, NID was already at one of the top 5 in the region as far as the amount paid by folks. And that was 2018, which was before your last rate hike, which was, I think, twice what any of the other organizations did. So I suspect you're number 3 or 4 at this point. Really got nowhere to go with rates. Business practices, key water and sewer, you know, key water ratio ranges. Anyway, this is, you know, I know the majority of the board here is still relatively new. You've been sitting in your seats for a year. And, you know, I just wonder if you've seen performance indicators compiled in this kind of a way so that you get a snapshot of where you are over time, and that something like this, I think, could be very useful to you. And so those are the 2 perspectives that I bring, and I look forward to your budget conversation. I may have some more remarks at that point in time. Thanks so much.
Kirk Ferris, and I'm one of your users. And I just want to say it's a pleasure to be in front of you. It's also a pleasure to say that I am grateful for your organization, for the delivery of water, and just for all that you've done and are continuing to do. And I know you guys are under flack on a lot of issues. I've already heard them this morning. But I just want to bring you an idea, something I've already been floating with friends, and I've been getting a real warm reception to it. And that is the possibility of NID providing us electricity. The fact of the matter is, you already have the water, you already have the generating plants, all you need is a delivery system. And in my opinion, you have some of the best undergrounders around already providing that. If you were to do that, putting it underground, and I have no idea the cost, have no idea the process that it would have to go through, but at the same time too, I'm just thinking that in what we have in this area would lend itself to creating its own municipal district for power delivery. And I'll tell you something, SMUD doesn't have a problem. Their rates are a lot cheaper. So does, I think it's Roseville they don't have any power outages. And so I think it's just time the time has come. I mean, it's here. we've been having these outages. I think that I would like the NID to really consider doing something along those lines. And just along that line, I've been addressing this with friends and associates and stuff like that, and I'm creating a little thing here to, just for people to sign on. And I'll read it. I'm in favor of NID pursuing the possibility of becoming a provider of electricity to customers within the water district. And so I don't know the feasibility, and that's what I'm addressing you about today, is if you'd look into something like that, I think the time has come. Thank you.
No.
Hello, my name is Jared Johnson, and I live here in Nevada County, and I've been boating on the Yuba River for about 25 years. And, I know your guys' mission statement is to be good stewards of the river. And I saw recently that you guys approved $500,000 a year to be spent towards Centennial Dam. Is that right? What's that?
It's on the agenda today.
And are you in favor of that? I would like to go one by one and find out.
We're going to dialogue on these things. You're doing your public comment.
So you won't comment on, you can't comment on anything?
It's on the agenda, so if you want to speak during the agendized item, that would be, then we would dialogue.
All right. Well, you should know that Nevada County loves our Yuba River, and we don't want that Yuba River water going to Folsom Lake. We want it to stay in the Yuba River.
Pamela Osgood, 13234 Ridge Road, Grass Valley. I couldn't find the copy that I really wanted to bring, but I'm only going to speak to what I can remember, and that's what this young man just spoke to, the $500,000 a year, which I know you're going to vote on the budget today, but I think it's really absurd that when you said what you said before, that you weren't going to do that, and I'm really appalled that an organic farmer who has been using your water for years here is no longer going to be told when the poison is going to go into the water, which would affect his farm. And it's Mike Pasner who isn't being notified anymore, and I think that's really appalling as far as your openness goes, and whoever got that ball rolling, whether it was management or you guys, should be really ashamed of yourselves.
Good morning, Mike Pasner, Indian Springs Organic Farm, Safe Ditches. Buying NID water for 33 years and farming with it organically. Pamela's got part of it right. I do get the same notice that everybody else gets. I do get a calendar for your aquatic herbicide applications where they drip herbicides directly into the water 7 times a year. And now we finally have gotten them to notify on the internet when they spray the glyphosate. So some progress has been made. It'd be much better if you quit using the stuff, but that ain't happened yet. Okay, number 1, there's 5 items here. There was an engineering meeting last week on seepage and ditch encasement. This is a thoroughly controversially multifaceted topic. It was probably my favorite NID meeting in the last 5 years. This meeting, being a committee, was audio recorded and not videoed, even though it was in this room with cameras and microphones and the ability to record it. The audio recording will be removed after 30 days. This is inappropriate for an organization that represents the public and is this size. You should be keeping those things in perpetuity, the same as the board meetings. It took NID over a year to deal with recording and keeping board meeting postings. It was bad public relations for NID. R.L. Crabb wrote a comic about it in the Union. There were many letters to the editor. Do we have to do all of this again with another black eye to NID? I hope not. 2, the spraying of known carcinogen Roundup with its main ingredient glyphosate on 350 miles of NID canals still goes on. The Resource and Maintenance Committee has proposed a budget with $50,000 for replacing Roundup. There are more than 1,800 court cases against Bayer lined up. They have already lost 3 significant cases. I want a date when you guys are going to end Roundup use. Let's make a deadline. Let's call it. We're on the way to stopping. We're going to figure it out. Let's have some urgency about it. Till then, you're spraying a carcinogen. Number 3, elemental copper has dripped approximately 30 miles of NID's canal system. This copper-based herbicide is known to cause gut sickness and even death in livestock. NID estimates 10 to 30% of ditch water leaks and is part of the water in many wells. So you got a ditch that gets copper put directly into the water, then leaks into the ground on your property and potentially ends up in your well. Talk about increased liability. The Resource and Maintenance Committee proposed $20,000 to research elemental copper herbicide use and look for alternatives. This item was removed from the budget. I'd like to know why. I asked that yesterday at the Resource and Maintenance Committee meeting and received no answer. Let's see that put back into the budget, that $20,000. The same committee, Resource and Maintenance, proposed a $30,000 budget to research the extended use of rubber tracked excavators to clean and maintain their 450 miles of raw water ditches. This item was canceled. I'd like to know why. This mechanical method will prove to be a financially viable, which NID has always claimed it isn't, viable and would help get NID off of the pesticide trap mill. It has been on for 42 years. This should be included in your budget. This research should be done, a complete and thorough study of using these tractors instead of dripping carcinogens, cutrine, nautique, and captan into the water and the use of glyphosate on its banks. Please include that in the budget. I don't know why it was that $30,000 was deleted. I couldn't get an answer for that yesterday at committee meetings either. Number 5, the hydrology report for the Crap Dam, Centennial Reservoir and Power. There is a hydrology report for the proposed Centennial Dam. It's more than 2 years old. NID refuses to release the report to us, the public, the ratepayers. I was given an explanation that the report was only good for 2 years and California CEQA law requires a 3-year report. That explanation is meaningless. Let's see the report. Is it totally damning? Is that why it's an NID top secret? This dam is a folly. Quit throwing good money after bad and dump this project. All of these 5 items are practical and economically viable. It's no wonder that we have financial straits here at NID right now. Thank you.
Good morning. The sun's shining, the power's still on. This is great. I'd like to talk about PG&E.
What is your name? What is your name?
Oh, Don Conan. I'm from down in the south end of the county, near Lake of the Pines. I don't know if any of you remember the last time PG&E went bankrupt on the in the courts, but I think NID probably lost some money over that one too. And this was brought up once before. You know, the PG&E is a private company that by law is responsible to their shareholders. Of course, there's some California laws that come into that, but basically they're not really responsible to the public as far as taking any kind of direction. PG&E is so large and so incompetent, they didn't even talk to the public until 3 days after they shut off the power, that they need to be broken up. As a provider for electricity for Pacific Gas and Electric, NID does have an opportunity, because they're probably owed a lot of money at this time, to take over the electric grid in NID service area. I'd like to see that at least looked into, maybe put on an agenda item to discuss the pros and cons of taking over the system. But I know that having the power out, the last time they turned the power out on me in the middle of the night, the humidity was 73%. It was ridiculous for them to do it in the middle of the night, for one thing, and to leave it off for another. I was out of power for 62 hours. To leave it off because there may be some damage to their lines from the wind, it's just totally ridiculous. The former CEO of SMUD was on TV, and he said the basic power lines are supposed to be able to withstand a 45-mile-an-hour wind. And he said if PG&E's lines can't stand a 45-mile-an-hour wind, the problem is not with the lines, the problem is with the management of PG&E. And that's exactly the problem. They've been paying themselves big bonuses. I would much rather see a organization that answers more to the public than to the stockholders. So I would like you to consider taking over the grid in your service area. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lynn Ely. I've been a resident here in Nevada County for 30 years, an ID customer, own 3 homes. And, God, I hate getting up in front like this. Hearing about the pesticides that are being sprayed into the water is truly upsetting. I didn't know about that. But the reason I'm getting up today is really to talk about NID and the formation of an independent power company for our county. I think this is so important to us right now, and I know that it's something that you are about to talk about. What I'd like to say is that if we're proceeding down this road, that we need to do this as a community, holding hands. Nevada City, Grass Valley, NID together. You are already serving 60,000 customers with water and produce the hydroelectric. Many in our counties are producing their own power with solar. I think we have the capacity here to be independent, and I would very much like us to head in that direction and form our own company so that, number one, we can take care of our community that is in extreme fire danger, and PG&E has not done the right thing by maintaining their lines, and by taking our power back, I feel like we will have the power not only to restore our lines and create what we need to in our community to prevent fires, but also bring the costs down. As we all know, what PG&E has been doing with with a lot of our money. I feel like that can come back into our community, and also we will have the power to shut power off on a local level and not depend on what's happening down the line willy-nilly. Lastly, I just want to say I'm in support, like many, I guess. I wasn't here for the beginning of the meeting. I don't know how many people spoke, but I question the Centennial Dam and the amount of money that you're about to put forth, even if it's $500,000. I don't know how much that is in your overall budget, but I worked it out. I think there's 25,000 of us that you're serving, so what is that, $20 a customer? I feel like that's money that could be put back into the system for our rainy day fund, rather than a project that, from what I understand, has been proven not to be worthy and actually detrimental. And I'm going to leave with this question. I don't know if it's ever been discussed, but I was looking at your budget last year and had a question about where and how many funds are being used to service your pension funds. I wondered, when these rate increases were coming down the pike, how much of this had to do with pensions. And I understand the boondoggle that the state of California is in with their pension funds, and I'm just wondering if NID is paying as you go, or have you set aside funds to actually take care of pensions going down the road as your employees age and are required to receive their pensions. So thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
General orders, approval of the minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, consent agenda. Approval of the minutes.
Yeah, I'll second that. Approval of the minutes.
Public comment? Roll call, please.
Division 1?
Yes.
Division 2?
Yes.
Division 4?
Aye.
Division 5?
Aye.
Division 3?
Aye. General order, HR 763.
Good morning, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Since I stopped coming regularly to NID board meetings about a year ago, I've been busy with a number of things, one of which is learning about climate change and possible ways of dealing with it. That's why I'm here today to talk with you. This month I celebrate my 6th anniversary of moving to Grass Valley in 2013. One of the reasons I moved here was because I'd never lived any place where it snowed, and this is what I was expecting, is to move to a place where I'd get several snowstorms a year and learn how to deal with that. This is the old Grass Valley train station, probably about the middle of the 20th century. That station is no longer there, and the snow is no longer here. This is a period during which Grass Valley averaged about 3 feet of snowfall a year. Now we get virtually nothing. The reason for that, of course, is that the climate is warming and the snow line has moved up the hill. You are all aware of that, working here in a water district. That same year, in 2013, the University of California published a textbook for the California Naturalist program that they run, and the science on climate change was certainly well known enough at that time as to what was happening and would be happening that they could just include this in a standard textbook. For California, things they were talking about.
Take a sidebar to the gentleman's trying to speak here.
Things that can be expected in California were increases in temperature, changes in precipitation patterns, reduction in snowfall, soils drying out for agriculture and in forests, and sea level rising, causing much damage with storm surges. All of these things were known then, and we're seeing all of those things in the last 6 years. Locally, droughts in a couple of years, and also extreme weather a year ago with huge amounts of atmospheric rivers coming in and dumping additional water. So we know that climate change is here, it is happening. I'm here today representing the Citizens Climate Lobby, which is a national group. We have a Nevada County chapter. It's one of over 550 chapters worldwide. The numbers keep changing. We now have about 650 supporters. It's a bipartisan group out of Washington that is working to pass a bill in Congress. The single objective is the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, which is below. What we are doing is building grassroots support to let Congress know that we want and need this bill. Let me just give you an overview, a very simplified view of what climate change is. And I'm using this diagram because this is important to understand what's happening now and how we can deal with it. So let's start on the lower left here. Basically, in 1950, after World War II, fossil fuel use exploded, both in the United States and internationally. The result of that was an increase in atmospheric CO2 from fossil fuel combustion, what we call CO2 emissions. As atmospheric CO2 has gone up, it is a greenhouse gas, not the only one, but the dominant one in this situation. And the greenhouse effect is warming the atmosphere. That is having a significant effect in a whole bunch of different directions. Warmer air, as we know, is declining our snowpack. It's also causing glaciers and ice sheets to melt. The oceans are warming, and two impacts come from oceans warming. Water expands when it warms up, and glaciers melting and ice sheets melting in Greenland and Antarctica are adding water to the ocean, causing sea levels to rise. Since about 1900, sea levels have already risen a foot, and the rate of increase is significantly increasing. Warming oceans also cause more surface evaporation in the ocean, increasing atmospheric moisture. Water vapor itself is also a greenhouse gas. So this is one of many amplifying feedback loops where water vapor goes up and is a greenhouse gas that accelerates the rate of of atmospheric warming. In addition, more water in the atmosphere means more extreme storms. I heard a phrase at a talk on Monday from a client scientist, what was it, a rain bomb. He says, and he had a picture of it where just rain is just pouring down. So some areas are getting a year's worth of rain in 24 hours. Huge amounts of changes in our precipitation. Another impact is forest and ag soils getting drier, and we see the impact of that here also. Globally, the impact of climate change, I'm not just going to hit the highlights here. I like this quote from The Guardian from earlier this year. Last time CO2 was at this level was long before humans were on the planet, and temperatures were 5 to 7 degrees hotter Fahrenheit. Sea level was 45 to 60 feet higher, and trees grew at the South Pole. This is what we are facing long term if we do not deal with this now. Nationally, the impact of this is already hitting us hugely. Economic costs, national security issues, and also just personal security and health issues. The local impact here in Nevada County, as we all know, we have increased fire risk, and that is impacting us with higher insurance costs, and of course today we're facing a power outage because of this increased fire risk. There's also increased health risk. This is something I'm learning about, but I will say that local doctors are concerned enough about this that on November 13th they are having a public forum on climate change and health issues, and I encourage you to attend that. There's also, as you know, increased uncertainty over water supplies, and not only the reduction in snowmelt, but the variability in how much water we will get in rainfall. We also are losing agricultural productivity. This is happening and will happen for a variety of reasons. One big one is a lot of pests, eggs are killed in the winter when it's cold But as things warm up, those pests will not die out, and there's big concerns about the Central Valley having pest influxes as the Central Valley warms up. There are multiple ways to deal with climate change. The big thing that's happening now that you hear a lot about, these are, in my mind, buzzwords: adaptation, mitigation, community resilience. These are the kinds of things that people are having to do now to deal with the impacts of climate change that we're already seeing. So, just as an example, we're having to adapt to drier forests. We're making massive efforts in this county alone to reduce fuels in our forests, to reduce our fire risk. That's just one of many. Another one for people on the coast is they are already spending millions of dollars and looking at spending billions of dollars to build seawalls and elevate roadways. All of these things that we're talking about adaptation and mitigation, are dealing with the symptoms, the results of climate change. They are not dealing with the cause of climate change. What we need to do is focus on the lower left over here with an economy worldwide that is running on fossil fuels. And this is the consensus that is developing amongst business people and scientists, that we really need to address this problem. That is not the only thing we need to do. First, we need to do that, and I'll talk about how H.R. 763 addresses that. We also need to deal with have carbon sequestration. Our atmospheric CO2 levels are already at levels that are going to continue warming the planet even if we stop CO2 emissions today. There's about a 10 or 20 year lag time in temperatures going up from when the CO2 levels go up. So we've got a pretty narrow time frame to deal with this. H.R. 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, has four components. Two major ones are a fee would be charged at the source of fossil fuels. This would be at the wellhead, at an import port for fossil fuels coming into the country, or at the coal mines for fuels that are mined. This would be charged based on the carbon content of the fuels. Natural gas would be charged less. Coal would be charged more because of the higher carbon content. Basically, this is a market-based approach to pricing carbon. It's not the only pricing alternative. You've all heard of cap and trade. This is a different approach. Those funds would be collected, and after a 2% administrative fee is taken out to run the program, there are no new government programs that come from this. The balance of the funds would be returned in what's called a carbon dividend. That would be distributed equally to everyone in the country who has a Social Security number. Children get 1/2 of the adult amount of the dividend. Two other features that make this particularly interesting and I think well thought out, the carbon border adjustment. Businesses are concerned, especially if they are exporting to other countries, that we would be disadvantaged by having a tax that other countries don't have. The border adjustment sets up a mechanism by which the fees paid on exported goods would be refunded to businesses, so they are not disadvantaged. The other part of this that I think is brilliant is goods coming into the country from countries that do not have a similar carbon tax would have it applied at the border, so they would be taxed, giving other countries an incentive to institute their own carbon tax. And finally, the other piece of this is restricting or suspending current regulations regarding carbon emissions so that businesses and consumers don't have to pay the cost twice. It's well recognized in the literature these days that carbon tax is way more effective than regulation, and so this would suspend regulations so people could work on just dealing with the carbon tax. This is, in my mind, the best approach to dealing with climate change. First of all, it's effective, it's market-based. All the studies coming out now say that this is the only thing out there that would bring carbon emissions down to the levels required under the Paris agreements in this country and abroad. It's good for people. Fossil fuels have other pollutants in them that are currently impacting us with over 100,000, I forget the number, deaths per year from pollution. By reducing fossil fuel production, people's health would improve by reducing the amount of fossil fuel pollution. They would also get the dividend, which would help them to adapt to the taxes that they're looking at by buying more fuel-efficient vehicles, by insulating their homes, by replacing fossil fuel-using heating systems with heat pumps, that kind of thing. And with consumers spending more money, that's good for the economy. But the real reason this is good for the economy is businesses hate uncertainty. They don't know where things are going, and they are holding on to huge amounts of cash reserves. Once this bill is passed and they can see a path forward to a carbon tax and an increasing carbon tax every year, they then know what the path forward is. They then would invest in energy efficiency and in alternative energy sources. But they are waiting until they know that those investments will give them a return in a stable environment. This approach is also bipartisan. I'm going to generalize here not just to the bill, but to the concept of a carbon fee and dividend. Different groups take different approaches in their support of this, but numerous national religious organizations, a few are the Unitarians, Catholics, Evangelicals, and Buddhists, have supported this idea. Cities and counties across the country are supporting this. In Nevada County alone, Truckee and Nevada City have already passed resolutions in support of this bill. Truckee obviously is very concerned about loss of snowpack and the loss of their local economy. That'll be a huge hit. Over 3,000 economists have signed on to an economist statement that was included in your packet. Republicans and Democrats are also supporting this concept. There is a national organization of conservatives called the Climate Leadership Council, and it is, I think it's this next, here's the picture of the Wall Street Journal thing that you have. This is my favorite slide, showing that it is receiving widespread support. On the left, we have a progressive case for a carbon dividend, and on the right, we have the conservative case for a carbon dividend. The right-hand document is produced by the Climate Leadership Council. You may recognize names like James Baker, Martin Feldstein, George P. Schultz. These are leading conservative people who served in multiple Republican administrations. All of them served in the Republican administration. They are leading the conservative approach to this. So what am I asking for here on behalf of the Citizens Climate Lobby? We need your support to get a bill passed at the national level. This is a much bigger problem than we can deal with locally. It has to be dealt with at the national level. Specifically, I'm asking for a resolution supporting H.R. 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. And I want to make this personal. I came to NID board meetings for 2.5 years to do the best we can for our community, serve the community, and do what we have to do to make things work here. And I'm asking you, as people I know who care about this community, to pass this resolution. Nick.
I just want to thank you, Bob, for bringing this to us. I know that this is an important issue. I know that there are skeptics on both sides. However, I think this is the issue that is the existential threat of our time. I would only amend your presentation in one regard. The national religious organizations supporting this. I have for many years been very involved in the Quaker religious lobby, and they very strongly support this.
I will add that.
And so, therefore, to the extent that this helps in your efforts, I applaud your efforts, and I would move the issue.
Thank you. Ricky?
Hi, Bob. Thank you. I want to also thank you for bringing this to us. Agreeing with Nick, this is the biggest issue of our time. I love that you are participating in this grassroots support effort to garner support in every community. And I think it would be a good thing if this organization supported this bill along with the many others who I know are reviewing it. And your presentation was great, and thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I have concerns not about climate change, but about a lot of particulars in this. A, my degree in international law does not exist. It seems a bit beyond our scope of authority as it gets into international. It says to adopt it as the language, somewhere in here, current language. And I had several issues, page 48, and in the distribution of the monies, and why are they taking 2%? That's a shitload of money for somebody to be getting at the 2%, whoever that is. It's not defined. Again, the language is what it is, and I would, this didn't come through committee. I understood you to say you've been working on it for a year. So all of a sudden this is in our packet 2 days ago, and I'm supposed to embrace it. On some level, I agree with everybody else. But is this the answer? I have no frickin' idea. And to not be able to change the language, have it not even come through our committee system, is on some level offensive to me. We have a committee structure. I kept looking, where'd this come, what the heck are we doing here? Why is this suddenly on our plate? So I would think it would come back after we've had a chance to review it. I mean, I perused it. What did I earmark here? Pro rata. I mean, it's hard to even get back into the carbon. Yeah, the dividend payment. Really? I'm reading that going, really? They're just going to give me money. This society of ours is conspicuously consumptive. My children were raised as minimalists based on my philosophy about that. You just start pouring money to people, as your thing says, it's going to stimulate the economy, and that's buying more crap from China. I don't get that part of it. More intelligent or more educated people on international economics and all these things may have, but it's hard to be convinced just by reading the language. And then so don't alter the language. And then on page 48, just a couple examples of it. I forget now what it was, but it was several times I was reading the damn thing, and I just well, wait a minute. Who says that's the only way to do it? So I am not thinking this should be before us at this time, but rather we should have a chance to, again, didn't you say it took you a year to kind of get into it?
I've been at this for about 6 or 8 months.
Okay.
On climate
Peace
change.
and love. I mean,
yeah.
I got this 2 days ago, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
It just
See,
kind of
I made a
our
motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second Nick's motion to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question, just out of curiosity. I applaud you as well. This is the life-changing event on our planet. I mean, we cannot turn our backs to it any longer. I mean, now is the time to act, and so I applaud that. And I understand Scott's concern because as legislation is developed, it does morph and change. Has the language in this bill stayed pretty solid and tight?
As far as I know,
it's
it's
evolved?
stayed consistent. It's currently been referred to 3 committees in the House. It is possible that the language will change. The Climate Leadership Council, they're supporting the same 4 basic points. Their tax is implemented differently. The tax in the bill would start at $15 per metric ton of carbon and increment at $10 per ton each year thereafter. The Climate Leadership Council starts at $40 a ton and increments at $5 $5 per year per ton. So there are differences like that that may be worked out. There may be differences in the regulatory adjustments that come out. There are alternatives if the board is not comfortable with this specific bill. An alternative approach would be to amend the resolution and to simply say we support the idea of a carbon tax and carbon dividend, leaving it broad like that.
Give me a board real quick.
And so,
Okay, and then one other quick question. This carbon border adjustment, I think that's really good because so many people go to other places and have things made in a very environmental fashion and then bring them in the United States for our consumers. And has the tariffs, these recent tariffs that the United States has been putting on countries and finding that it's actually Americans are paying more. I'm not opposed to that because it might curb our appetite for consumption, which I'm personally in favor of. So all said and done, I'm always hesitant to jump on board with legislation at the very beginning because it can change and then my name's on it and it's a completely different thing. So that's always a concern of mine with endorsing legislation. But in concept, I completely agree. I think that we should encourage. I'm willing to step out on a limb and say, okay, well, let's go with this because it's heading in the right direction. And so it's needed. I think it's needed, and it's drastic, and it's shocking, and maybe that's what we need.
okay, thank you.
So Director Peters, so staff is aware of that. That's why we put the language in the background that
as it stands.
As it stands right now. So if there's a gut and amend or a material change to the bill, NID will back out, look at it again.
And that's what swayed me. So I'm good with it. Thank you for your effort.
And I'd like to get back to Director Miller's comments. He raises some good points. I apologize for not following the committee process. That didn't even occur to me. So I just thought I want to bring this to the board, and I did that, and NID staff was supportive of that. I think you're right. It would have been maybe a better process if it had come through the committees and given you more time to think about it. So I'll take responsibility for that and not better understanding your process. Regarding the dividend, this proposal is going to, if it passes, is going to cause very rapid and big changes in people's lives. And I understand that the dividend is there in order to allow people to adapt more easily to the changes that they will have to make with an increasing price in fossil fuels. And there was one other point you made, Scott, which I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I'm last to speak. I happen to be a farmer that's suffering the effects of climate change, but I'm also one of those huge skeptics that does not believe today that carbon is the problem, and I won't get into specifics of that. I'm also inherently opposed to tax and spend our way out of problems like this, so I will be opposed to this resolution.
And he mentions there was, I was stumbling on the agricultural. They were beating up on the farmers, it seemed like. As, again, I only could read it, and I don't fully understand it. That's why it's hard to vote for it.
Actually, the other way around.
If we could amend it for Director Peters, just a little caveat that, I liked what you said, I didn't write it down, but this just seemed overly, I don't know.
Yeah, if I can.
A little weird, a little overly specific. It was dogging the agricultural people. If the farmers were automated, it sounded like they used fossil fuel, they were gonna be dinged. And farmers needed to be dinged. It's just several times I was reading and going, wow.
If I can clarify that, Director Miller.
The language, when you said the background, that the language, I thought it meant don't change anything, is how I read that.
If I could speak to that, farmers do use a huge amount of fossil fuels in the United States.
That's what I'm thinking.
And that is both with fertilizer production and for fuel to produce crops. So it's a real thing.
Yeah.
So if I can clarify that, Director Miller, farmers actually get a pass on this. There are two exemptions in the bill. The U.S. military would not be subject to this. They would receive refunds on any carbon taxes paid, and agricultural operations would also receive refunds on fossil fuels paid. I believe there's a motion on the floor.
Public comment, please. Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Yes?
Division 2,
No.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
Unamended? No.
Thank you.
Redistricting project, number 3.
Good morning, Board, staff, and members of the public. I'm Chris Stepanian, Board Secretary. It's my pleasure today to introduce to you again Paul Mitchell from Redistricting Partners, who is a consultant for us on our redistricting process. He's going to go over some different versions of maps for you, and with that, I'm going to have some take some minutes, so I can keep writing my notes.
Before we get into the presentation, I have a question for our general manager that I think all of us can benefit by. We all got an email with the election code in it that came from, I guess, from Director Peters, but it was the election code.
Correct.
Have you or Dustin or anybody had a chance to look at that and determine, is that applicable, or has that been amended or changed?
That is the statute as it exists
Oh, it
today.
is?
Yes.
It is, okay. Well, then, in that case, I would just move that we postpone this until after the 2020 census and pay the consultant whatever we owe him. What I read in that statute was that even if we changed all the boundaries and did everything, it wouldn't even take effect until after the 2020 census. That was my understanding, that you could not change the boundaries when you've got an election coming, which is, I think, pertinent to 2 of our directors. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
I think you're referring to the term of office, so if the map results in, let's use you as an example. The map has changed, so you are no longer a resident landowner of your division.
Yes.
Which could happen.
Which is true.
So what that means is, even though that change takes effect, at the time of that action, potentially in December, I think is our schedule, that you would nonetheless continue in office for the term of your seat. And then after your term, you would need to either relocate in order to continue serving that division, or you wouldn't be eligible.
Where you'd run against somebody who is
Whomever.
otherwise in
Right.
that division.
Right. Well, again, I would move that we, after I sat through the first 2 presentations, I kept coming away going, why are we doing this again? We're going to have a 2020 census. I know that we heard from council that we're out of compliance, but I also read in the statute that that there's sort of this is my term, a grace period or a buffer to that, and I just think we wait till after the 2020 census and see where we are, because we're going to have to do some of this again, and it seems silly and wasteful of our time to do it now. So that would be my motion, is that we just simply table this until after the 2020 census.
Second. Public comment? Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 5,
No.
Division 3.
Aye.
Thank you.
That means we can't move forward with annexations.
Financial efficiency report. This is what I thought Otis's thing was, sorry. Things come at you. I thought this was the financial efficiencies. You were doing them from another district. Tough when you just get them put on your desk all of a sudden here. Okay, mean to appear overly ignorant. Just simply ignorant.
Good morning, board and staff and public. We're going to present the 2019 financial efficiencies. These are the result of the operations of 2018. As we walk through, if you have specific questions, the department manager can come up and address those specifically. I've reviewed the efficiencies myself and looked through them, and we will just step through them. Our first level of efficiencies have occurred within our finance, human resources, and administration departments. And purchasing, my specific area of purchasing, I reviewed a list of over 40 vendors individually and totaled these savings. These are from bulk purchases. These are from negotiation with vendors. These are from different, many different things. And so this is the total that we were able to accomplish. We began tracking these at the beginning of the year. And so as a result of that, we're not trying to recall what we've done throughout the year. So we actually have a database that we track these efficiencies throughout the year. My IT department was successful in administering our rate programming that resulted in about 120 hours that customer service would have had to spend. OT hours estimated savings of about $6,900 that the district would have to have paid to implement the rate structure change, but JR is very sharp. Our IT department also compared the consultant's quote versus the time that we had spent to produce these other projects. And as a result of that, we were able to save about $14,000 as opposed to sending it out to consultants, moving things around. This next efficiency, HR and Rec, these were temporary work helpers that the Recreation Department would use this every year. And so as a result of that, we're now bringing in about half of those as temporary employees. And the savings comes from us paying about 40 to 50% markup to Blue Ribbon, as opposed to bringing them in as temporary employees. So as a result of that, 21,000 hours would have been paid at a rate that Blue Ribbon would have charged versus our temporary employees. And this is half of the savings. The other half is reflected in recreation.
Marvin, is Blue Ribbon, is that a temporary employment service that we use? I'm not
Yes,
familiar with
yes,
that.
we do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And they charge approximately 40 to 50% markup on the, of course, they have a lot of overhead. So, the watershed, this was the savings that Greg reported when he looked at us using our staff versus contracting out certain work. And way we reflect these is that we always compare our hourly rate and benefits compared to what the consultant would charge. And then we consider that as the savings because the work has got to get done. These net proceeds, these are the net proceeds of the timber sales versus the consultants that we have to use to produce the timber. And as a result of that, the net proceeds is what we report, the revenue. The safety insurance premium reductions, these are premium reductions reported to us from SDRMA directly. And so as a result of, if the savings weren't there, we would pay that money because we got to have insurance. These are grants here, and these grants, again, if we didn't have the grants, we would either have to use our own staff or use consultants, or we wouldn't be able to do the projects. This next one, council meetings, this is more of a freeing up of staff time, and so staff's going to get paid. So this is a freeing up of our time, and it is an efficiency because as we don't sit in the meetings as often, then we can do other things. And as budget reductions, we can actually kind of credit that to the directors because the directors challenged us to bring back 5% out of the general manager's budget. And so the general manager and us, we sit together and we brought those reductions, they are literally cash savings that we would have spent. But again, of course, those are one-time savings. And so this is the Finance, HR, and Administrative Department. This is the Engineering Department, and these are savings that we compare with our temporary versus contracting under the extender. This is us using our internal labor versus external, and we've determined it was about $10,000. These CEQA exemptions, these is ways that Gary has determined to run his program in the event of not using external consultants and still being able to satisfy legal requirements.
I have a question on that one.
Mhm.
And maybe it's just the way it's written, but it sticks in my craw every time, is that a CEQA exemption is not you don't say, I'm going to do an exemption because I want to save money. You have to do an initial study, and it's a very prescriptive process. And so I don't know how, if this only required whatever, a negative declaration or something, then that's what it required. I mean, we couldn't say, oh, it needed that, but we're going to do it this way, and so can you explain why that's actually a savings, please?
I would agree with that comment. You know,
The intent was-
if a project is exempt, it's exempt.
The intent was not to make it a money savings, but it was the district staff evaluating CEQA and using the CEQA rules and regulations and evaluating the project. If I had a consultant evaluate them, they're going to tell me to do a mitigated neg deck or a full EIR. If I have
Why
staff...
is that? Why would they reach different conclusions doing the same study?
Because they make money if they do that work.
Well, then you need different consultants.
Well, that is, you know what? That is true.
But
that
that's
is the engineering
the case,
business.
I would relieve that consultant immediately.
Well, they're there to make money. We are there to save money. When you sit down and evaluate a project, you sit down and look at all the conditions and the rules and regulations, and you evaluate it. A notice of exemption has particular things to get into that queue. I evaluated it, we looked at it, and we found out we could do a notice of exemption. After talking to our consultant, they agreed with us. Okay? So at this point, it's up to your discretion. If you wish me to do mitigated neg decks and EIRs in every project, I think we would waste of money.
But I think Director Peters' point is that if a project is exempt, you call it exempt and it's exempt. And you can't really consider that a saving because, and so it's probably better not to show it in that column at all.
I would not. And if our consultants are taking us down paths where just to make money off of us, then I'm 100% opposed to that.
Right, then that's irresponsible on their
It's very
part.
irresponsible. Thank you.
This next one is work that would be done versus work that have to be done, construction management on the project, and in terms of whether you're able to use your own labor or if you have to use outside consultants, the work still has to get done. So this is the savings that is a real savings. And again, the budgeted reductions, this is the 5% that the directors were able to direct us to save. So those are the engineering efficiencies. Operations and CHIPS reductions. This first one is energy consumption. This is the savings. I think CHIP was able to go with a plan that PG&E were offering to reduce some power throughout the year at one of our facilities. This next savings was we were able to go with a different vehicle in order to and still get the job done. So as a result of that, that's equipment savings, and then of course the one-time savings.
So on this Ram versus the Colorado truck, that's just a cheaper truck? Is that what it was? Yeah. Are we switching our fleet to that? Oh, hi, Chip. I mean, is this a one-off thing, or is it a?
Well, good morning, Board. Chip
Good
Coles,
morning.
Operations. So generally speaking, our water distribution operators like to have a smaller truck when they traverse these canals. The smaller, the better. Canals aren't very wide.
Yeah.
However, what we found is that the Colorado truck, the smaller truck, was much more expensive than the full-size Ram truck. So we went ahead and, in an effort to save money, we went with the Ram vehicles, and they're just gonna have to very carefully navigate those narrow passages.
Oh, do we have some of the smaller vehicles, or?
We have purchased them for the last 3 years, but now we've gone back to
Ford
the
or Chevy, no one
full
else?
size. And Ram is the cheapest according to the state contract,
But
which
it's
is where
not-
we buy
it's-
from.
it's a, so we're perhaps, the offset is perhaps safety. We could tip into the canal if it was, if
Well,
they
we
weren't paying close attention.
Yeah, we practice ongoing safety meetings to remind folks that these trucks are a little bit bigger than they're used to, and trying to put in programs in place to make sure they're aware of that. We've also picked sections of canal that we know are too limited, and basically say we're no longer accessing those through a vehicle, we're gonna use foot traffic or a quad or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I noticed the other day when John was shutting down Route 7, that he was dragging a 4x4 behind his truck, and that's how he was doing it. So, you know, that's one way of solving the too small canal berm issue.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chip.
The next category of savings is maintenance, and this first bullet point reflects 12 projects. In your report, if you're looking at your report, it's on page 2. On page 2 gives you the projects that maintenance was able to be able to complete, in addition to if the projects we had to outsource the projects and use external contractors. The project is going to be done, and so as a result of that, it is a true savings because the work has to get done. The material reductions, these are reductions that Jacqueline was able to demonstrate in terms of hauling materials as well as service line replacements, and this is just using different procedures within the department, and just having a manager is very sharp looking at the bottom line to be able to gather those savings. The next category is similar to what we have done in recreation. This is bringing temps on as opposed to using a consultant to send us the temps. So these are big savings here. The next savings is the crane truck replacement, and we were able to replace it with a different type of truck, and therefore this savings here is compared to what was budgeted. So, you know, in a sense, this is it's still a savings because the money was in the budget, but we would have obviously had to buy a truck anyway. This next savings is a true savings. PG&E trained some of our staff, and that staff had to be trained on the operation as we took over in the South Yuba, and so that training had to happen. We would have to pay for that training. They provided it for free. And the last category is obviously the director's efforts to help us reach the 5% goal. So those are the maintenance savings and efficiencies. The hydroelectric department. This was internal staff versus the contract on Rollins valve replacement, and this is a significant savings because the valve was going to be replaced. So this is Ken's staff being able to do it as opposed to sending it out to get the work done. This next one is, I think we were able to compare the cellular coverage at one of the field offices because a new competitor came into that area. And so we were able to take that and go back to the current competitor and say, hey, we got a choice now, what are you going to do? So we were able to get a savings. And then the last category is the one-time savings for the budget reductions. And so that's the hydroelectric department.
I have a general question on staff versus contractor work. We have 200-plus staff people, and so if they weren't doing this work, I mean, wouldn't this, I don't even know how to frame my question, but
I know where you're going.
staff is here to work. I mean, we're here to use staff as often as we can on every job we possibly can to keep our staff utilized, you know, 90 to 100% of their time. And so is this because they deferred other work or contracted other work to cover their work, or how are we finding that that by using our staff, we're saving money. Does that make sense? I'm hoping I'm articulating it right.
So the savings that we see for staff versus contractor is if, in the past, we've been able to get bids on projects and do a comparison on, for example, the pipeline replacement project, and do a comparison on if we were to contract that project out to a contractor versus what it costs the district to actually perform that work.
And is this specific to projects versus programs, or, I mean,
These are
you know, these are...
specific to 12 projects that
What's
we've
that?
done this year.
Yeah, so they're not like normal maintenance stuff we're doing, everyday
these are-
operations and maintenance stuff we're doing. This is a special project.
Yeah, these are
Okay.
special projects, not
Okay.
routine or not a line that breaks and we gotta go out.
So if staff wasn't working on these specific projects, they'd be doing maintenance work or routine work that's being deferred to do these projects?
It's larger maintenance projects that these are aimed at calculating for.
The answer is yes. So the issue here is that we have a backlog of work. Either our staff's doing it or the consultant's doing it, as long as, so the maintenance division is given the first bid necessarily. So if they have the capacity to execute the work, because unlike a number of other water utilities, we have a fully operational construction division that's capable of doing full-size capital work. So they get first bid at it, and then they go, and what we're doing here is we're reflecting that bid against the outside bid. And this kind of goes to a previous conversation, Director Beerwagen, where we're talking about whether or not NID's forces are economical. And we can prove continually that our forces are cheaper than the pay-go outside of the district. And so we give maintenance first bid. If they think they can do it for better, then they get the shot. Otherwise, we go outside. I think that the issue here is the backlog of work that we have. We could be running in tandem, right, if we had the capital assets to continue forward on that line. But what this does is it allows that $291,000 then to be used to expand the amount of capital work that we're accomplishing.
Right.
So we're getting more done with less.
That's good, yeah, because there's always that, everyone knows the Caltrans thing, there's two people one person working and three people with shovels watching them work, and so I want to make sure our staff is being fully utilized.
Yep.
Thank you.
And the last category is for the Recreation Department. And these are, these are us bringing in temporary employees as opposed to going through an external vendor and paying their markup. And so, again, the work is going to get done. It's just a matter of how efficient are you going to be to get the work done. And then these are the budgeted savings. So, overall, the efficiency report did save approximately $6.2 million. And in terms of when you compare the amount of work that we got done versus us paying outside guys, revenue that came in the form of grants, things of this nature. So it is an efficiency report. It's kind of thought of as a metric as well. So if you would look at a scorecard in terms of our annual metric, this would be a good scorecard to look at.
Sure. Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you, Marvin. Can we hear from board questions first? Because I had a question for Marvin. 1 second, Mike. I'm gonna jump in before you. Maybe this question is for Rem. I'm not sure. But I remember that back about a year ago when we were attending the rate committee meetings, and I specifically asked a couple different times on different occasions, are we going to go and look department by department for these kinds of savings that have happened? And Rem, you said that you had hired a consultant and they were going to start with the engineering department. So my question then, it kind of came up in the context of this. Did that happen? Did we hire the consultant, and did they look through the engineering department? And if they did, what was the result? And if they didn't, why not? Or we just didn't go there and this is what we did? I'm just trying to...
So my recollection, that conversation, so we had completed the financial efficiency evaluation where we brought somebody in to do a process efficiency for them, and we were working on engineering at that point.
Right.
So we completed the RFP and sent the RFP out to, I don't know, it was 14 odd engineering firms, and we received no bids to do the efficiency work for the district. So since that time, and it is on me at that point, it's actually sitting on my desk, the RFP is sitting on my desk to start again, to go find a group of senior engineers that have done this kind of work that I can hire or to offer to bid in again and try to, I don't know that the word's correct,
so those
but
are
to
two separate processes
cajole
then.
them, yes.
Yeah, so that
Yeah.
was two separate things. This is not that.
This is not that. This is a
Okay.
financial efficiency, and this came out of work we did in 2013. We were, at that time, we were holding the rate committee, we were convening the rate committee, and one of the public members asked me, okay, Ram, you can raise rates whenever you want, but what is the district doing to make itself more efficient? And that was a really fantastic question, and so it caused me to spin around and ask management to look at their processes, find the efficiencies in their process, develop a metric, which is the dollar, clearly, to report out that we are being more efficient. And granted, some of these are more squishy than others, because we're trying to, this is an academic activity in that we're trying to engender in staff the idea that I'm looking for the most efficient way to spend the district's assets and get the most bang for the buck. And so that's really what this is about. The other one is process. We want to know that our processes within the engineering division and then divisions after that.
Right. We were just going to start with the engineering.
Well, actually, we started in finance, and it really paid off.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
So we had an outside consulting firm, accounting, James Martin, come in and go through all of our accounting processes, identify the ones that were not so great and the other ones that were pretty awesome. And so we've been working on that, and Marvin and I have pretty much covered that whole bandwidth. And so now engineering is our next candidate, and so we just need to keep banging at it.
I just couldn't figure out if you answered the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Morning again, Mike Pasner, Indian Springs Organic Farm, Penn Valley. Number 8, under Financial HR Administration. The district freed up labor hours due to 13 canceled committee meetings, an efficiency of $37,346. It's a bad place to cut money. As a ratepayer, pardon?
Here, here.
I would agree.
I
The
concur.
bastardization of our committee process
Yes.
is what I was referring to earlier.
Right.
Like,
I agree.
why don't we do anything to committee anymore? It's
Mhm.
squishy.
It's squishy. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Otis Wallen again. I was fortunate enough to be on the board long enough to see how this stuff plays out over time. And when you are depending on staff to do work and look at that as a savings, that works really well when the times are good and the economy is robust. When you go into a recession, you find out that you have too many engineers because there's not enough engineering projects to do. You find out that in order to keep your field guys working, that you're doing projects that you probably wouldn't do. They're reaching down into the list to keep them busy. And if you're going to look at these things as a savings in good times, every 5 or 8 years you're going to have to look at these things in losses. You end up with too many public employees over the long haul, not in sync with the business cycle. So, one of the things we did at PCWA with, for instance, the field crews was say, we're going to have guys doing canal work and the kind of work that the public sector does not specialize in. But we couldn't find somebody that was good at building flumes, that kind of specialized tin work. And everything else would be outsourced. And that's why PCWA, which is about 30% larger, has the same number of employees as NIDs, because we know that we are losing money in good times, but when bad times are there, we're not saddled with a workforce that's larger than we need. That was particularly apparent in engineering. But so you have to just take it a little bit with a grain of salt, looking at it over 5, 8, 10 years rather than just on a yearly basis to see if it's a savings or if it's a phantom savings.
Number 5, 2020 operating budget.
Oh, I was gonna ask.
Maybe we'll
Here.
take a 5 minute
Can we take a break before we go into the budget?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
He's already jumped in.
On a break.
I wrote you a
Yes,
note.
please.
The meeting back into order, please.
Grim, before you start? Sorry.
Back. I hope the directors realize, I was catering lunch today for us because of the workshop. I see your sandwich. I thought we'd made that known, right?
Yeah, we did,
Yeah,
but
okay,
I just happened to be
forgot.
3 hours
All
behind
good,
it.
and I made sure with the power outage, and we did a last minute change, so
Nice.
just,
Thank
and
you.
I did include the management staff in that by
Thank you,
design.
Director.
But I wanted to get it done before the afternoon, when everybody else shows up, so. I wasn't catering the town. Anyway, just as a little, so, not a
You're outta
problem,
here,
but I
Sid.
just, I saw the sandwich, I started eating, I brought breakfast.
No lunch for you.
No soup for you. So Director Peters has a question about number 5 before we,
I'd like to make a motion on this item. This is the budget that we have. This is an informational item this meeting and move to adopt it at a future meeting so we can absorb it first. So my motion is to have this in information to be adopted as
Pass
budget
it
at
as
a
an
future meeting.
informational item?
no,
Have it.
just,
Or have it?
she
as-
made a motion.
Okay.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Oh.
I motion that this item be informational at this meeting to be adopted, the budget to be adopted at a future meeting.
Hearing no second.
No, I was gonna second that, thank you.
Okay,
So you have a second.
public comment.
Good morning, Board. My name's Tracy Shan, Foothills Water Network. I would urge the Board to consider supporting this motion, and the network certainly does. Most of this becomes, for us, and my perspective, is a question of process. So with the budget, you have 2 main issues here, process and the substance of the budget. And I'm here to speak first on the process here. I don't know about the Board, but I know as a member of the public, I received this budget Friday afternoon. I'm not sure how much earlier that you got it than that time.
It's been through the committees, we've all had opportunities to see the
Portions of it.
the portion of it
Portion.
that comes to the committee we sit on. That's the
Right.
process.
And I was,
This is then the accumulation of what's already been passed on by each committee as approved.
okay, thank you, Director Miller. So what I've seen when I've attended these committee meetings is indeed what Director Miller has said, portions of these budgets. But on Thursday, what I found was the whole financial picture. So in the committee meetings, I learned about different pieces of budgets. But when this packet came out to us on Friday, was what you saw was the whole financial picture from the 1,000-foot level. You saw assumptions that you may not have understood before, and I can't speak to them now because I don't necessarily understand them, about water rates increasing next year. You see information in great detail on reserves not being replenished and other things that the board really needs to discuss that there was no strategic discussion. And I will say, just on Centennial Dam alone, and watching the engineering and the APC committee, a few things happened there that the committee did not consider. The first was something that could be called a centennial cap, whatever you want to consider it, but at a committee level, the APC committee was supposed to have staff report back so that the committee could understand what the minimum was that needed to be spent on Centennial. And given that, you could have a conversation at that point of maybe what the maximum was that you would want to spend on Centennial. You could have a strategic conversation, but that never happened. So now we know that Centennial's now set at $500,000 a year without that strategic conversation. $5 million a year, $2 million over 5 years. So for those reasons, I would encourage the board, without those strategic discussions happening at that committee level of the true financial picture and the impacts of this budget, to step back and consider that in a workshop. Thank you.
Good morning, board, public, and staff. My name's Ashley Overhouse. I'm with the South Yuba River Citizens League. I'd like to support Director Peters' motion to make this an informational item. It would give additional time for at least the network as well as Circle to consider the implications of the full budget proposal. It's quite a lengthy document, and while I have had the privilege of attending and seeing bits of it in the different committees, I believe that additional strategic discussion is warranted. So I appreciate the consideration that this be an informational item for today's edification. Additionally, the agenda item that was going to be considered at the last NID board meeting before, unfortunately, we all were impacted by the PG&E power shutoffs in Placer County, was going to review the budget schedule, and it was going to look at amending that budget review, and I was going to give public comment that day to support that agenda item. So I am here today cumulatively to address both. So I want to support this motion today and give us additional time for review. Thank you so much.
John Norton, Penn Valley. I do support Laura's motion to make this an informational item. I don't believe the $9.3 million reserve withdrawal was part of committee discussions that I know of. And that is huge. This is not a sustainable budget. This cannot go forward. And just raising rates helter-skelter to cover all this spending is not the answer. I think this needs to be thoroughly considered to get to a sustainable, balanced budget. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Division 1?
Yes.
Division 2?
No.
Division 4?
Aye.
Division 5?
No.
Division 3?
No. We have made a shambles of our internal processes we've been over backwards. I specifically last year entreated everyone to change our timing of the budget and these things because we had new members coming on. So that now this year we need to get back to some form of regularity so staff can be assured on what they're doing as well. It is an operation. We do have our responsibilities to deliver. We got the whole new year. We can start all over, but get back on a regular time frame. No good deed went unpunished, and the jumble that we find, I take responsibility for because I did delay. I believe it was last December. I specifically voted something down and we put it off to the first year so the new people could be here. So I hear what you're saying, but yeah, we got to get back to how it's always had a schedule. So call me anal, I don't know, but there was a purpose to it, and it always had a regular rhythm. We're just too disjoint all the time. Too much input sometimes from too many places. So, Rem, you have the floor.
Mr. Wilcox has his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had my hand up. I see no real purpose in delaying this. I tend to agree with John. This is an unsustainable budget. However, delaying it is not going to generate any additional revenue to balance this budget. And so we need to adopt a budget. We have a responsibility to adopt a budget. I'm not particularly enthused about this one. However, I am very interested in hearing the staff's presentation on this and telling us exactly where the collision points are.
And how we lost so much money.
One of my concerns, well, I have many concerns about this budget, and I had been in communication with our general manager and said, gosh, you know, if we could do a couple of public workshops or something so that we could all really sort of air this, because the parts of the budget that I saw were the administration through APC and through WHO, thank you. And then I didn't get to see any of the other parts until this just came out on Friday. And however, there was a Director Mill and I were called and to discuss that that there looked like there was going to be some overages, and staff came with some recommendations about how to deal with those overages. And so we went forward with staff recommendation, but I didn't think any of the other directors had the benefit of that decision until they just saw it. So that's why I really feel that, you know, that I want to hear what my fellow directors want to say about this budget, and I really would like to have a depth understanding of how did we get here, and it isn't just the rates. How did we get to the place where we have to borrow $10 million from the FERC reserves or whatever? I don't understand. I agreed because that was your recommendation, but I don't understand how we got here. And I really wanted to see in depth, and that was my reason for wanting to do a workshop or one or two, so that we could really tear this apart and go, okay, this is where it happened and why it happened. But I haven't seen or heard that discussion yet, and I really want to see it. So.
Okay. But I think we've already voted on delaying this.
Well, we did vote on the delay, but I am saying...
No, we're not going to do that.
No,
It comes down to, I put it out at the rates to get us out of that afternoon at 5.7. There could have been a higher compromise where we might have done 9%. It didn't happen that way. That's what I mean. We delayed the rates, we delayed it. Live and learn. We got a new year. Attack it in the beginning of the year, and we'll have it all done in a timely fashion next October. Please make your presentation.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning, board, staff, and public. The next item this morning is the 2020 budget. I'd like to take a moment to thank staff, the board, and those members of the public that have worked with us as we work through the committees to develop the budget moving forward. As a point of reflection, I would like to point out that we have, over the last 12 months, produced 3 budgets and 1 CAFR. So
And the mandated 5%
right.
is the other part of all that.
No small task no small task, and it describes the level of work and knowledge that the staff has with this budget. Before Marvin gets going, I want to take a moment to go over all the work that's been done so far. So this item represents 5 months of work on the part of the board, staff, and members of the public who chose to be part of our committee meetings. This budget is unlike those of the past. It represents an epic lift in terms of the ingestion of the Deer Creek Powerhouse, which has a book value of $32.3 million and a fair market value of negative $7.5 million, and the expansion of the reserve demands. So these are big events that this budget, more than any other budget, is taking on. This effort is further impacted by the 2020 election costs, as represented in the director's budget increase. Also, the union negotiations, which are forthcoming in the next year, and significant regulatory fee and benefit increases. So we have seen a number of our cost centers increase, and we have a number of single impact spending events that are occurring. And I think that one thing to carry into this is the recognition that with all of this happening, we have been able to hold this budget at 5.5%. That is significant. So we began in June with the department heads rebuilding the 2019 budget and developing the revised, but also at that same time they were developing their preliminary 2020s. So coming out of July, we then went to the August committee meetings, and we met with each committee to go through the line-by-line sub-account budgets. Public was there for that, and those budgets were always online and available to everybody. September, we met with the executive members to discuss the imbalance in the funding mechanisms and to describe how that was going to go and to get input from the president and vice president on how we should direct our final budget. So here we are. We now have provided, we also in this budget have done something that we've never done before, and that's provided the 2 5-year look-aheads. One, kind of a status quo, and the other one merely meant to show that how we would close the reserve debts that we currently have. So, and to do that in a 5-year brick. Our past financial look-aheads were on a 10-year schedule, and that's available to us too. Those 2 items are merely informative and to help us have a much larger conversation. Staff recognizes that there are some very, very important conversations that need to happen here, and they need to happen now. We recognize that this budget is kind of the last of a dying breed. If we are to reach our mission statement and our vision and value statements, to find a sustainable and resilient budget, this is not it. This budget cannot go forward in future years. 2021, there is, I will tell you now, there's $50 million in reserves. We can have one catastrophic event, and then we're at the whim and whimsy of the bond market. And that's one way to operate, but it's not a healthy way to operate, in my opinion, and it doesn't meet the sustainable and resilient track that we're trying to achieve. So with that, we have a presentation that is much broader than a normal budgetary presentation, in that it takes you into certain areas of the budget and our process that haven't been previously discussed at these types of meetings. And so as we're going along, please feel free to ask questions.
I have a quick question. How long have we known that we're going to acquire this Deer Creek system?
We've known, well, we started the acquisition process prior to my arrival.
How long?
For
7 years.
Better part of a
7
decade.
years. And then
More
that's
than
2013.
Yeah, probably 100 years.
Well, yeah, I think they started
Yeah.
in 2011.
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
so
long
we
time.
haven't been planning fiscally for it. We know we're going to inherit this $32 million thing that could potentially make money and
We
is
were making
already-
them do repairs, and that's where our energies went. But we weren't taking over a totally dilapidated situation. So we were pushing PG&E to continue to upgrade is where our efforts went. It's not just one or the other.
So in the acquisition metric, we know that the cost of operating the Deer Creek system, the Chalk Bluff and South Yuba Canal, the number roughly is about $2 million. The revenue projections while we were in the PSA negotiations were about $1.4 million annually. So we knew we had a $600,000 gap that the ratepayers would have to come online for. 80% of our treated water flows through that facility, and so it was not elective that we could or could not acquire it. It was more of, we need to acquire it.
And still we put Centennial as a higher priority than this for our budgeting.
No?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Continue for.
Okay, well, so with that, I'll turn over the budget presentation to our finance manager. Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rim.
Thank you, directors. When Rim and I sit down to put this year's budget together, we wanted to put an educational document together as well as just a financial picture. We wanted to integrate some historicals to show where the funds have been, where the district reserves have been. We wanted to do the forecast to show kind of where it would be if we continued the same path versus that. We also want to integrate an understanding of our internal controls so that as you look at your reports, you have confidence that the numbers are factual numbers, they're true numbers. And so we wanted to do a lot of things with this year's budget. So I'm grateful that you allow us to do the presentation and just stop us throughout the presentation, take notes, and We'll just write things like, and so, we will get started. The first part is covering fiscal governance. And fiscal governance is a term that is used in the accounting world, and it has to do with how you are allowing to spend your money, how you're controlling the expenditures, how you are managing the process, and how you're reporting out on it. And so it's a big term, but it has a lot of things into it. And the first part of it has to do with your calendar. And of course, your calendar, as you mentioned, should follow a systematic approach. We start, Rem and I start in June doing a detailed revenue projection, looking at how we're going to forecast our revenues. We look at demand, where it was before. And so as a result of the forecast, you'll see that there's a 2% revenue generated just from demand. And we don't just put that in there, because we've tracked over a period of years that demand has been roughly 2 to 2%. Even in this current budget, when you look at your staff report, you don't have to refer to that now. But when you look at your staff report on item 2, it says that approximately 2.5% of revenue is also a result of demand. This is a result of us doing our DFWE program. New people are connecting, and demand is pushing that forward. As we push out the system, we're experiencing approximately 2 to 2%, 2 to 2.5% of demand. Starts in June when we look at that portion. And then obviously we start in July looking at the department schedules. And as you've noticed on your page 3, how the budget that we're presenting is about $2.4 million less than the budget that committees viewed. This is because we were trimming, and Rem was trimming, and trimming is going back, Marvin, we do this. So we were trimming, and so that the plan that we're presenting is about $2.4 million less than what the committees had saw.
Does that make Rem a trimmigrant?
A trimming.
I have a quick question, Marvin. And are these?
Hey, Marvin, you're saying our page 3, and I'm not seeing that.
Okay,
help me out here,
Look on
please.
your page 2 on the staff report.
On the staff report.
Yes. Under reporting structure and fiscal control, this is part of fiscal governance. So in other words.
So this slide goes with.
Yes.
Okay, I kept looking for that.
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's all at the end.
So Director Heck, that's page 9 in the PowerPoint that
In
you
the
have.
PowerPoint.
In the
Okay,
PowerPoint.
thank you.
Yes.
The page 3
Yes.
thing.
Slides are all back.
But the reason why I'm having you keep your staff report is because the narrative of what we're looking at is explained in terms of what is fiscal governance. It's your reporting structure that you're using. Things aren't jumbled up all over the place. You got funds that are controlling what's transferred in, transferred out. You got fiscal control in the sense that you have a uniform chart of accounts. You can look at your budget document and know what hits what bucket. So it's all part of fiscal governance. Otherwise, it's just kind of chaotic.
Yeah. Quick question. And this comparison to 19 to over 20, the 19 budget to the 20 budget.
That's right.
Just to confirm, it's the initial 19 budget that was adopted in December last year. It's not the amended budget that was adopted in July.
I'm still confused.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct.
And why is that?
Because there's certain loading that's going into the 2019 budget at the very beginning of the year, like water purchase money, trucks, stuff like that. Those things need to reload that the amended budget didn't have in it. So you wouldn't see an apples to apples comparison if we'd used the amended, because the amended budget was really just that. So we were capturing, for the most part, costs, unrealized costs in 2019.
Yeah.
Right.
But when you look at that column right next to your 2019 budget, you see forecast. That forecast does have the reductions. So on page 3, that forecast does have the 5 different reductions that the board brought forth. So see, the forecast is actually less than the original budget.
Mm-hmm.
So you do.
Forecast is higher than the 19 budget.
The forecast is less. The forecast is 55 million, The original budget is
Oh,
57.
57, okay.
So you can see the reductions that your efforts brought forward.
I've got that.
So there are different things we're comparing. We're
Marvin,
comparing.
you've lost Director Hackey.
Yeah,
You need to
I'm
get her
lost,
back on.
thank
I'd
you.
like you to look at-
Good pickup there, Rem.
That's okay.
Okay, I found this. This is good. This is
Had a
good.
lost look on her face.
I know.
okay.
But then you said page 3. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, of your staff
Okay,
report.
then I'm not lost. I'm with
Okay.
you then. Thank you very much.
So that's just a good point to bring up. We want to be honest when we show what was the adopted budget last year
Mhm.
versus what is now, versus what was the end of year budget, kind of your forecast, versus now. So we
The
want to be.
forecast was the amended and the budget is.
There you go, the original
actual,
adopted.
the
Yeah.
original. Oh, okay.
We keep the original because when we do our department schedules, we want to really see a true run rate. Because you can cut like an expense for a year or two,
Mhm.
that ain't your run rate. Because you can cut an expense and then next year roll around, you got all these costs coming in. So you still want to keep that original budget because it kind of shows you what you've been running it with for years.
Mhm.
So you kind of want to show both, forecast the budget, and so that you can get a complete picture. So the budget calendar is significant. It drives, it is the top line, because it drives all the reporting. And then, so around October, November is where we are now. And we're looking for approval review, obviously, so that we can be completed by the end of the year. So that's the budget calendar. The audit calendar follows that. Right now, around January, March, February, March, we're doing all of our audit things so that when you get your CAFR, and then you'll see the CAFR, and the CAFR is the document that the financial markets are going to kind of use when they rate your bonds. So they're going to look at your net pension liabilities. They're going to look at all the other costs that are loaded onto that. Obviously, you have to manage cash, got to pay our bills, but the financial audit has to show the true financial position of the district. And so that's what we do. The audit, we do our audit, they come out to do our work. And then we are trying to present a CAFR around June, July. As you can see, it's a little delayed now. This is why we're going through our financial management systems. And so our financial management systems that we're integrating is going to help us be able to produce those things faster. And then around November, December, we start all over again. We take the budget that was approved. If we have any new departments, anything like that, we set them up. The controller will set them up in the accounting system. We make sure all the accounts are uniform. Like we had a disadvantaged customer account. We're looking at a new department now, safety. Excuse me, safety is the department now. We carved out of management so we can monitor those expenses a little close, not everything running through one department. And then that's the reporting calendar. You get your reports quarterly. Rem and I look at them monthly. And so you get the budget versus actual reports showing you where you are in relative to the prior year. If anything is alarming, what is happening now, we have emergency. Then you look at your investments and all of those things. You look at the forecast. And then obviously the reserves, which is crucial. The last column, fiscal control, is very significant. These are the directives from the board, our policies, not procedures. And the policies determine how we're going to buy, what is the competitive bidding process we're going to use as we spend more money, things like that. Investments, what we cannot and cannot invest in. Right now, our policy allows us to go out 5 years, not beyond that. And then the other GASB rules, things that we have to comply with, like the biggest rule was GASB forced us to put the unfunded liability on our books, moved it from their books. So this is $50 million.
One lady's question early on about.
Thank you, Cal.
Somebody asked
$50 million liability went on our books as opposed to theirs. We did look at the unfunded liability. Rem and I did a detailed analysis of it. And right now, CalPERS has us on a 30-year amortization schedule, which means all things being equal, if they keep getting the investments that they're forecasting, we will relieve the liability in 30 years. However, if they don't get the investments that they're projecting,
then they jack up what they
liability
take from
goes.
us anyway.
So it's not prudent in my mind to try and relieve that liability because it's a moving target. You can put millions of dollars in a trust, and all of a sudden they say, well, wait a minute, we only made 2%. They were supposed to make 7%. then there goes your hope. So I don't think it's prudent to try and
Well, and
fund
last
that.
time they jacked up, they took it from us.
Took
They
it way
made
up.
bad investments, they took it more from us.
And there's another liability going on in our
Been there,
books
done that.
this year too. It's called the OPEB liability. It'll be about 12 or 13 million. It's going to go on our books. This is the retirement liability for insurance. Typically, the accounting rules did not require us to carry it. The accounting rules have changed, so that is going to hit our books at the end of this 18. So just those accounting rules that keep changing. It's not money. I mean, nothing is forcing us to relieve the liability totally, but you know, it's going to go on it. So this is the fiscal management calendar. So you'll see the framework that finance is following to report, to manage, to do the budget, to count out the rules and procedures. They all integrate together.
Which again, hopefully by doing this today, we kind of get back on a schedule. This
Yes,
is what I was
exactly.
talking about.
Yes, that's what
These
we'll
guys
stay.
have to suffer with all this.
So we'll stay on the schedule. This is the reporting structure, and it's similar to what we've mentioned. As you look at your reports, you'll see that we have operating accounts, treated water, raw water, then we have non-operating accounts. So when you read your budget, the non-operating accounts, that revenue is not from ratepayers, neither does it, it does not support the water operating system, capital projects. However, not completely independent. You're only doing capital projects, eventually the system's gonna break. So even though we segregate them, they're not completely independent in the sense that you must have a robust capital program. Eventually, your infrastructure is just gonna fall down. And so that's the reporting structure. The expense structure is uniform. We have funds separated so that you can see which fund is subsidizing which, revenues associated with that fund, expenses, blah, blah. So as a result of that, that's there. And the last part is just the fiduciary. These are just your Cement Hill, Rodale Flat. These receipts that are coming into there, they can't be used to do anything but just pay that liability down. So that's the reporting structure. There we go. Procurement management, this is all part of fiscal governance. Procurement management, these are the policies that we have developed with the help of legal. And so when you look at those policies, you see the clear definitions. I think, Director Peters, we're still going to bring back the procurement policy for some edits. It's coming.
I've been asking for
It's
several
coming.
months.
It's
Thank you
coming.
very much.
It's coming.
We had to have it reviewed by legal to make sure that we're not saying anything that is not correct. We have a documented procurement procedure. This is the procedure that you don't really see, but it's very detailed and shows us how to carry out the policy so that we are not interpreting the policy wrong. Budget amendment, same deal. Then obviously we have the budget amendment procedure. You see the little forms you sign. The commerce accounting, this is big. It's very big. And we'll go into that, have some definitions of as you have a clear understanding. When you look at your monthly reports, you see that column that says encumbrances, and those are big dollars over there. And that it's very interesting that we account for those correctly. Inventory stocking, this is other stuff that we make sure that we don't have idle inventory sitting around, millions of dollars in inventory that's just kind of sitting around. So all of that, we have procedures for that. Our economic order quantity and all of that. Encumbrance control. Encumbrance control is very tricky, but it's very important. So encumbrance control has two major things. We have to comply with GAAP rules, which means that we must record transactions after the service has been done, even not when it's contracted for. We must record it when the service is done. That's GAAP rules. However, fiscal management has to deal with making sure that you account for the entire contract, regardless of when that service is done. So encumbrance control is very important. And so and these are the steps that we use for encumbrance control. Around the beginning of every year, we roll over all of our encumbrances. This year, I think we're going to roll over about $28 million in encumbrances. Roll them all over. That's cash sitting there. And so as a result of that, you say, oh man, I got a lot of cash. So we roll all those over. Right around the end of April, we're continuing to pay down those rollovers. They were applicable to last year. We're paying them against this budget because GAAP rules would not allow us to pay cash back. So we continue paying. Around the end of April, we analyzed how much of that is applicable to the prior year. So we look at prior year's budget and say, okay, yeah, we rolled over all of that. This needs to be moved back to the prior year. Do we have budget literally to move it back? So that's when we determine whether we actually have exceeded that budget.
How many years do you roll that over?
You roll that over every single year. So you can have a PO that goes back 3 or 4 years if you have a project that you've contracted with a vendor for, and he's working on that project over 2 or 3 or even 4 years. You got to keep rolling that so that that PO won't take out this year's fiscal budget, because you can't pay the cash back.
So that money just is idle since 2015 or 2016 when you encumbered it?
It's accounted for.
It's accounted for.
It's accounted for as that PO. So this is very important that we do it right. And so as a result of that, at the end of April, we look at how much POs that we roll of all the POs. Then we look at what was paid around April, May. Of those paid amounts, what needs to go back to the prior year? Then,
That's why we have those negative amounts in the program.
yes, in April,
That's
around
correct.
April, because we push them back.
Yeah. So
And-
the other piece to that is, Director Peters, is that the DFWLEs where the board encumbers funds, the project's still not approved, the project's still not moving forward, but the board has identified that money to be segregated
That's right.
for the project. So that money sits there until that project rolls forward.
Yes, yeah.
And it can stall and it can go.
Yeah,
years and
exactly.
years.
Yes.
So would an example
We-
be
we-
the Hallabunger valve? Again, you ordered it, you encumbered the funds, and it took a year to
Correct.
get it here and so on? That's an
That's
example
correct.
of what you're talking about.
Or
Yeah.
the Cascade pipe that took, what, 4 or 5 years or whatever?
Well, yeah, so this,
Something like
so
that.
right now, the Combi Phase One pipe, right, so we've issued those contracts, that's millions of dollars, and that's why our rollover is gonna be so significant, right? That was a $20 million contract. They're not gonna accomplish $20 million worth of work in the outage season, so we need to make sure that we're not spending it, because one of the traps that happens definitely inside of capital programs is monies aren't recorded in previous years, and so other projects will start to feed off of money that's already encumbered, and that's
Dangerous.
very dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
And so we want, so that's why this is structured the way it is.
Mhm. And number 4 is probably one of the most important, point number 4, where it shows you that the final step of our encumbrance control is to ensure that our prior obligations are within prior authorized budget and not consuming this year's fiscal budget. So that as you've authorized the budget 3 or 4 years ago, and encumbrances associated with that, those budgets continue to roll with those encumbrances until they're spent, and they won't consume current budgets. And so it's fiscal control as well as complying with GAAP rules. So that's our encumbrance control. We're going to have a financial system that's going to allow this to happen more easily. We're still doing it now. It's a little tedious now because our system's a little antiquated, but we're still doing this process. Okay. Internal controls. This year, we expect no new findings. We've already talked with the auditors, and the only finding that we will have this finding here. It's associated with us simply just getting our new ERP and CMMS system set in place. So they cannot remove this finding until we actually get our processes more automated in terms of them being able to audit us properly. And so this here, however, having said that, we still are applying for our 4th consecutive GFOA certification. So when we send our CAFR to GFOA for their award, they're looking at a CAFR that complies with GAAP rules, and that's what they're getting. They're not concerned with so much in terms of the hard work it took for us to get it there, but they're just saying that, okay, they know what they're doing. Here's a report. So this finding will likely remove once we get our new ERP and CMMS system all dialed in. This finding will move.
2 questions. Can you define CAFR again for me, please?
Yes, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And this is the
It's the
report.
audit, the annual audit.
Yes, and this is the report that's required by GASB 34, and all governments and state agencies must produce that report.
Okay. And when are we anticipating getting the system actually functional?
We are actually in contract. The board approved the $2.7 million for us to begin the system. We've already.
Tyler?
Tyler, and set a roof. We've already set out a schedule. I've already sent to all staff. Staff is budgeting their vacation out for 2 years. And so we're putting it all together for them to give us a schedule, and we're going to kind of work around our vacation because we got to get the project done.
2 years.
Yeah.
Perfect.
2
Thank
years.
you. 2 years from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah.
For full
Okay. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Thank you, Ron. Okay. So, and then this is the other finding that.
Wait,
Yeah.
on the finding about coordinating with vendor for new banking services, including online banking,
Yes.
can you speak to that for just 1 second?
I-
Where are we?
I do, that hook was out there, I was
They
waiting.
advertise themselves to be, it's taken longer. Is that the answer we keep hearing?
So NID has abandoned its pursuit of Tri-Counties Bank. At this point, we're gonna go with Bank of the West. They have,
I couldn't remember who it was, that's why I
yeah.
asked.
Bank of the West,
Yeah.
they're in Paris.
Paribas, Banco de Paribas. They have,
We were trying to keep it
We
local.
were gonna
we
try to
were,
put
but we
local-
can't find a local bank that can service
River
our.
Valley can't
River
handle
Valley
it.
can't handle us.
Tri-County-
Tri-Counties clearly can't handle us.
Clearly can't handle.
That's how we went up well.
Huh.
So,
Big one
and
was
Wells
that
Fargo
one.
is a bad deal, and B
What
of
about
A.
Banner? Isn't Banner local?
So they're not capitalized sufficient to deal with our asset structure.
Okay.
So then the other one was B of A, and their service center for us is in Boston.
Oh, yeah, forget it.
Yeah, so right now,
Paris is better than Boston.
so Bank of the West has enough assets and has the functionality that we need to.
Well, I just think that's
Where is
interesting.
it?
Headquartered?
Paris,
Paris.
France.
I'm not joking.
Not
Bank of the
Texas.
West is out of Paris.
Boston seems
Seems
better than
close.
Paris.
Well, Bank of the West is Bank of the
That's
West
their
is
name.
their local provider, so that bank is here in California. So their Bank of the West headquarters is here in California.
Oh, okay, I've heard that.
Paribas owns
Well,
them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're a
So-
Paris bank, though.
Okay. Okay.
So, okay, put on the French Open.
And I know that they have a regional office in San Francisco, so.
Okay.
And it's just, this has been,
A nightmare.
this has been a nightmare for the district since I got here. So we went from B of A to Wells.
Wells.
Wells turned out to be a what?
Right.
And so then we tried to get in with Tri-Counties and try to support, and that just has been months of not. And so we have their bid, we have Bank of the West's bid. They're deciding whether or not they're gonna honor that bid. If they honor the bid, it's a pure bid to the same one that we got from Tri-Counties.
Oh,
So
good.
we'll see the same savings
Good.
and all that
Okay.
stuff that
Yeah.
we saw before.
Great.
Same savings, much more robust IT infrastructure. We probably would be going back with Tri-Counties a little bit in terms of our process.
Meaning backwards.
Backwards.
Yeah.
They
I
are
would
manual,
imagine.
NSF, it's a little tough. So, but we definitely give it all we have.
And then I'm just interested in the online billing part, because I know, Chip, we've talked about, where does that online
So
billing?
I've signed Paymentus, the contract this week, or yesterday? Day before? Day before yesterday? So we're on track to bring Paymentus online and have online bill pay.
As of?
As of, Chip? 3 months, I think, was
Okay.
the timeline on the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so all of those processes that we have in place, that will most certainly remove that one finding. The district has done drastic improvement. I mean, when I started, there were like 7, 8 pages of findings. So we definitely made a good effort in terms of getting the financial house in order.
Well, I think
Rec-
that is due in large part to you.
Ah.
Yeah,
It is due in large part.
It is,
Well,
for
I mean,
sure.
I had good direction, but you needed a staff and a GM who were able to support that direction.
Understood, but the captain of the ship can still
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
steer,
Steer
you're
right
steering there,
there.
right? Thank you.
You're welcome. So recreation also, that should leave, Monica's done a good job with recreation, but the system is, again, is still somewhat manual, so they can't clear it until the receipt tracking and all of these things is already tied up. We'll have electronic cash registers where they'll be tied right into our general ledger, so the artist can clearly see the flow of money.
Mhm.
A little tough to see it now. Okay, so those are the 2 findings we expect after 18. Okay. And so, we're still on fiscal governance. These are the reports that we produce. We do produce a weekly snapshot, This is an activity report that RAM just has us do, just kind of to make sure that the department's activity is moving. Monthly versus budget, actuals by the 15th. We're still striving for the 15th. Quarterly investment reports, long-term forecasting. We will hit some of these things in our staff report. Our rating agency, assessment reporting. A lot of this stuff happens through the finance department, and some of it we use consultants for it too. And then, of course, we have our budgets, 5-year forecasting, 5-year CIP, must have a good outlook for that. And then the investment policy, reserve policy. This is kind of the reporting structure, which is also part of fiscal governance. And so that's fiscal governance. Now it's important to look at historical results, the result as well as expense trends. This gives us an idea of kind of how we have spent and the result of the funds. So the first one we look at, this is on page
17?
Page 17 of the PowerPoint.
I'm with you now.
Yeah.
I made it.
17 of the staff report?
Of the PowerPoint.
And the staff report is on page 8.
Yeah, on page 8.
Page 8, there we go.
There we go.
So what this is demonstrating is that these are unrestricted reserves. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to show restricted reserves. We can't really use those to operate the system anyway. So this is unrestricted reserves, reserves we can use to operate the system. You see from 2013 to the forecasted budget, the reserves were at about 32 million. Now they're at about 4 million. Obviously, this is a result of work being done. This is a result of people getting paid. Doesn't mean anything wrong with this. It just means that at this point we have spent down reserves. And so, yes, that's a result of adopted budgets over 6-7 years. But again, I don't take the position that this is wrong. This is just the position that these were the reserves, work got done, water went out, people got service. Now the reserves are at this point.
What is the total policy line? I know that 22 million is our target for water fund reserves. What's the top?
This total.
Is it 40-something?
Yes.
47.9 million, all in.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
this
all-
total.
Everything. Oh, that's everything.
Yeah,
That's
kind of
all
everything.
in for water.
All in for water.
The other two divisions are 1.9.
What do you mean all in for water then, I guess?
So
If you
all
look
of-
at page 8.
Page 8 of your staff report.
Yeah.
And you look at the top portion where it says policy minimums.
Up there you go.
Yeah.
And water, you see about 47.9 million. And so what this is saying is that if the water fund would reach all of the minimums required, it would need approximately $47.9 million. Obviously, the 5-year forecast, once we get there, the 5-year forecast has the assumptions to get you moving towards the policy minimums. This is just showing you a snapshot in time.
Have we ever been at that 47.9?
Yeah. The district has had many more reserves. The district has had more reserves than even 47. But so even now, if you look back at this chart here,
Not since 2013.
Since 2013, we had 31.8 million, and this is just unrestricted reserves. So the district has had great reserves.
Okay.
It's just a matter of work being done.
When the 22 million wasn't on the books until July of this year. So we didn't have a minimum in that account until our July, till we added it in July.
Yeah.
So in the past, we were fully funded. The issue, what we're trying to show here, Director Peters, is that we were operating in our 6-month bandwidth until we got to 2016.
Yeah.
In 2016, actually it happened in 2013 when we put the rates in place, the board agreed to take its reserves to 4 months in operating to soften the rate impact to our customers. And that's when we dipped below the line.
I have a question about the policy minimums. When did they go into, when are these are, I assume, board-approved policies?
Yes.
Correct.
At some time in the past?
Mm-hmm. Yes. 2013 was when the board adopted.
Readopted
the policy segregation.
Yeah.
We've always had rules in terms of restricted, unrestricted cash.
We used to have a single reserve account, the OR account, and all reserves were poured into that account, but we couldn't differentiate how to segregate, you know, we want to have a rainy day fund, we wanted to have a rate stabilization fund, we wanted to have an insurance catastrophic fund. It was all in one big block. So we segregated it out so that we could see where our savings accounts were, essentially.
And these are, Wes would point out, these are unrestricted reserves. So even though we have board-designated policy reserves, obviously the money can be used to operate the system. Okay, so that's the activity that occurred from 2013 to the 2020. Obviously, the water fund's unrestricted reserves are very low at this point. This is the recreation, and the recreation's 5-year picture shows that recreation reserves continue to increase, and they're moving right along. Right now, the recreation fund does receive the $315,000 transfer in from hydroelectric, and so recreation continues to move.
Good job, Monica.
I have a question, Marvin.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No, this is.
I'm not sorry about that. I have a question. By the time, you're usually gone forward by the time my question forms, totally. So when back on water, when you said the unrestricted reserves for water is dropped, am I seeing this right, that we only have in operating reserves $1.5 million, call it, in the water fund for operating reserves?
Yes, that is correct.
It's only $1.5 million.
Yeah, you're reading that right.
And our policy would be $20 million. Is that right? Is that how, am I reading that correctly?
Yes, right. Yes, the policy is suspended,
Right here.
but if the policy were not
Understood.
suspended,
Yeah, I understood that the policy was suspended.
Yes.
And so what the difference, call it, 19 million, the difference is because of the spending you're saying on pipelines and so on and so on. I mean, like, how did those reserves get spent down so far? That's what I kind of want to understand.
Well,
I see the red light coming on over there.
Mine's on.
I mean, adopted budgets, MOUs, rearranged. We actually did it was a 5 or 10 year historical analysis on the reserves, and I compared it to the adopted budgets, compared it to the actual spending in the plan. As you'll see in the capital, when we get to the capital slide, these reserves were not spent on capital projects, because I'm going to show you clearly the funding of capital projects and where they came from. So these reserves were a result of
O&M spending.
O&M spending, wage increases.
So essentially,
3
this
years
is
ago,
lack of rate
everybody got
increase.
across the board,
Yeah.
10 or 6% raise to
Perhaps
try and bring
rates
them into
not
alignment.
keeping up adequately, all of these kind of things as a result of. But again, you had the reserves then. Not that it's wrong. It's just that prior 5-year rate cycle setting period, people got lower rates. So it's just a matter of the next 5-year cycle. Do people need to pay more, or it just mirrors a 5-year cycle. Which 5-year cycle did you want to pick up?
Well, and then just keeping in that same line, it says our capital improvement reserves in the water fund is $1.9 million, and our policy minimum is $22 million.
Exactly.
Have we ever hit that $22 million?
We just created that $22 million in July, so we're just now starting to fund that account.
Okay.
That's the new one that came in on the.
So we're in a way, we're leaning against our capital. We're leaning against our current capital program, against the facilities themselves, to build up that reserve, right? The money's still available to us, but we're holding it in that reserve in the event that we have a catastrophic capital event.
Right.
So
a canal falling off the face of a cliff, that kind of.
Or just a spillway being re-evaluated by DWR.
Right.
Okay. So there's going to be a period here where we're trying to fund that account, and we're going to fund that account right now out of our tax revenues. So we're going to have some, we're going to slow our capital program, put money into that capital account so that it can grow but we know that in the event that we need that money, it's still there and it's available to the board as it needs, right? So that's one of the mechanisms inside this budget to try to get us to start rebuilding reserves. The operating reserves, that is purely rate structure. And so you can see here on this, the board gave directive to take to 4 months. We operated at 4 months up until 2017, 2019. We're dropping below because the rate package was not sufficient to maintain the reserves at the 4-month minimum. And so we're having to draw heavily against our hydroelectric reserves because we've expended the majority of our water reserves. And we need to have money in the water reserves. We need to have cash in the water accounts to keep the business going. And so that's why.
But what I see here, and this is, and again, if I'm being tedious, please let me know, but, so in 2016, your unrestricted reserves there were $23,261,000. The rates that were being charged water customers were 5.72, or roughly 6% less than they are today. And so what you're saying is, in 2018 and 2019, where it gets really bad, it's because we didn't increase the rates enough, yet the rates, we did better when the rates were even less in 2016. So I'm...
No.
No?
So our increases were 6%, 6%.
Right.
The idea in the 10-year plan 2 cycles ago was that we would do 6% for 10 years, and that would bring our reserves to operating, and we would have a stable rate structure, and then we could go to CPI. The drought put a hitch in our giddy-up, and so we have to make up that loss, as well as deal with the Deer Creek, the bringing on of the Deer Creek assets, and clearly the increase in regulatory fees. The regulatory fee structure has doubled and continues to expand against the district, and so those are costs that we don't have control over.
So again, what I was saying earlier, what I really am trying to wrap my head around is why are we where we are? And what I hear you saying, it was drought, regulatory, and...
heavy district subsidy on rates.
And heavy subsidy on rates.
Yeah.
But were we subsidizing in 2016?
Yes.
To the extent that we are now?
No. We were, and I think in 16, if memory serves, we brought in $4 million.
So what is the amount, when you talk about those 3 categories of what we just said, of drought, regulatory, and the third classification, is there someplace in here that says, we're where we are because we lost X in the drought, Y because of regulatory, it cost us most?
30% conservation is water not sold.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just wonder, do those numbers live someplace?
They don't live, we haven't put those numbers in here, that thought process.
I concluded this myself, excuse me for
Go ahead,
interrupting,
no.
On page 11 of the staff report, that graph illustrated to me the overall
Marvin, can you put that graph on the...
going up, okay?
Well, yes.
So that it's not just one or the other, but you take all of those lines, except the purple one's going down a little bit this year, the rest are all going up. And that combined with a historic subsidy of water, how long has it been? All of our life? That operation... What's that? The water, well, I mean, as far as the, bringing these 2 points together, right? That we can't continue to tap hydro, it's gonna run out to subsidize water.
We can continue to tap it.
Yes.
We just need to turn down the pull.
Okay.
Right, so right now we've pulled 13+ million revenue and reserves out of the 50 fund, out of the hydroelectric fund.
And we support doing that. I'm not against that. I'm in favor of that. I'm just saying it's still not enough to cover to close the gap.
And to
keep the
answer
gap going up.
One of Ricky's questions, 8 million of it right there is the red line, which was trying to bring our employees nearer to the median. They were grossly underpaid, and so we did make an adjustment, and so your labor costs are always your biggest operating
Right.
cost.
Right.
So I'm not picking on anybody, but there's 8 million right there, bam, and you're looking for 22, and then you do the
One, you can,
the avocado one going up 9.
What does the FA stand for? O&M FA?
fixed
I mean-
assets.
What?
Other
fixed
O&M,
assets.
fixed assets.
No,
Fixed assets.
So we're increasing our fixed assets, that's good, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, increasing.
Well,
fixed
and the
assets.
cost of them, right? That's the
Yeah.
other part of it is it's not just, it's not just that
Oh,
we're making more,
Right.
right? It's that they're more expensive as we're moving forward.
Well, six,
So, so tariffs don't help. I think the inflection points though on the blue line, we also have to be cognizant that we're adding more bodies as we're leaving 2019 to deal with Deer Creek. So, yes, we get a revenue influx, and you can see that in the budget. We think that the contract right now is at 780,000, give or take. Thank you to the city of Lompoc.
For what? For the,
So our contract to sell power through NCPA is to help the city, is to provide power to the city of Lompoc. Lompoc?
many sewers too.
Any?
Vandenberg Air Force Base, Lompoc, yeah.
They're gonna
So
buy Deer
that's-
Creek, they're gonna buy Deer Creek Power?
So they're buying Deer Creek Power as soon as we have the powerhouse online. So so you guys will see the contract shortly, but we have
great.
solidified, we know that money's there. That's the first surety around Deer Creek that I have.
Good.
No, you're sure that there's gonna be dry rot somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can tell you, I can take you there if you want.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
We digress.
You know, that kind of helps clear this up for me a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, so we will continue to walk through.
You were headed to Hydro.
Hydro, yes. And that's a good point to recollect. The reserve balance is a combination of things, the rate increase that the amount you went with, the expenses, MOUs, things of this nature. It's all a summation of it. That's why I don't say it's wrong. It's just that the practices that we've had in the past,
Yeah, I wasn't making a judgment.
Is salaries and benefits, is
Yeah.
your other way of saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't
Be less
making a
crass.
judgment so much as I was
You're
just
asking.
trying to explore the
Kinda
reasoning
the
behind it.
reasoning,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, nothing big happened. In other words, no natural catastrophe caused you to dump out reserve.
I think we'd have
Just-
heard about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, but we
Well.
did try to do the equalization to get the people up towards the median.
There you go.
That's all we're doing, is trying to.
Salary
get the-
surveys, things like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, that was big.
So this is the historical results for the hydroelectric fund, and without a doubt, Hydro is humming along very strong. And so they're able to meet their operating. The upper little bar there, it's like Ram pointed out, the recent adoption of the capital policy levels. And so prior to this year, we did not have a $50 million capital replacement reserve for hydroelectric, but now we do. So that's just that little upper bar there.
So,
It's a
yes,
new- it's
we
a new
have it.
goal. It's
and
a new goal, right?
It's a new goal, it's not funded.
It is, but it's a great
Yeah.
goal.
Correct.
It is a good goal, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this next slide here, what we had mentioned earlier, demonstrates that the operating rates do not support capital projects. This is the funding associated with the capital program effort, and Gary and them have been doing a great job being able to produce approximately $270 million in capital spending from 2003. So definitely work is being done. And you see the tax receipts were support of that. You see that the district has bonded for a portion of that. And then the capacity fees have supported a portion, and a very small amount has been supported by reserves. So you can see that the operating rates have not supported that.
And has the reserves, is that 3 million, is it been truly spread since 2003, or has it been just recently that?
No, this
3
is.
million over many
Yes,
years?
this is from 2003 to 2020.
So very little.
Yes, very little have actually been, and this reserve could even be capital reserve. Because remember, prior to 2003, it doesn't mean the district had no money. It's just that we're showing from 2003 to now, this has been the spending associated with it. And the funding associated with it has been receipts, bonds, capacity fees. It hasn't been operating rates. And that shouldn't be a surprise. Okay.
big green in the middle is Banner Cascade?
That big green in the middle?
Yes. Banner Cascade?
Yes,
E. George in there as well.
Yeah, you can see the ramping up and ramping down.
Yeah.
Is that an expansion of E. George?
Yeah. Yeah. So we have all that capacity there now, and then the lower Cascade.
So that's our historical capital spending. This is our debt service coverage ratio, which is an important ratio, and it determines how many times you can cover your debt apart from using your reserves. And so the financial markets require us to maintain this at 1.25. This means that when we produce our budget, then the budget should indicate that we can cover debt by at least 1.25. And so historically, you can see the district has had good debt service coverage. Right now, we're forecasting by the end of 19, it'll be about 3.75, which is about 3 times.
If you make that red line a little thicker, it'll give you a little more regular.
This is an important estimate.
Or thinner, the blue line would go up above the red line.
Okay. So this is our debt service. This is a good metric. They definitely want to make sure that this metric is healthy.
Is that due to increase in revenues? That you're getting a greater debt service coverage? Or is it because
we consolidated debt. When we did one of them, we took old debt and consolidated into a lower rate because the rates have changed, would be a component of it.
That would be a component.
Lest we forget.
Yeah,
That was maybe before your time.
That can help, that can help.
We did do that definitely.
The debt service is a component of the revenues you can use to pay the debt.
Mhm.
So we can use all of our water revenues, and we can use all of our hydro revenues, less the operating expenses.
Correct, right.
However, we have a lot of capital expenses, but they don't come into play here because capital projects, you can stop doing certain capital projects and the system will continue to operate. So we don't have to use that expense to calculate this. And so revenues, the amount of rates that you are you adopt definitely comes into play here because it's a bigger revenue. The less expenses you have definitely comes into play, less expenses, and then the less leverage you're using in debt. Right now we have about 4.2 million a year in debt. We bond again, which we're gonna have to bond probably next year for some hydro projects. The debt is gonna go up to about 6.2 or 6.3 million a year. So you do have to watch it. You have to watch that in terms of, okay, we got a bond. Okay, we need to keep these expenses down so our ratio won't get too bad. Otherwise, we'll have to pay too much when we go to the market.
Understood. So so then that leads me to the question of, given where the interest rate structures are now, would it behoove us to, can you refinance some of these bonded indebtedness to a lower rate? I mean, Scott just spoke about it, but.
Sure. We looked at that already. Recently, Phil and Rolla, the guys that I use, the guys that the district uses, we decided that because it's near an election year and there's too much volatility now, probably to wait till it's settled down and then do it and look to do it. Or because we're gonna have to bond again anyway next year, we looked at rolling it all at the same time, saving on issuance costs.
It's a big issue, yeah.
Yes, saving on issuance costs.
Was not small.
Because,
right.
we have to bump about 34 million, then
appraisals.
take the 30 million we got, roll it all in together.
Yeah, I get it.
And
Okay.
send it all out to hopefully 50 years.
Right.
And you can extend it.
Yeah.
So Marvin, you're saying that you're anticipating release of another bond next year.
Yeah.
And is there any benefit to doing that sooner rather than later, again, given where the interest rates are? Because they're at historic lows. We don't know what it will be next spring or whenever.
There are rules regarding when you bond, when you have to use it, because then the feds will say that you're just investing in money, you're just trying to make it better.
That's right.
So
When
there's
we did that,
rules.
we
That's
had to make
interesting.
some of
Yeah.
it
You have to
retro.
have a specific project.
Yeah.
that
Oh,
you
yeah.
bond
And
on.
we even had to make some of it
But it has to
retro
have,
for
it
about
has to be
16
closed
million.
to when you get ready to use
Bump
those
it up.
proceeds.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So what
There's a
we
way
did in
around it.
So you can't-
2016,
Yeah.
what we did in 2016
Can't
is
just bond and
we
sit on the gas
bonded
for a
for
year.
Combi Phase 1.
Yes.
That was the biggest chunk of
There
it.
you
We also had $3.5 million in that bond for Centennial.
That's right.
And we had another chunk in that bond to basically repay the other existing bond debt,
Mhm.
because the interest, and I think the interest rate that we got on that bond was somewhere around 1.5% or something, something
It was
ridiculous.
2 and change.
Yeah,
2 and change, like
it was
2.2.
ridiculous. So we were able to liquidate all of our past debt
You rolled the old.
and refinance it at a much lower interest rate, and by saving that money, we're able to entirely pay the bond issuance costs
Mhm.
and the consulting fees, and come out millions of dollars
I would imagine
ahead.
so,
Mhm.
Okay.
So
I wasn't
that's what-
aware that
that's
that
what
was
we
the
did.
rule like that. It's like me refinancing my house.
36,
Yeah,
I think,
it's the
is
same
what we're
thing.
gonna be looking for.
It's very close, it's very
Yeah.
similar to it. You
Oh,
have debt on the
2016?
books.
Couldn't
Was
hold it,
25
and we
million?
could do a little retro, and it was.
Yeah, you can do a lot of
So
stuff.
there's a timing thing that,
There's a
it's a
timing thing.
regulatory timing issue, is what
Exactly,
I'm hearing.
exactly.
There was 23
And,
and something.
Okay.
On your page,
So, hold on, so the DS coverage is really, it's a testament to the working cash health of the organization,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, I
So,
know.
when you're seeing that downslide, we're starting to lose working capital.
Yeah, it's a concern.
So, but I want to tie that to your bonding question. We don't want to move into the bonding environment right now, given that we are unsure financially here, right? Because when we start building our bonding package, they're going to ask us, how are you going to resolve this issue? How are you going to resolve that issue? How are you going to resolve this issue? We want to have those solutions in place. And so this budget begets either conversations now or in the very near future about how we're going to steer the ship out of these troubled waters. And once we have that resolved, then I feel very comfortable moving into that space with Marvin to be able to say, okay, Fitch or Moody's or whoever we're talking to, we have a plan, we can execute that plan, and we're safe.
But this is still good news, this page, right?
This page is very good news.
Very good. Yeah, this is good
Right?
news.
Even
Not-
even with our,
that's
even
not looking at all the bad
where we're
news, we
at.
got some good news, right?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
and on page 6 of your staff report, it just gives you a little overview of how the bond rating works in terms of how you go out to the market and how they assess your solvency and how the metrics that they look at when they get ready to sign it. And it also gives you the historical ratings of the district, and you can see that the district historically has had good ratings. 2005 revenue CLPs were rated at AAA by Standard & Poor's. And our 2016s were had a AA plus. We've only had one reduction in rating. This was by Fitch in 2019. They gave us one tick. They were trying to give us two. Rem and I did a very good forecast and talked with those guys like for 30, 40 minutes, just speaking with them in terms of uncertainties and what kind of signal you want to send to the market regarding us, and they agreed just to give us one tick. So 2 ticks is a little tough, but they did hint that if our unrestricted reserves go below 50 million, it's probably going to tick it down again. When we were in the conversation, so it's kind of a number that we probably want to make sure that doesn't go below that. So
Could you reiterate for us the reason for the tick?
the reason for the downtick was that we didn't bring in sufficient revenues. We had indicated in our cost of service study that we needed X amount of rate increase, but the board only gave us X. So
When
it was
did
one
the
of things that they
downgrade
pointed out.
happen in timing? When did that tick happen? It was early.
Right after the first board meeting.
Yeah. They were
After
looking
the
at it
first
relative.
board meeting?
Yeah,
So
so-
it was before our cost of service study and before the rate setting?
No, they had both. They had the forecast that, they had the water rate study, cost of service study.
Right.
And they had the amount that the cost of service study said that we needed to get.
Yes.
I think I misspoke.
Well,
When was the board meeting that you canceled Colby?
Canceling of the Colby contract?
It was that meeting.
It was
Within
that-
hours, we were on the phone with
It was
Fitch.
that that precipitated it.
Yeah.
No, there were 3 things. So it was watching the board meeting, it was the rate package, not agreeing to the full rate package, and PG&E's bankruptcy.
But the rate package,
at the first board meeting wasn't even on the agenda. That didn't come up until months later. I
Right.
guess right?
So I misspoke. I know exactly, the board meeting where we sent Colby packing,
Uh-huh.
that afternoon, we were on the phone with
You were on the
Fitch.
phone. Right. But then they also knew about PG&E's bankruptcy.
Yes.
So it
Oh,
was PG&E's
and-
bankruptcy. I mean, I can't believe you get one tick for an $800,000 consulting contract. I mean.
No,
I'm
it
just-
was, the issue wasn't the contract, it was they were watching the board and its behavior, that's all. They were struggling with the fact that we were not aligned at that point.
They were watching right there,
Yeah.
and they're probably watching right now.
Well,
Hi,
I don't know what they
everyone.
are. But the kernel point for Marvin and I, as we moved through that process, was to assure them that we were new, we were doing our thing, we were okay. But the real gravity of it was around PG&E and the
Yeah.
PPA and the threat to the PPA.
Right.
And so.
That makes much more sense.
We
to me
had,
then.
and really that was how we got back from an A+ to a AA- without negative watch. So
Right.
the first issuance to us was AA- with a negative watch. That's not savory. So we went through a number of months, Marvin and I, producing information and having conversations with Fitch, and then got everything stabilized as we moved into our second quarter, third quarter. I don't remember which, but we had two very long conversations with Fitch to talk about how NID was dealing with the PPA, what our strategies were, and how we were going to recover from should we lose the PPA. And they were very comfortable with what we provided them, and are I guess it's a compliment to the staff that they took us off negative watch. So now we're just
Indeed.
AA-.
Because you had a good plan.
Yes, we have a plan.
You had a good plan.
We gave them
Yes.
two forecast scenarios. One,
Yes.
if the PPA would stay in force, and the other one, if we had to go to CalISO to sell the power. And we gave them essentially an assertion that we will control spending to remain with 50 million in reserves.
50 million reserves and with cash on hand.
Yeah.
That was
So
the other
it
half.
was kinda what we were
COH
giving them, yeah.
is the other half.
How much reserves do we have?
Right now, we are,
We're at 62 million, give or take.
we are forecasting by the end of 2020, we'll have 51.9 million. So we're at around 51.2. It's kind of close to that 50. We don't want to go below that number.
We're dancing
So,
around the line.
Dancing around that number.
Quicker.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that is kind of the debt coverage and how the ratings kind of play into that. These are important as well. These are expense trends. These demonstrate whether spending has been out of control or whether that the district has maintained a certain level of spending in percentages. And these, also too, these percentages, bear in mind, these percentages that you're looking at, these are numbers, but at the same time, what has happened from 2016 to 2020, staff has left, attrition has happened. We've increased our FTEs from, I think, about 197 almost to 218. In other words, so you can see these increases, but along with that, a lot of stuff also has happened. And so even with that happening, you can see that the district has maintained salaries at 6.1%. This is, and including bringing on other FTEs. And so I think it's a testament to controlling that cost. The benefits, as you understand, PERS is a big part of that. And PERS right now is at 36% of salaries. PERS is projected to be to 41% over a 5-year period. PERS has got to do something, otherwise no one's going to be able to get PERS. So it's growing. And then there's the O&M portion. O&M, fixed assets, this is not more of a, kind of a, O&M can go up and down, but essentially over time gasoline goes up, chemicals go up, so and gas goes up. Obviously you can see the district has done a good job in terms of controlling its consultants, its legal and temporary use. So that's a testament that over 5 years the district has been holding that 6.3 flat and still getting a lot of work done. And then obviously the fees is something that we really can't control. The fees have gone up substantially. The bottom number is the CPI, CPI is probably, that may not be a fair number, may not be a fair metric for all of that. Engineering construction index is probably applicable because a lot of there's materials in there. So, but it does kind of give you an indication of how the district has been trending its expenses overall. Rim was never a big fan of this slide, but because there's a lot of other
But you
things.
smile when you have it up.
There's a lot of other
That's
things
right.
in between.
All right, hold on. I'm the one that told him to make the slide.
Yeah,
so
he did, he
It's
did.
hard to see what's going on here and what information you're getting out of it.
Look at page 10 on your staff report. This just kind of gives you just kind of an idea of things that are happening while those numbers are trending. We went from 197 to 219 FTEs, but even though we only increased salary by 6.1%. So you consider in COLAs and merits and all of that is in there, and increasing FTEs. So it's kind of managing that. And then attrition, regulatory impacts, all of that stuff has an impact on it. And obviously the Deer Creek acquisition, we're bringing about 11 FTEs. I think we're bringing like 11 FTEs.
Have those already come on board, or is that expected in 2020?
That's in these numbers.
That's in the 2020 numbers?
We've got about half of them at this point.
Got about half now, and,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
So it's a lot of factors there.
But they've been hired from within, so we've got vacant positions, right? So it's not actually.
I don't know that they're all from within. I'd have to go back and look.
So that's that number right
Y-
there. So that's kind of
I've got another question or
Oh, yeah.
comment about, and this goes all, going forward, I would love to see consultants, legal and temporary, each as their own budget line item, because we're being told that, we're using temporary labor and we're getting savings, that's great, consultants. It'd be nice to be able to see what we're spending on each one of those three. To lump them all together isn't helpful for me.
Okay.
I'd like to see them all separated. Is there a reason why we could not do that going forward?
No.
No. I only put them together because it's a similar type of cost, but we can definitely touch, similar type of cost, external.
Sort of.
So, but we can definitely break them out.
I would like to see them broken
Our
out.
monthly reports, we
Okay.
can break it out.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard a yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got a time sensitive one.
Well, that's why I felt like we needed more time on the budget, because I didn't want to be pressured. Yeah, because I really want to get this information.
And we can cancel the time certain if you want.
In this document, I'm hoping that this will be a document that you refer to throughout the year. The staff report, just refer to it throughout the year.
Mhm.
Like,
Back, Rem, to your comment just a minute ago
Yeah.
about the time certain, that's the strategic planning.
Correct.
Okay. And, in my note to you, I was concerned about whether the folks who had engaged so well in our last meeting, if they're in fact going to be able to be here today at 1 o'clock. Do we know?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Several of mine who were here are engaged with PG&E. I don't know what, something out there in the ag world. They were,
Uh-huh.
So
Right.
I wasn't gonna have a bunch here, but.
Well, I guess my sense was, for my fellow directors, is that I really was pleased with our last session, and everybody was here, and they were really engaged, and I wanted to give them the opportunity for those same folks to come and follow through, because they've spent so much time and effort, and to have a time certain at 1 o'clock when probably most of them aren't going to be here, probably most people are getting ready for their power outage, seems like maybe we should reschedule that portion for another evening hour when those same folks could come, since we don't really know, we don't know anything.
The power outage was unforeseen, but
Right.
I thought our prior sessions were a bit of a farce. Decent enough, but without the management staff here, who are the heart and soul of this organization, I thought it was a farce. And I was gonna ask the general manager, whenever we do our next one, whether it's today or next time, I would like your department heads here.
So,
'Cause those are the heart and soul of this company.
Right, and so the department heads so the issue was, so in the beginning, mission, vision, values, that's completely the
Mhm.
board's
Right.
purview. After that, we're setting goals and developing action plans. We had every intention of providing management support to the board
Good.
In today's meeting, whether it happens today or some other point, they will be with us, supporting the groups that are gonna be working on the goals.
They are needed and integral and
I agree.
much appreciated.
I agree.
Yes.
It's just the 1 o'clock time certain. There's two issues for me. One is I'm feeling rushed and pushed to get through this information so that we can do this at 1. Second is I feel pretty strongly that all those folks, the public who engaged, had a lot of really valuable input, and I would like to see them have the opportunity to come back and sort of continue what they started. So I don't know when the appropriate time is to talk about that, but I don't want to feel pushed through this budget discussion. So,
Well, are we going to cancel the 1 o'clock then?
As you like, sir.
Well, let's take a 5-minute break. I need to call, I know one person who was coming, and
People planning to come. This is
It's
what we
ours.
did last on the October 9th. I mean, people came, they drove all the way to Auburn.
And
we
randomly,
canceled
it was both times a power outage beyond
Well,
our
we
control.
knew the day
Yeah.
before. We knew we could have given people notice, but to give people an hour notice that they're.
so you're saying there are people coming that you know, based
Not-
on,
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh.
I'm
I
just
have
saying, I'm just voicing my displeasure with how this has been arranged.
Mhm. Well, I am too. I just like, it just felt too much on top of, to piggyback off this budget, which is our primary responsibility. I'd really like to see it done at another time, at a 6 o'clock hour when folks are off work and they can come and participate. Well, whatever, I mean, whatever the time is that we've done it, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, I don't know, late afternoon. I know, but,
work all the time.
well, everybody does, and a lot of those people who were here work too. So I can't imagine them taking time off work to come and do this with us. That seems like too big of an ask.
Well, that's what I do.
Well, yes, that's because you're an elected official. You chose that.
Just saying.
I'm
It's
saying
not
they're
one or the other,
volunteering.
it's a
No,
myriad
they're
of all this.
volunteering. Those folks
What are
are
we arguing
volunteering.
about right now, Ricky?
Yeah, and plus you get a big check every, anyway. No, what I'm saying is the folks that came and engaged, the members of the public,
Offset by the lack of income when I don't go.
did in fact engage, volunteered, and gave a lot of their time. They ought to have the, well, I would like to see us postpone the 1 o'clock, but I don't want to harm anybody either. I don't want to get in this weird pinch that, and the power is going out at 2, and my guess is we're not going to get big participation. So I'd like to see us postpone to another time in the evening when we know that those folks can come. We have a list of them who've showed up, right, Chris?
No, right?
People didn't sign in?
Oh, the list from the last meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a list of folks that, they're in the minutes, they're referenced throughout.
And they signed in, and so presumably we have contact information for those folks?
Not everyone leaves their contact information, but.
Yeah, but we have for some. I'm just saying, it just seems like we ask them to come, we ought to engage with them a little bit about their availability to continue. I don't know. What do the rest of you guys think?
I'm glad to take the afternoon to do the budget.
Yeah,
Because I do think we need to get it done.
Mhm,
The
yeah.
strategic planning is a bit more elective, not that it has less importance, but it's more of elective, long-term, so we need to get the business done so we can do the other.
I concur.
And I would
I
get
concur
on the
with
phone
Scott.
and make a call to one person who was certainly, he even said, is it 1 or 2? I said 1. So I gotta text her back and let her know not to show, because we are all gonna have to go home and fire up our generators.
Right.
Hold arm left.
I concur.
So, and the lunch is for us and the management team. It's here, apparently. Let's take a break. You know where you're at in your, and then we'll come back and eat and listen, to keep after things.
So are we.
Okay, thank you,
The
everyone.
board chair can release the item, right? Do we want?
We mean back to order there, Director Wilcox?
Okay, so we will continue the presentation. And now this is we go into the budget portion here. And so I will be referring to these portions of the staff report as well as the slides. We always start with the assumptions that are within the budget, and the assumptions being that there will be the 5.72% rate increase, and the 2% demand is the other assumption that we've pointed out. We've gained about a little bit over 2% a year. The other revenues, installation, reimbursement, rents, and leases, these things, we're assuming a 3% increase that we will receive there. The property taxes, we assume 3%. Historically, this has been a little bit over 3%, but we're conservative at 3%. We're assuming we will get the $600,000 in grants, and Greg and I looked at that number, and he said that is a good number. We're assuming that the recreation fees will be adopted at 5%. We always budget the hydroelectric revenues at 85% of what we expect.
Good.
And so we're conservative in the event that the powerhouses cannot produce. And so that's one of the things that we always do. You notice those two little bullet points there. A couple of powerhouses, those PPAs are going to end on those particular days. And so we've taken that into consideration with the revenues associated with that. And of course, the transfer ends, hydroelectric is transferring in $13.6 million to the water fund and transferring in $315 to recreation.
Marvin,
Mhm.
on the revenue assumptions,
Mhm.
what have we done? Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. On the revenue assumptions, what have we done with the PG&E PPA? Are we assuming revenue as is? Are we assuming revenue reduces? Or are we making any assumptions?
As is.
As is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not assuming that we're going to lose a contract, right, ma'am?
Right, no,
Okay.
currently both of the plans, the debtor's plan and the tort claimant's plan, both of which honor all standing contracts.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. When does that become, like, written and recorded, like
It's all cast in stone.
November.
January, well, so they lose exclusivity on the 20th of November, but right now, all things close on the 30th of June of next year. Everything is done on the 30th.
Everything is done?
Yeah, that's the plan.
So we can expect this full payment until then?
Yes.
And if there's any sort of, what is your word, jiggering? It would happen between now and then?
Correct.
That's exactly the term.
I know.
And so I see that I'm assuming that
Rejiggering.
Scotts Flat and Combi South,
Yes.
so those end right around when the ink dries on the PG&E ones. What happens with those two? Do we have to renegotiate them? What's the future of those two?
Okay, so the Scotts Flat powerhouse is going to be directed into the district in terms of its operational delivery. So we're going to remat those. So we're going to use the Scotts Flat powerhouse to power our facilities. So we're going to sidestep our utility obligation to PG&E on the generation side, which is going to be great. So that's it's not an $800,000 number, but it's in the $300,000 to $400,000, I think.
And right now we're getting $800,000 for it.
No, right now Scotts Flat is the revenue assumptions are.
I think it's about 150 to
150.
200,000.
Yeah.
Next year.
So, but we'll use that for ours, and we won't be selling it, so that'll be a reduction that we have to pay, but also a reduction there.
Exactly. So right now, if we can use our generation to supply our facilities, then we don't have to pay PG&E for the generation. So we can essentially instantaneously vertically integrate those costs, which is fantastic. The Combi South powerhouse, we know that we can go to the market and still make money on that powerhouse. That powerhouse has always been kind of a lagger. But I think that as we're moving forward with NCPA and Deer Creek Powerhouse, we anticipate flexibility within those agreements to support potentially this powerhouse as well.
So does that vertical integration include things like the E. George and the treatment plants?
Correct.
And
All
so on?
district facilities.
So those are the big energy consumers.
Right.
It's not the campus here so much. But, you know, where you have pumping and all kinds of
Correct.
equipment.
24-hour operations are always the most
So
expensive.
that's what we need to offset.
Right. The only question we have right now is the North Auburn treatment plant is currently supplied power. It has its own solar array, so it's already on a NEEM contract. But it's also getting the benefit of being a pioneer meter as opposed to a PG&E meter. So we're gonna have to weigh out the benefit there, whether or not we want to step in and start putting an NID meter on it and then move forward, or whether we leave it where it's at. So but that'll be a purely financial decision.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Those are the revenue, and these are our labor cost assumptions. We'll bring in 5 additional FTEs over the 2019 budget, and this includes the Deer Creek additions. The budget does have a COLA assumption in it, 3.5% that we assume will kick in January. We do have 5% for normal step increases. This equates to approximately 2.5% across the district. So as people step through their salaries and they step through their career path, not everyone steps. And so it averages at about 2.5% overall district-wide. So that's in there. We did go with a 10% medical increase, and 5% for dental, 3% for vision. You can see the PERS percentage of salary is about 35.4%. This includes the unfunded payment. So as I mentioned earlier, we are paying down the unfunded liability. It's simply that we're using PERS schedule. So as part of our payment includes retirement, and it also includes what they call the side fund. It's all in there together. And we are going to fund OPEB to about $467,000. This is our healthcare retirement. And we got about a little bit over 9 years, and that trust will be fully funded. That'll be a $25 million trust that the district can use essentially to pay $1 million a year of its premiums to PERS. So once that trust is fully funded, the district can literally take $1 million out of its budget and use that trust to pay down.
And when will it be fully funded?
A little bit over 9 years. I mean, you could use it now. It doesn't have to wait till it gets funded, but the decision may be not.
Right now, we're trying to fund it.
Try to fund it first, and then once it hits there, then let it operate.
Because the thing is that the OPEB trust is in our control.
That's right.
The CalPERS trust is not. And so, the direction to Marvin has been, you know, we're not gonna accelerate our payment, but we wanna make sure that we're making consistent payment to the trust so that we can get that trust online and then use it to support our CalPERS payments.
Okay. Yes. And are the first and 2 bullets, they're tied to the labor union?
Correct.
MOU?
Yes.
Power's down in South County, at least in my place.
The other O&M and capital cost
So much
assumptions.
wind.
Expletives included in the email.
We are coming in at about 6.1 million over the 2019 O&M budget. And some of that's the addition of Deer Creek. And for the capital portion, we are coming under by 20 million, and this is because the Combi Phase 1 has come out of the 2020 budget. Even though the encumbrances are moving forward, the budget itself, it's not a 2020 expense, so the encumbrances will move forward. 2019 budget will be in addition to the 2020 as a carryover. But you'll see the reduction in the actual budget because of that big project.
Being encumbered last year.
Encumbered last year.
And on the first one, you said partly in addition to Deer Creek, they're
Yeah.
9% over. Is there another big, obvious, other
No.
No, no.
No, so it's, so it's the election that the directors are picking up, it's the it's the negotiations with the unions, it's Deer Creek, it's,
The financial system.
financial system coming online.
This is the O&M.
Yeah, those are O&M
Yeah,
expenses.
O&M expenses. And remember, the actual O&M budget is less than the forecast. So when we had those one-time savings in the forecast, but the budget, we had to come back to the level of the budget. You know, because the reduction in 2018 through the forecast, those are one-time savings. We were like about $3.5 million, but you kind of got to come to the level of the budget.
Because it seems like some of them were easy to make and we could maybe keep carrying forward.
So in some of them we have, like, when you look at the budget and you look at our water purchase. So normally we put 300,000 in for our full allocation, because we know that we may need to lean into our PG&E supply. This budget only has 100,000 in it, and the only reason that we're in that position is because we're gonna have roughly 195,000 acre feet in carryover. So, but understand that 100,000 only buys us about 2,200 acre feet of water, so it's, right, so that's.
Year by year thing.
Yeah, so in our past, we've always loaded that at 3, because we normally buy or in our past practice, it was to buy 9,000 acre feet. So we have taken we have reduced some of the service levels that were inherent in the 2019 budget.
And we'll see the numbers how they kind of compare once we get to the other slide. And obviously, there's the cash flow assumptions, and we'll look at that when we get down to the cash slide. Essentially, what we would be doing is we would be going into reserves to the tune of another 9.3 million, and essentially these are all hydro reserves that we're going into. So we'll be going into those reserves.
18.6 over the last 2.
Yeah, pretty significant. So.
Hi. Just so that I'm clear, so when you say 9.3 contribution from reserves, is that in addition to the hydro transfer in?
Yes.
So the total then is 20?
No.
Help me.
This is, remember to discuss this.
He's saying yes
I
in my
told
ear,
you
so.
they weren't gonna be able to.
He discussed
figure it out,
so,
That
but we
was
can
my
figure it out.
understanding.
Really? We don't know math?
No,
No.
it's there's a circle here that it's hard to see, is that you're looking at, it's not a brown HP, I don't understand it.
No, it is, no.
It's not a brown one.
It's an HB 10B2.
The reverse Polish notation?
That's the only way engineers talk, is in reverse
Yeah, well,
Polish.
these are this is a financial.
I know, the one I have is brown, it's way old.
The transfer.
Does it see negative numbers?
But it says my name on the back of it.
The transfer in and out is not
Yeah.
a reduction in cash. So when we transfer money from the hydroelectric fund, we transfer it into the water fund.
Understood.
It's not a reduction in
Not a
cash.
reduction. Not a
It stays
reduction.
in the district, not a reduction. It's reduction to the hydroelectric fund.
Yeah.
But it's an increase to the water fund.
Got it.
So overall.
So the cash stays within.
There you go.
I understand that.
So
cash.
some of the 13 million odd is revenue, is cash revenue. 9.3 million of it is reserve draw.
Okay, because Nick was saying in my ear, yes, it's over 20 million. And I'm going, wait.
That's a big hole.
The overall effect.
Overall effect is not, the overall effect is not a true way to look at it.
Right.
Because one fund is losing 13.6 million in cash, another fund is gaining 13.6 million in cash. So the district did not lose cash.
Got it.
One fund lost cash, another gained cash. However, the district is actually going to lose 9.3 million in cash, because that's the overall amount that reserves are gonna go down when you consider transfer in and out.
So we spent 18 million between last year and this year, more than we.
In our overall reserve reductions, exactly. And we have to do this because we account for transactions according to each fund. Each fund is a double entry bookkeeping system. And so one fund gains the money and the other fund loses the money. Overall, the district will go into reserves about 9.3 million.
But another way to look at it
Yeah.
is if that $13 or $12 million transfer didn't occur, from hydro to water, that cash will be available to build up reserves in hydro.
That is the way to look at it, but then you would have to get the 13.6 from somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, then you crash the water fund into the ground.
Yeah. We can't bounce checks, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's a cash bucket here,
There you
so
go.
it's being used. I mean, the other way of looking at it is that the water fund really should be paying its own cost of service and should be paying its own way.
Well, I think that that's one way to look at it, Nick. I think that there's the intent of the hydroelectric business activity for us, and it has always been a profit-seeking component of our business lines. Its function is to subsidize the water ratepayers.
And that's fine, and that can proceed at some level, but not at an extraordinary level, and particularly in view of the potential outlays that hydro is going to have to make and vis-a-vis our FERC license. You know, we have a $70 million bill out there. We have $10 million in Scotts Flat spillway rebuilding to do. And where's that money going to come from?
15.
Some of it will come from bonds, no doubt, but it seems like we have a responsibility to be socking away some money to go against those future debts.
Yes. I think the thing is to understand that the subsidy that's come out of hydroelectric for the lifetime of the project where PG&E was running it, I think the number was roughly $400,000 was what NID was getting, compared to the millions now that we're utilizing to operate the O&M funds. So when we took over the asset in 13, we were still paying down the debt that hydroelectric, the 50 fund, owed to the 10 fund. And it isn't until 2 years ago that we started to actually draw real cash out of the hydroelectric account. That started at roughly $2 million, then it went to $4 million, it was then at $6 million, and now we're at $13 million year over year. So we're outpacing the ability of hydroelectric to provide subsidy. So we need to, we've overshot. We need to wheel back in some of our spending, and we need to start assigning asset value to the greater system. And I think that that's part of the cost of, I know that will be part of the cost of service study that you'll see in the first quarter. I think that it's important to point out that this budget, as I mentioned earlier, gives us a year to figure out that balance, and coming into the rate setting, it sets the stage for the rate setting and what our real needs are and how we're going to address those needs, and really it sets the table so that we can have a very candid and open conversation about how we're going to do that, right? So it's important that we all understand what has been accomplished in this budget and how we accomplished it.
I think that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, this budget, it's the best we can do with what we've got. You know, we're really trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear here.
We're doing a pretty good job.
But that's what we're doing.
Now, does this take into account the drawdown of some of those FERC reserves that we had talked about? Where does that show on here?
That's a good question. It's
that 9.3 million. Portions of the 9.3 million are coming out of operating, and portions of it are coming out of the FERC reserve.
Exactly, because none of Hydro's reserves are restricted. So
Understood.
all of them are unrestricted. So that being the case, we can set Hydro's operating reserve at 6 months or 5 months, and the balance will simply go into reserves, because none of those are restricted. So it is coming out of all their unrestricted reserves. So if we set a balance to the reserve, say we've set 50 million, right? However, when we look at a 6-month requirement, 50 million reserve, Hydro doesn't have all of that cash. So what we do, we follow that policy 30, our reserve policy?
30-40.
30-40, and so at the end of the fiscal year, I look at all of the cash that they have in restricted cash. then, based upon the reserve policy, we calculate which bucket gets filled up first. And then the balance then just flows into operating reserve.
So we can show you, do you wanna see it
I can-
specifically?
Well,
I can
guess
show you exactly
what
where it
you're
is.
talking about,
It's a
that
sequence.
our reserves our cash reserves are 51-something million?
51.2.
No, he said 51.
51.2 is on page, it's on page,
Yeah.
8.
Okay, and within that 51, is there any of the FERC reserves that are within that, or is the FERC reserves
Yes.
over?
No, they're in
No,
there.
it's in there.
They're in there,
Yes,
Yeah.
so you
okay.
look on page 8.
Okay.
So right now, that's an unrestricted reserve, so it is just the board setting it aside.
Setting it aside,
And,
okay.
yeah, it's prudent.
I keep getting these two numbers.
So on your page 8, where it says unrestricted reserves, that's the staff report.
Yeah, that's the staff report.
Yeah, and you can, we'll go, there you go, yeah. It's on page 8. In that little table where it says unrestricted reserves, the second reserve where it says capital improvement / replacement, within that is the FERC reserve, and so it's a little harder to see.
It's hard to,
Look,
well.
all right, let's go to ground. So if you go into your budget specifically, go to page 54 and 55.
Oh, good idea, right? Go to the document.
Oh, the budget.
Of the real,
not
of the budget.
The real budget.
The
Yeah.
real budget,
Yes, the document.
okay. Thank
As
you.
opposed to the fake budget. Marvin, are we, where are you?
I think it's-
Oh, chip's going. I'm like, Marvin, something's wrong with the computer.
The thing is flipping out. Okay.
Okay,
so-
page 54 and 55. cash
Okay, so here we're looking at cash reserves. When you get there, let me know that everybody's there. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay. So on page 54, you're gonna, if you're looking at the middle band, the largest block right there.
Mhm.
So you're looking at, so if we go down the left side where you're looking at 34, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3.
Mhm.
Okay, so I want you to look at two accounts. That's the 4.1, and then come over to electric, and you'll see electric has 9.82 million.
Show me it with your pointer there, will you? I
Okay,
just-
all right, Marvin,
I'm
give me
just got
the,
distracted.
give me the pointer, or you can point at it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there we go. All right,
Okay.
because I thought you said middle band. All right, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So we're looking at
Well, I was looking here.
9.82 million in hydroelectric, right there,
Right.
Yeah.
right? Come up, right? Marv,
It's
Right under the 6.
Right
go
under
up, right there,
Right
exactly.
there.
So, no,
Okay.
not that one. Go up, right there. Keep going up. There you go. Let's put the little red dot on the 9.8. There you go, perfect.
Take
Okay,
that one,
so
yeah.
that one, and then I want you to come down in that same column, and you're gonna look at the FERC license reserve, which is
Got it,
24 million
24.
point 2.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now we're gonna jump to the next, so that's 2018. So now we're gonna go to 2019, which is the page below, which is page 55.
Yeah, that's 2019, and
That
this
says
is 2020.
2019.
But it
Right.
doesn't
Oh,
say, it says
2020.
2020 at the top of the page.
You got it. Well, you get,
Oh, right
so
here
it
it
says
says-
2019 unaudited cash, so that's where we start.
There you go, yeah.
So then we flow through this one, and you'll see that the 4.1, the 4.1 is now 4.4 million.
The 9.8 is 4.4.
Exactly, so it lost 5.4 million.
Okay,
And then if you come down now to the FERC license, you'll see now that that's 20 million.
okay,
So it lost 4 million, 4 and change, right? So it lost
Okay.
4.2
There you
million.
go.
And you have sum total, 9.6 million. So we didn't take it entirely
you
out of the
didn't
FERC.
take it entirely out of
Right,
FERC,
so
like we
as-
had discussed, okay.
So it seems, so because we've, in our discussion with you and Dr. Miller,
Mhm.
we were talking about taking it out of reserves in total. So we've brought the FERC relicensing reserve and the capital investment reserve to 35 million, right? Because
Mhm.
50 million and 20 million, 15 million and 20 million. So I'm holding that, and that's our emergency money. And then we went up into the 6 months operating for hydroelectric and took the balance out of that, because we have suspended that policy as well.
Got it, okay.
So that's how we closed it.
How you close the gap, okay. That was real helpful, thank you, because I just couldn't quite pick that piece out of all that other stuff.
And so now we have only
You already know all this, right, Chris?
6
No.
months. Is the 6, above the 9 point, what, the 6 went down to 2.34?
That's correct, yeah. Yes, so at the end of this budget, at the end of the budget we're
We'll have
gonna
2
approve
months
today,
of hydro
you're gonna have 2.3 months in hydroelectric, you'll have 0.46 months in water, and you'll have 1.97 in, recreation. Yes,
And policy is 6 months.
and policy is 6 months.
Jeez. And just a quick question on page 54.
Yeah.
I was looking at the 2018 unaudited cash.
Yeah.
And it's $1 million more than it showed on the 2018 unaudited cash on the 2019 amended budget. Has that been finalized? Is this not estimated in the, it says unaudited, but why would that number change?
What is your other page you're looking at, so we can follow?
It's the 2019 budget, amended budget. From the.
Oh, to answer your question, Director Peters, yes, that number does change. It's changed until it's completely finished auditing. So it shouldn't be a big difference. The number shouldn't be very big.
$1,000,001.
Okay, that's close. Because there's a lot of encumbrances. There's a lot of encumbrances that are still being paid out of this dollar. So this money kind of still moving, but until it's completely finally audited, then it's a firm number, but it won't be that different. I mean.
So since July, there's been other charges.
Exactly.
Actually income.
Yes.
No, yeah, it's increased.
Yeah. So there's adjustments that are being made into the accounts until it's finally finished. Like I said, the forecast should be pretty close though.
When will it be finished? The 2018?
We're gonna bring it in November the 13th. We're scheduled to bring it.
Okay, so soon.
Yes.
This will be less than, okay. I was
And
just
it'll be
just
close to this number,
curiosity.
what I'm giving you. It may be a little bit different, but. Yeah. Good question.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Back to.
So this is where the, budget development. And now, these charts here just kind of show you, the big drivers, between the revenues from 2019 and 2020. So these are kind of the big drivers here. The big drivers is just the bond drawdown money. And so these are the big drivers. In the last year's budget, the bond proceeds were budgeted in the budget. In 2020, they're not budgeted there. They're still held as encumbrances, but they're just not budgeted there. So that's the big drawdown. And of course, on the expense side, you see the difference too. This is the reduction in capital spending. Went from about 34 million to, I think Eric came in about 12.2. And the reason why we're coming in under $1 million under the capital, the tax receipts, is to build that reserve. So we can't come in equal, otherwise we won't build that reserve.
So we're to restate it, we're building our reserves out of the property tax revenue.
Capital reserve.
Capital reserves.
Yeah, not operating reserves.
Which is from property tax.
Yeah, no,
Yes, yes.
yeah.
Well, that's an important distinction, because
Yeah.
it doesn't yet, we're doing that because we feel it meets with board directive, right? To use our tax revenues to execute capital projects.
Right.
The capital reserve is that funding machine, so we're just setting aside $1 million to get us to that 22 million over time.
Okay.
And the hydroelectric little bar shows the increase in subsidies for the hydroelectric funds. So we mentioned that every year hydro subsidies are kind of going up.
A little bit more than kind of.
Yeah. And this is the efforts that that RAM and staff brought back to the board. You see the $2.4 million here, about 2.5 right there. This is the difference between what we're proposing, the proposed budget, and the budget that came out of committee. So you see, we really scrubbed.
Oh, I see.
So
So
even
you
the
took-
budgets that come out of committee, RAM came right back and we just scrubbed more. Just came back and scrubbed more. So,
So the 4,500 up there was my request.
That's
to
correct.
Have us come in line
Yeah.
with management and everybody else.
Everybody,
Cutting
yeah.
something.
Mhm.
And that was so not everybody can go to Aqua every year.
Right.
While we're in the state.
everybody
Right.
pitching in.
So Chris is at the top of the list for anything he wants to go to, because he passed.
Right.
I'd be on the last of the list, because it was my idea. Rest of y'all can arm wrestle for it.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
But that was us trying to cut.
No, I think that was
We
good.
were talking salary, okay, let's not cut salaries, didn't mean you can't, so we did try to make an effort
That's right.
to cut the directors, $4,500. Not that our numbers are big.
Well, but I think when you look at this, Scott, you can see that all the things that we've talked about right now. So you can see that in management, you know, so the things that pushed us up, the election, right, that's the 22%. Without the election next year.
Oh, that's
this
under the
number-
manager.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, I thought
sorry,
we were like
not, it's under directors,
lot
not
smaller.
managers.
Yeah, they
Right.
put it under directors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the 13% increase to HR, that's the union negotiations. The
Mhm.
15% in IT, that's the ERP, CMMS.
Mhm.
The 20% in maintenance, that's almost exclusively Deer Creek. And then further down, hydroelectric operations, the 43% is entirely Deer Creek.
Mhm.
So really, the drivers that would have, this budget would have been under the 19 budget significantly had it not been for those specific
Those
events.
specific events.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
And this budget is definitely good, it's structurally changed, because we did move about $2 million into this budget, that were capital projects. So it's structurally, it's a good budget, I mean, it's very trim, and it's very trim. And I think Rem needed to do that to kind of build the capital reserves, otherwise capital reserves wouldn't have anything. So, just moving around costs, you know, to try to get efficiencies. Now, this is the overall picture in terms of what is happening at the district. You can see overall the district has been gaining cash. Overall, in 2017, we did add about $2 million in cash overall, the very bottom line. Overall, in 2018, we did add about $4 million, 4.1. Of course, that's all hydroelectric. In 2019, overall, we will lose about $9.3 million, or we will go into reserves, about $9.3 million. 2020, we will go into reserves again, about $9.3 million overall. So these is, when you consider your transfer in and outs, the next screen will look at that. You'll see how transfer in and outs don't impact that bottom line. Because when they're transferring out, they're being transferred in at the same time.
So the 13.6,
That's just a budget figure?
That was the 2019 proposed budget.
Yeah.
So the 2019 budget, had it gone forward with the rate structure that we adopted, we would have been short 13 million.
Mm-hmm. And the 2019 budget versus the 2019 forecast is the efforts that the board did. As opposed to going into reserves by 13.6, we only go into reserves 9.3.
So we're showing the budgetary corrections.
That's the all divisions. This is the functional kind of look, and you can kind of see across the board the water sales, the actuals going from 21 to 23 to 24, and then 2020 we're forecasting 26. So they have been going up with the rate increases. The column transfer ins. This transfer ins shows you a good picture of the reserves that we've been using in the hydroelectric fund. About $2.8 million in 2017. This is use of the hydroelectric monies. About $4.5 million in 2018. And then as you can see in 2019, our forecast, we will use about $9.8 million. And then currently we're estimated to use about 13.9. Within that transfer in is some money from the Cement Hill and Riddell Flat funds. So the water fund services the debt for the Cement Hill, that loan, and then that fund transfers that money into the water fund. And also the water fund receives some transfer in for capacity fees, as capacity fees pays a portion of the debt. But predominantly, that number is hydroelectric, 13.67 million. So that transfer in number predominantly. And when you scroll down to the
hold on, Marvin, hold on. You guys are following on the
Going a
Cement
little
Hill stuff.
fast.
Well, the Cement Hill rodeo flat are important.
I understand that because I know about it,
Right.
but I don't know if anybody else.
So we have two CFDs. Are they both CFDs? Chip?
One's
Or they-
an
one's
assessment
an assessment district, the other one's a finance
Community
district.
facility district, yeah.
Yeah, so we're the debt servicer for that, so we collect the money, it goes into a protected reserve, then it's transferred out of that protected reserve to pay for it, to do its work.
Yeah.
So that's part of that transfer.
Because that money's not available in the budget to
That
us.
is correct.
It's only available to Cement Hill.
To deal with their debt,
Yeah.
yes.
But we see it, but.
But when you see it in the budget, you're seeing it as a transfer in from those restricted accounts. It's gonna come out of that restricted account, drop into the 10 fund, and then go service its debt.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
just-
And like the, district water line.
District finance water line.
And extension, is that just other water revenue, or does that follow the same model?
So what do you mean?
I mean, we're getting money, they're paying us back, right?
Yes. So that's just going straight into the 10
That would
fund.
be other water
Yes,
revenue?
other water.
Other water
Yeah.
water
Okay.
revenue, yes.
Yeah, yeah. These here, treated as a transfer in because the, Cement Hill and Rodeo Flat, they are separate fiduciary funds. So they themselves have to act like a separate set of accounts. And because the water fund secured the loan from the state, the water fund has to service it. And then as the, assessments come in from the property taxes, they'll come in and then we'll transfer the appropriate portion to the water fund as transfer ends. So everybody's cash is segregated.
So if you remember the red, green, yellow box slide?
That little reporting
The yellow
structure, yeah.
box on the bottom is the one that has those specific protected accounts.
They're restricted.
They are restricted.
Your non-operating segregation, this is the, revenue accounts that, we receive, not to operate the system, but to do capital projects. And you see the property tax trends have been going. So we've been going from 11.4 all the way over to about 13.1. So the 3% estimate I'm using is probably pretty accurate. As you've noticed, we went from about 11.4 to about 13.1 over a period. In our five-year capital program, I give Gary the 5-year estimates for property taxes. He takes those 5-year estimates and then he determines the projects in order to build the reserve adequately every year. And then that's the, we have some grants that we might receive. I don't think we're gonna receive any this year. Transfer ends capital, that account there is essentially, that is the portion of capacity fees that are gonna support certain projects. So certain projects we can use capacity fees when they expand the system. That is a portion of that transfer in that will happen, right there. And then the transfer in bonds, you notice from 2020, there's a 0, because we anticipate all of that bond money will be locked up in the POs. So they're considered encumbrances when they're locked up, so we're not transferring them in anymore. They're already in the fund, it's just locked up in encumbrances.
We killed it. Marvin, I have a general question. So I'm watching these property tax revenues, go up steadily, and that to some degree reflects the activity in the real estate market, right?
yeah.
As properties turn over and you get more taxes and so on. I'm just curious, when there was the downfall, in 2006, 7, and 8, did those property tax revenues take a dip?
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. They did.
They did.
They did.
And then there were the years they took them from us.
Yeah.
They took them a couple.
Came and took.
Who came after?
States.
They did.
Just
Yeah.
took it back. They have to dole it to us. It's ours, they have to dole it. And a couple of years.
So one of the things
Oh,
about property
wow.
taxes, if they're not secured to a debt, they're available to the state in the event that the state's coffers are not full, and so they can reach in, take what they need.
And then they came out with a Prop 1B or something that changed all that.
Yeah, so they
We have to repay it.
Yeah, they have to repay it. One of the things that we've talked about is that as we start to issue greater and more debt, we want to make sure that we're pledging property taxes against that debt, so that should the state decide to do something like this again, not that it needs to, given it has
But that we have a
16,
reason
$20
for
billion in reserves, we're protecting those funds.
We're protecting them.
Right. They steal from us, but not from Wall Street.
Now, here's another question. So, do you take into account predictions of real estate market fluctuations? Like, there are some people that believe that we're gonna see a little bit of a downturn, which would have a direct impact on our tax revenue. Do you look at that in your 5-year projections, or, you just consider a straight line 3% increase?
If I can't get fire insurance on my home, then the
Uh-huh.
value of my home is zero?
That's correct.
So that would be a bit of a downturn.
Yeah,
That
I look
would
at
be
the,
a bit of a downturn, but
I look at
I'm
the-
not talking about catastrophic, I'm just talking about cycles.
Talking about
that-
not being able to buy insurance.
I look at the county assessor's forecast, because
Uh-huh.
he's closer to the revenue stream.
Yeah.
So his forecast is saying that property taxes will continue about 2.5 to 3%, over the next 5 years. So I look at his forecast.
Growth?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So that's,
Wow.
because he's a little bit closer to, to the stream
Sure.
than I am.
He has a
Well, he knows what he's going to assess the
He has a
parcels
bias
at,
Yeah,
interest.
yeah.
right? So it's it's in his control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, in between that 5 years, he can do an assessment. If he sees that the property values are dropping too far, he can just do an assessment in between that 5 years, and he can then lower the receipts. I mean, they have
Right.
authority to do it.
People can appeal too, which
People-
happened in the last go
Yeah,
round.
Now,
Yeah.
interestingly enough, when we saw that stuff, when we saw that happen in, what was it?
08?
No, there was the 13, 14, 15 shift where there was a correction.
Mm-hmm,
We didn't see a real bump
mm-hmm.
because the assessor held values.
They
were-
held values
held
unless you
value.
appealed, and
Yeah, and we
you had to
didn't.
really like arm wrestle.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of people, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
yeah.
Huh, I was wondering about that, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and then the bottom half categories are expenses. And so as you can see how our expenses have been trending, we looked at that historical little expense chart.
Mm-hmm.
And so that little historical expense chart indicated that our salaries had been trending at about 6.1% since 2013. You know, that
Increase
little
per year?
expense- Yeah, per year.
Uh-huh.
And so this here just kind of shows you that, where we are in salaries. The benefits, obviously, are trending bigger. They're larger. We have less control over them than we do the salaries. And then you can just kind of see the other expenses there. You can see the consultant, legal, and temporary category, which we will start breaking out in our monthly reports. But
That
you
would
can
be
kind of
great.
see that it's not going crazy. It's kind of staying at 4.5, going up a little bit.
Well,
But-
it follows what we saw on the efficiencies about using temporary
That's what
labor
it is,
versus,
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So that's kind of why I'm interested in seeing it broke out, to really,
So you can see it.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll work them out on the monthly reports, that's easy.
Okay.
And then the debt service, we're about at 4.2. Transfer outs, as we mentioned, they don't affect overall cash, because you got the transfer in
Mhm.
up there. And then the capital projects, we mentioned the big reduction to 37.4, going down to 17, that's the economy project being moved out. Now, this is the water division. This is kind of interesting as we tie this to cash. And you notice how on the historical slide, we were showing the cash from water going from about 31.8 million down to about 4.
Mhm.
Well, you can clearly see here the actual cash that the fund has been losing, or I would just say spending. In 2017, 2018, 2019, the fund will have spent down about 11 to not about 18 million in its reserves. So you can see that the fund is actually spending down the reserves, 18 million.
So what lines are you following on here?
This is the very bottom. The very bottom
Oh,
is
net income line?
cash, yes. That's the cash. And it's been spending down its reserves. There's a halt to it this year, but that's primarily due to the 13.6 million transfer in from the hydroelectric fund. So you can see that the fund is at a point where it kind of has spent down its reserves.
Yeah.
And that's not wrong, it's just that work has been done, just spent down the reserve. This is recreation. Recreation has been humming along, kind of breaking even. But again, recreation is receiving the 315,000 transfer in to do some of its capital projects. And so at some point, probably we want to make sure that that fund is sustained, kind of sustain itself.
Well, yeah, so our goal here is to make recreation a standalone fund. It's paying its way, it's not generating revenue, it's just paying its way. And so that's a big shift from where it was when I got here. At that point, it was getting pretty heavy subsidies from hydroelectric, and given that hydroelectric is now the lion's share of its subsidy is going to water. Recreation is fully capable of being a not-profit, self-sufficient, standalone business line.
Now, when I got here, it wasn't even segregated in a capper.
Yeah.
And Rem said, Marvin, you're gonna segregate that. So now it's segregated, you can clearly see what it's doing on its own. And of course, this is the hydroelectric division, and you can see over the prior years, it's been building reserves, but as of 2019, we will go into their reserves, about 3.3 million, and then we're budgeted to go into their reserves another 9.6 million for that particular fund. These are your staffing comparisons to 2019, and we're increasing, asking for an additional 5 FTE. Primarily, this is the Deer Creek facility that's coming online. And we added a new department here, Safety 10119, but it's simply just a reduction in a couple of headcount from the management department. And these are the reserves. So let me. Let it go to here. So we'll just kind of walk through this just a little bit. Okay. So the very top is your 2018 unaudited cash position, about 81.1. And you look at your forecast coming down for 2018. This is the forecasted revenue expenses. We forecast as if we have spent out encumbrances.
Wait a minute, you said 81.1, I'm not.
89.1.
89.1, thank you.
Yes, sorry, I probably said 89.
I know, I was thinking, what?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And we forecast as if we have spent out encumbrances. We don't exclude those from cash. So when we lock that up, we consider that to be spent.
Right.
Okay. And so as a result of that, we believe by the end of 2019, the water fund will be about a little bit over 5 million. And you can see the reserve categories. Rem had pointed out earlier, the operating reserve is very low, not at a month level. Hydroelectric reserves are still there. And so we believe that at the end of 2019, we will come in around 67.1 or about 69 or so, because this is estimated at 85% of hydroelectric receipts. And so we believe it'll be about 69 and a half, somewhere around there.
Play there.
Yeah. So we don't like to cut it too close. We want a little give.
We're on the conservative side of the estimate.
Yes. And then that's the cash position at the end of 19. This is the cash position we believe at the end of 20. And you see the unaudited cash at the top of the schedule. So the 67.1 in unaudited cash position. And you can see how the revenue expense items of the budget are flowing through the schedule. And we believing that we will come in about 5.2 million in water at the end of 2020. Again, this is with the transfer in from the hydroelectric fund. And so you can see the segregation of cash, the policies that the board has approved, and how the dollars just kind of flow through. That one, the designated total at the end of 2020, the 49.7 million, and the 22 and the 2.2 million. Both of those are the numbers that Fitch kind of would look at. Right now, those numbers are about 51.8 million. And I do remind Fitch that we forecast 85%. So when I give Fitch their forecast, I give them their 5-year cash forecast, assuming we're going to collect everything. But Fitch is aware that we may not, so there's always some give and take in it, you know. So those are kind of our cash positions with the assumptions that we reviewed, you know, with the 5.72 rate increase, everything else that's kind of flowing through. That's how the cash picture would look.
So even with the influx of the reserves and everything, we're gonna still be 10 million less cash
Yes,
next year?
yes, because the
Even
transfer
with all
in,
those
and
transfers.
remember, the transfer out and transfer in has no impact to overall cash. So overall, it still would be a reduction of about 9.3 million. Because you would go from 67.1 to 57.7. Okay. And this is the last coverage on the budget. We will go into the forecast, the 5-year forecast next. This is the debt service coverage. This is what the bond market would be looking at when we produce our budget documents. Are we at least 1.25? We're at 2.67. Don't want to be at 1.25, but so we are at least 2 times that. Okay, so now we'll shift gears and we'll look at the 5-year forecast, the future look. We only went out 5 years. Rem and I discussed the significance of only going out 5 years. The bond market requires us to go out 5 years when we issue debt. The ratings only require us to go out 5 years. Our rate setting cycle is only 5 years. So going out 10 years may not be as significant in terms of a picture we're trying to show the board. 5 years significant. 5-year capital improvement plan, you know. Okay. This is the short-term forecast. The short-term forecast ensures that we will have adequate reserves to meet short-term obligations. Short-term meaning 12 months. We give a reconciliation to the budget, to the cash forecast. So the cash forecast will give you the receipts that are going to come in, the disbursements that you're going to pay out, and then it reconciles transfer in and outs because it's not new money coming to your bank. So when I give you a bank forecast, we reconcile those. Investment interest income, that is new money. That's external money coming from our investments. I'm going to deposit those into LAIF or whatever. So as a result of that, we can look at everything stacks up and make sure that the numbers are congruent. And we estimate about 17.9 we will stay liquid. And the reason why we'll stay liquid of about 17.9 because right now LAIF is outperforming the 5-year government treasuries. So LAIF is outperforming them. If LAIF was not outperforming them, that short-term number would probably be around 12 million, somewhere around that. But because LAIF is outperforming them, we can keep that much short-term and still be able to gain more interest. So that's the transfer in and out. The line underneath LAIF where it says transfer in and out, UB, that's Union Bank. This Union Bank line is the long-term investments that are going to be maturing. So when you look at your forecast, look at the LAIF category. Underneath that, you see the second line that says transfer in and out, UB. UB is Union Bank. These are the long-term investments that are maturing. We're not going to send them back out to the long-term market. We're going to keep them into LAIF because LAIF is actually performing better now. So a lot
Do
of
we
moving
ever,
parts.
for the money that we make off of the interest from our investments, do we ever put that, where do we put that? Do we just keep reinvesting it, or do we put it?
No, it goes into the general fund.
It goes into the general fund?
Yes.
Interest income.
Yeah, on our interest income, so right
Yeah,
now
I
we're
just wondered
believing
if
it's
we
1.1
just kept
million.
reinvesting or.
Yeah, and please understand that when we're saying it's outperforming, we're talking about like .00.
Yes, no, I got that. I mean, I knew that from past discussions, yes.
You probably want to change your label from Wells and Tri-County.
Yeah, I know because neither one gonna win out.
Right. Our problem is, right, we're straddling the fence right now. Some accounts are still at Wells and other accounts are.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
We weren't able to migrate certain accounts over to Tri-County.
So we're gonna get it done though.
Just generically say bank.
And now we're going to Bank of the West, so anyone that went to Tri-County now have to go.
Yeah, so, it's I wish we hadn't had to, but.
Built within this forecast is the assumption that we will roll over a certain amount of encumbrances. but there's a possibility that we will blow through all of our encumbrances. So that is a consideration. So it's a kind of a balancing act in terms of, okay, how are we blowing through our encumbrances? What is the level?
Let's pick a different word than blowing through.
I would say, how are we spending, Rem like to say, running through our accounts. How are we spending down encumbrances? How is that moving along? The POs are moving, so we can see that. We'll make sure that we have enough liquid. Those are short-term forecasts.
So the cash then that comes out of lay for wherever, that goes into the general fund, and then is that then added to the reserves, or is that goes into operating, or
Goes into
wherever we
operating.
need it?
It goes into, well, right now it's being used in operating.
In operating.
Right, because all of those funds are steered into the 10 fund, and the 10 fund utilizes.
And so this amount of cash shows up where on the revenue, on the, like,
So if
O&M?
you go to the full budget, and you go to page, go to page 10.
Okay, hang on, I gotta find the correct tab. Here we go. Oh, yeah, okay.
So page 10 on the top, the green section.
Yep.
You'll see, it'll go water, other, recreation, electric, interest income.
Oh, okay.
And then slide across and you'll see that we're predicting 1.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
We've outperformed that only because we had significant reserves, but now that we're really pushing hard into it, we had to tune it down a little bit. And also, given that the Fed continues to buy T-bills at this point, and they're trying to hold interest rates down, artificially print money, I think it's prudent to underestimate and know that we can close the budget, and if we have additional revenues and interest, great. If we don't, that's a totally different conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, so that's our short-term forecast. And now we'll look at our long-term forecast, and we gave two scenarios. The first one was if we stayed with, and if you want to see the schedule, if you go into your budget package and you can see.
They have the tab.
You have the tab for
You have
your
it-
long-term forecast.
You have it tabbed.
So-
The 5.72 forecast.
Yeah. So we'll look at the assumptions too. But if you just want to look at the schedule, you don't really have to, though.
Thank you for doing this, by the way. This was a lot of staff work to put these
Laura, do you
together.
have your notebook?
I do, but I'm writing on all of these, and I use these next year.
Okay.
So what page
But I
of
have it
of
right
the
here.
five
That's
point
no
seven two
different, right?
forecast?
Okay,
Are we looking for?
that's on,
It is actually-
it's
it's
after the,
absolutely the same.
after the actual budget.
Mhm.
So after your budget, you'll see your next tab that says, it says 5.72 assumption.
Mhm.
And then now that's what we're going to go into.
Okay, got it.
There you go, okay. And so the assumptions there are that if we went with a 5.72% increase for the next 5 years, with the 2% demands, if we had other water receipts at 4%, and then we followed all these other assumptions, water grants, the revenues, and for this forecast, this is actually forecasting that we're going to get all of the hydroelectric receipts, other than maybe we're gonna get 95% of the hydroelectric receipts, not 85%. So this forecast shows you.
So you bumped it. by
Yeah,
10.
it shows you, the forecast shows you the
Uh-huh.
true cash that we believe we're gonna
Okay.
get. Budgets are more conservative in case they don't make it.
Mhm.
And this forecast only assumes that we will get 6 million hydroelectric transfer-ins every year. You know, for the budget this year, I think we're using,
You get 6 million.
6 million annually, yeah.
So
And
that's
so the
why we have the
numbers-
35.6.
So the numbers, if you want to look at the numbers in your document, if you look on page 5 of 11, so if you look on page 5 of 11, you can kind of see the numbers behind this. You may or may not want to, but it's kind of the numbers.
Mhm.
Now, this is the labor cost assumptions in the forecast. We're running at 2020 employee levels. So we're saying that if we don't add anybody for the next 5 years, I mean, these are pretty efficient. So there may be very aggressive forecasts, but that's what it's at. If we continue to run out COLAs, people can get normal step increases. We're only going 5% for medical here as opposed to 10% for 1 year. 5% usually uses a smaller trend, because expenses level out over the long term.
Mhm.
Like 1 year, you might have big expenses, but over a 5-year period, you ain't gonna have big expenses for 5 years.
Right.
Well, at least you hope that, right? So,
Maybe.
that's the thing about PERS. Look at PERS.
Banging away at 30% these days?
Uh,
I bet they, we're back to doing that, the insurance.
Well, right now, we're saying the long-term 5-year medical increase may be 5%. It ain't gonna be 10%. So we're thinking it'll be 4 to 5%, over 5 years.
Okay.
PERS, on the other hand, you can see their actuaries are forecasting that their PERS contribution will be at 40.5% by the end of 2024. So you just get your head around it a little bit. 41% of your salary will be PERS in 5 years if their investments continue the way they're going. If PERS can turn it around, and our economy turns around, then our contribution is gonna go down. So it's all tied into trade and everything, because the PERS fund is $250 billion. So it's all tied into the economy and how the market is doing, and it's all in there together. We're saying that we will fund OPEB to the tune of $2.2 million over the next 5 years. And this is good, because we continue to fund the OPEB. So those are the labor costs. The O&M assumptions, we're saying that we will go 3.2% inflation over the next 5 years. Rem and I discussed that number there in terms of should we go up or down. We believe it'll hover around 3 to 3.2. Feds are trying to keep down inflation. So debt service, we will service about 30.
Assumes an embargo from the WTO doesn't occur.
Understood.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
There's
Yeah.
quite a few things that are out of everyone's control.
There you go, yeah. Debt service, we should service about 29.4 million over the next 5 years. It includes, we're assuming we're gonna have to go out for new debt of $34.5 million next year. And so, all of that being said, right now, at our current rating, we could probably secure receipts at about, debt at about 4.5%. If our rating goes down, then the percent you're gonna pay for debt is going up. So it's all kind of tied together. And so we believe that they will let us go out 30 years for this type of debt. I believe we can. The longer you go out, lesser your payment.
But the higher interest you pay. The more interest you pay.
Yeah. Because you have to pay more.
At the end of the day,
you have to
still
pay
paying
more
more.
when you hold somebody's money longer, right?
That's right.
Okay. So the capital, we would do $100.3 million in capital over the next 5 years while we're still building the reserves. So this assumes that we're still going to build the capital reserves while we're doing that, because we're going to fund the capital projects. We're going to fund $34.5 million with new debt. So this is assuming we're going to do that. That's why we can build a reserve.
And what is the 34, I know you said this once before, but can you tell me again, what is the $34.5 million for when you go out for the new bond, for the new debt? What is that for, the capital projects you identified?
So right now it's Scotts Flat Spillway.
That's right.
Transformers, Rewind, is there, the Comby Dam, Scour, and, it's an abutment project, yeah? Overhaul.
I'm trying to stick as much in there we can, right?
Yeah, well, and I think all of those projects are hydroelectric, so that, so again,
Yeah.
this kind of compounds our problem in terms of the subsidy that's coming out of hydroelectric, right?
Yeah,
Because
right.
we're gonna pledge hydroelectric revenue against that debt, so that the water rate payers aren't implied in that structure.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I wrote it down this time, so I have to.
That's okay, that's okay. And these are the cash implications, if we were going with these assumptions. Obviously, these assumptions are not sustainable in the water fund. The water fund would be at a negative operating cash. Once we get to the slide, I'll show you. We would be at 55.6 million in reserves, unrestricted reserves. This assumes that we're gonna get 95% of hydroelectric money. So in the budget, you see a figure of 51 and 52%. This is the full figure of 55, because we believe we're gonna get 95% of hydroelectric receipts. We hope we are. And so at the end of 2024, this particular model would probably not be sustainable in its present state. And here is the reserves under this model. As you can see, the water funds reserves will be negative. Overall, their reserves will be a negative here. So this wouldn't be sustainable. Either we'd have to use bigger transfer ins. This model only assumes we're going to use 6 million transfer ins, and we're only going to request 5.72% rate increases. So essentially, this is a status quo model. If we just do the same thing we're doing for the next 5 years, it wouldn't really be sustainable.
So, and it isn't 18 million, Marvin, right? I mean, that's,
This is it.
that's the bottom line,
It's
but the reality of it is the operating reserve is negative 36 million.
This is a negative.
So you're offsetting, you're using the capital reserve funds.
Yes,
and
right
your
here.
your other designated funds to try to move the number. The reality is you're behind significantly in the year fifth.
So these reserves, so like Graham pointed out, these reserves are us saying that we're going to build the capital reserve according to the capital improvement plan, and at the end of this period, we will have half of the policy, 12.5 versus 22, probably half of it. These other reserves are just saying that it's prudent to build the insurance and catastrophic reserve. Of course, if we took that to zero, hydro's reserve requirement would go up to 5 million. These other reserves, you got to leave some and leave. People retire, you don't pay that out. So, like Ren pointed out, even though this says 19 million, the negative, essentially to operate the system, you would be 36, and if you wipe these guys out, you'd be about negative 30 million, So it'd be hard to sustain the system just doing 5.72 for the next 5 years.
What did we adopt for 3 years?
5.72.
For three.
For three?
For three.
Yeah.
For three, yeah.
And that ends in 22?
21.
21?
Yeah.
Well, we have a cost of service study coming out in
Exactly.
January,
Yeah.
and we can always just re-218 it.
There you go. Yeah. So there's
So the
definitely
projections aren't based on anything.
No, we just took the
Because we really aren't
5.72.
there.
Exactly.
we
But
don't-
you got to see 5 years ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
And assuming no change. it would
There you
be-
go. Yeah. So that's
we're only-
that one there.
Well, it's even worse than this because we only have authority for 3. Did we do 5 years on the?
No, we only did 3.
We only did 3.
And understand that the 3 that we did do, we only got 2.5, because the board rolled the rate increase to July 1.
Right.
Remember, as we were trying to get the LIRA started out, so we've only got 2.5 years of the 5.7. And I struggled, Marvin and I were working on, do we put 0 in the out years? And that just, that's not real, right? I mean, there's gonna have to be some number, so to set a line by which you guys could kind of see what happens if we assume status quo. So status quo rolls out.
5.72 across the
You-
board.
Given that, so status quo is such a bad term these days.
Okay, so that was that particular assumption there. Then we ran the model again with reserve recovery, a little more of a shocking presentation, but you can look at the figures, you'll see what is sufficient to achieve a 6-month reserve by 2024. Some pretty big figures. You're looking in your packet, if you're just trying to follow along. This is then the 5-year model underneath reserve recovery assumptions, and you can just see what will be required. This is page 1 of 11
So
underneath
you're
your
now
5-year
under
forecast.
So you're in the next section, it says 5-year financial forecast rate recovery.
Yeah, this is that.
Second one of 11.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously a happy medium somewhere in terms of, what you would do.
Yeah, we have to find the happy medium.
Well, that's our job, right? We get paid the big money.
Yeah.
So those would be the assumptions that will be necessary to get the water fund at that level. Obviously, you need bigger increases up front and then smaller increases behind, because you need to trend up a bigger number. And so then there's all the other assumptions are kind of.
And this would get us to 22 million in water and.
This will get you to, and we'll go to that slide. We'll go to that slide. We'll come back to this. I'll just go there. This will get you to here. Okay, that's hydro. There you go, Ram. Yeah, yeah.
This is how, this is how it works. So these slides, so this upper slide deck is, that's the operating reserve. So that brings our operating reserve, these assumptions bring our operating reserve to 6 months, but we're still short 9 million in the capital reserve. And the reason we're in that situation is because the capital reserve is being funded out of taxes on a separate mechanism. We're not trying to use the rate structure to drive additional revenue to supply the 22 million. So we let that run, knowing that if we have to call on those funds for a capital project, they're still there. What we're trying to do is get our operating reserve returned to 6 months in a five-year window. And I think it's important that the why that's occurring. The organization has a very difficult time remembering a 10-year financial study and adhering to a 10-year financial plan, given the board change and staff change, right? So if we're on a 5-year track, we can accomplish that goal. The people in this room right now can accomplish this goal. We can do this. So that's why we're here.
All the other assumptions are essentially the same. This model only essentially assumes that we would have to increase necessary to get to that level. The assumptions are the same regarding the labor costs. Assumptions are the same in terms of capital spending. All the other assumptions are the same. And so and as Ren pointed out, it would be obviously there. Recreation would be where it needs to be. Granted, the fee increases it would need to have. And then obviously hydro is always humming along. And so this would give us the 6 months reserve policy out here by the end of it. Some of these years would still be a little bit tight, but it would make it there by that time. And then this is recreation. Recreation would be there, obviously, by the end of the 5 years, right at the 6.6. And then hydro would be there, and then hydro's capital requirements would basically be there. And so essentially the district would be at about 108.8 in unrestricted cash reserves by the end of the 5 years, assuming it would follow this plan, And then your days cash on hand would go from 273 up to 492. Your bond rating would probably go AAA immediately. So there's a lot of benefits to to raising that, but it just depends on how much you want to put up on any 5-year cycle. And then obviously your debt coverage ratios are very healthy. And that was kind of that's our presentation. I really want to thank the board for allowing us to go through the presentation and give a good understanding of it.
Thank you. This was really excellent.
Oh,
This was what I was hoping to see, was to see it all.
Yeah.
We took it, what, 3 hours?
Took a while, yeah.
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 Yeah, I
But
knew it
that's
would be
good.
more than an hour, so.
Other
thank
board
you.
questions? Otherwise, public? Any questions in public?
Hi, Otis Wallen again. I'm trying to just understand things in a very simple way. And so when I look at 3 hours of presentation of 127 pages, I look for some clues. And one of the clues I had was Marvin said about 5 times that spending reserves was not wrong. So if your expenses exceed your revenues, and not just this year, but last year and for the last decade, you've been deficit spending and taking robust reserves of tens of millions of dollars and covering your deficit spending with reserves until now you have basically none. You may have 51 million in reserves, but 35 million of that is for FERC. I assume you're saving something for the acquisition of the drum Spalding issue or other uncertainties. And basically, you have no reserves. You have a borrowing coming up in 2021, and that's $35 million, and what you're going to use it for sounds to me like O&M projects. It's not like a new acquisition like drum or something like that. So after 2021, you're going to be down to about a 2.23 debt service ratio, which is what I think your papers forecast there, which is right down to the market minimum, which says you not only have no reserves, but you will have no borrowing power. You can't expect more taxes. And basically, what Rena said is that the only reason why you got there is because the board just didn't give you the rates. So deficit spending over a decade, a trend, not just a trend, but a solid pattern, is being blamed on the board for not raising rates. And you have kind of a 1 year solid state kind of a situation, losing $9 million this year, until you hit the wall. Because all of the dandy projections are based on a 2021 rate hike of 46%, compounded the next year with 13%, compounded the next year with 9.75%, and compounded the next year with 8%. You're again being set up for a rate hike which is unprecedented. So, you know, I handed this thing out earlier. If you look at page 18, you will see that NID is already in the top 3 or 4 highest rates in the region. I mean, the simple question that I would ask is, these other agencies are raising rates at roughly the consumer price index, 3–4%. Most of them have robust reserves. What makes NID so special, or should I just say different? You know, it's really about how the thing is managed. And I just, you know, the whole region here, your partnerships in Drum Spalding, which is going to imply Placer County, BCWA, they are all going to be relying on NID to be financially robust enough to be genuine partners. But I can't see you being able to accomplish those rate hikes, which will put you in a place of some kind of fiscal balance and fiscal strength. Because none of the 5 of you will be there. You will all be recalled. You won't even have to wait for the next election. So, I mean, it's a setup. And I don't know what you're going to do. But the region depends on, you know, I don't know. For 6 of the 21 years I was on the BCWA board, there was a hiring freeze. You know, the manager came, oh, we got to have this, we got to have that. No, you don't. You have to raise rates this month. No, you don't. We're going to raise rates 5%. We're putting on a hiring freeze, and you are going to make it work. So, you know, I really wish you well. I don't know what to do, but that's just a simple man's interpretation of what I've heard over the last 3 hours. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Gary Zimmerman, and thank the President and the board members. I'm an economist with decades of experience teaching at the university level. I'm also a retired Fed senior economist. I want to talk today about the debt service coverage ratio, borrowing capacity, which I think is rather limited, particularly given the low reserves that you've mentioned and you've mentioned. That's very important, and this has important implications for your, you know, borrowing ability. And so, let me go through. I'm going to focus on the finances, the debt service coverage ratio, which is really, as you mentioned earlier, a measure of your ability to repay your borrowings in full, on time, and meet the existing bond debt covenant requirements. So if you don't meet that, you're not going to be able to borrow anymore. So I've analyzed the amended 2019 budget. The 2020 stuff was not available at the time I did this, to estimate what happens to your debt service coverage ratio if you borrow more and at various different interest rates. So you've got, some issues, I think, that are important. Your financial reserves appear to have been depleted. You're looking to take actions in that direction, but that's not going to be fixed for another 5 years. You've already raised water rates to try and bolster your financial health. That's another issue. Raise that one nicely. What happens when you raise them 46%? At the same time, you've also spent $14 million on Centennial, a proposal that's likely never to happen. You must also know that, as your debt service coverage ratio declines, as you mentioned, the cost of borrowing rises, and your interest costs rise. And when your debt service coverage ratio falls too low, your debt may be pushed into junk bond status. It's already been downgraded once. If it falls even lower, you're not going to be able to borrow at all, okay? And you may actually be forced to repay your existing debts. So your staff or bond rating agency may have prepared a similar analysis, but I thought it was important to kind of look at what happens to your debt service coverage ratio, looking at the 2019 budget, amended budget, and how much can you borrow and at what interest rates, and what happens to your debt service coverage ratios. And remember, you're going to need to borrow for things like Drum Spalding, the risks associated with PG&E bankruptcy, the Yuba Canal Complex. You've talked a lot about Deer Creek project, which is coming up. There are other potential infrastructure acquisitions. Who knows what they might be? Emergency maintenance if you have a problem on a dam. So if you can borrow, what's the cost and what are the risks? And I have a whole list of risks I noted from your comments and your comments and your comments today that you're facing, and all of them make it more expensive to borrow. So, okay, well, bottom line, depending on the level of interest rates, and I have a handout here, the table at the bottom, depending on the level of interest rates and the amount of new borrowing, the simulation suggests that your debt service coverage ratios would fall sharply. And, on the amended budget for 2019, that ratio was 3.07. I think the ratio you showed today was now down to 2.67 for 2020. So if you have net new borrowing in the 20 to 30 million range, it lowers debt service coverage ratio that I think is likely to increase your borrowing costs going forward. Borrowing in the 50 to 100 million, which would be perhaps financing Drum Spalding and Drum Spalding plus a couple of other big acquisitions or repairs, etc. You're now looking at a debt service coverage ratio that is about 2 or below. And I would like to point out that although I think there's a mentioning that 1.25 is the lowest you can go, if one goes to the Fitch report from 2015 talking about NID's debt service and their bond rating, they note that this was in 2015, NID had a strong financial margins, a strong debt service coverage ratio, and they expected that future debt service coverage ratio is going to stay in the 2 times range, not 1.25. Okay, and that strong debt service combined with a robust cash reserves, which I think we've all noticed are gone, means those, strong debt service coverage ratio, robust cash reserves, those were the things that are mitigating the district's hydroelectric operating risks, which Fitch pointed out. And those have only gotten a lot worse with the bankruptcy of PG&E. Those risks are, exponentially worse today. So, okay, finally, I would note that the cost of borrowing $500 million, and that would be to finance NID's proposed Centennial Dam, would probably cost you about $1 billion or billion. That's, about half for construction, about half for financing. Lowers your debt service coverage ratio well below 1 to something like 0.05, which means basically you have no borrowing capacity. Okay, so net new borrowing is going to be really important without the reserves. It's going to be really important for you going forward. So I think you need to consider this very carefully, particularly in the position of increased risk, given everything that we've talked about today. So, thank you.
Gary?
Yes.
Mr. Zimmerman, thank you for that. Just curious, given your experience, which you've given us a long list of your bona fides, what, do you have suggestions? I mean,
Well, I can think of 500,000 you could save right now by cutting.
That's not going to do it, though.
That's not going to.
That's not going to do it.
No.
So let's.
Yeah, I think you're going to probably have to look at things like raising rates, but you also are going to be constrained by, how your rate schedule is compared to your neighbors. Now, obviously, folks aren't going to be taking truckloads of water from your old water district, but that's an issue if you're out of line. You're going to need to keep, probably costs down as you've been working on. That takes an effect. Major expansions look like they would be out, given the risks that you face with, particularly with PG&E going forward. So I think there are a number of things that you're thinking about that you're probably going to need to do, which is going to make it very difficult to go through the 5-year scenario that you're looking at here. You're not going to be able to borrow, a huge amount without paying very dearly for it. And the debt service coverage ratios are going to drop. If I was Fitch, I would be looking at, I had a list here: PG&E bankruptcy and hydro reserves, PG&E bankruptcy and hydro acquisitions, NISD depleted level of reserves versus 2015 or earlier, borrowing $9 million for FERC reserves, ability to raise water rates, CalPERS. We're going to end up with underfunded pensions because CalPERS, in a low interest rate world, it's even CalPERS is going to find it hard to generate enough income from on those pension funds to meet their expectations that were designed over for the long term, 10 or 20 years. But we've already had 10 years of essentially zero or very low interest rates, particularly on the short end. So, I kept hearing unsustainable budget from you and from you. That's hopefully that's not me. Okay, but that's something that is going to be a big issue for you guys going forward. And take it very seriously, I think. So. Hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I do not.
Are there other members of the public who would like to address?
I don't know if it's public comment, but I do have a question specifically on the budget, if it's okay to ask, because I see questions. If you look at the capital spending plan over 5 years, I forget what page it is, but out of that 5-year capital spending plan, it's page 8 of 15. And on that spending plan, if you look at it, Centennial Dam is grouped into a section of 13 projects. And when the engineering committee met, at the time, you can see these projects are ranked, and at one point, Centennial was ranked as 10th, and that $500,000 a year would be spent on Centennial. But now, Centennial is ranked as 5th. So my question is, how were the priorities determined to determine? What was the criteria to determine priorities?
Tracy, I don't know if anybody else, does anybody else find those page numbers?
I think
about the
capital
ranking?
budget, but I can't remember where it's at.
Okay, go to page 106 in the PDF. Right, and I said that one already. So if you go to the capital spending plan, it's page 8 of 13, or go to your overall PDF and go to page 106. And so then you have these buckets of different projects. Centennial's one of 13, oh, thank you, Chip. See, no one's ranked, but keep going. Sorry.
Page 40.
I
Hold
think
on,
you're.
Chip, go to page 45 of the budget, please.
45, yeah.
Go to page 45 of the budget. There. Bottom of the page.
Okay, thanks.
Priority 10.
Yes, I assume it's there. I need another cataract surgery, unfortunately. So if you look at one bucket, there's 13 projects, and at one point, when the budget was considered, actually the capital improvement plan was considered, the 5-year plan, it was at $500,000, which it still is, but at that time, Centennial was ranked as 10th priority of that group, and now it's moved up to 5th.
Which it is right there.
It shows 10th here.
No, it's actually, if you go to the exact right page, come here, Ashley, because I looked this up and we both found it in the budget and I questioned it and it was there. It said 5th.
6 through something.
Well, it sounds like it's a mistake. But we both looked at it saying, what?
It's in the wrong spot on the plan itself.
It's in the wrong spot on the plan. Question answered. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, board, staff, and, is it okay?
I guess.
Okay.
Ashley Overhouse with the South Yuba River Citizens League again. Thank you for giving such a robust presentation. I appreciate all the work that went into it and appreciate the additional explanation and 5-year forecast. I want to just reiterate the Circle's request that we've made since April 2018 that we ask NID to stop spending on Centennial where legally possible. And increasing the priority status is clearly not an issue since that was just resolved, that was a mistake. But it's still concerning that this is still on your budget, especially with this 5-year forecast that others that are more experienced in economics just explained is troubling. Circle's disappointed by last week's meetings that displayed a lack of transparency and fiscal responsibility, which further erodes public trust. And while NID has decreased the proposed Centennial budget from $1.75 million, which we thank you for, NID still proposes to spend its limited resources to keep this project at least a priority for the district for the next 5 years. And in light of the PG&E bankruptcy, costly infrastructure projects, water rates increases, and recent budget cuts, Circle urges NID to stop spending on this fiscally irresponsible project for the district, for our community, and for the Yuba and Bear River watersheds. At the very minimum, we would like to support Director Heck and Director Peters' original request that was made earlier this morning to delay approving the budget today to allow NID board directors as well as the community additional time to review this complex and essential planning document for the fiscal health of the district. Thank you so much.
Now the comment. Thank you for your patience. I'm thankful to not have to give a comment on the 5th priority. Thank you for that clarification. I can say after sitting here for several hours, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the staff that prepared this. I haven't prepared a budget of this magnitude, but I have been an executive director of nonprofits several times over, and I'm very familiar with budgets and the pain that goes into this. So thank you in the detail. I want to step back after looking at what we talked about on the 5-year plan, because there's one piece that hasn't been called out, and that has to do with PG&E bankruptcy. Sorry, I'm getting a little dry mouth and thirsty. If you're looking 5 years out from now, obviously we all know we don't know what's happening with PG&E bankruptcy. We do know that NID got a wonderful deal on the power purchase agreement with PG&E, and that the revenues that come in, through those contracts are very good. They're very strong. The revenue there isn't going to get any better. If anything, the revenues will get worse. First of all, the power purchase agreement might be just simply put aside. And so to look out at 5 years at what the hydroelectric revenue is is still a little concerning. So I need to put that out there. And at the same time, you've decided to have a 5-year budget on Centennial, essentially front-loading it. Now, we've been in meetings where we've heard that really all the work on Centennial is kind of done, that the raw water master plan is first, and that is the case. We know that. A lot of that CEQA work is done. The Corps is not working on an EIS. And at a committee level, it was decided that, yes, we need to know what the bare minimum is that needs to be spent on Centennial, just like every financial efficiency you've discussed here, yet it hasn't been done on Centennial. The board members have asked in committees to figure out what is the bottom line that needs to be spent on Centennial so that they can get to that financial efficiency. But we're not allowing that conversation to happen, because it was decided out of that committee and in this board process to simply insert $500,000. So as the Foothills Water Network, I ask you as a board to report back to the board members who asked, what is the minimum amount that you need to spend on Centennial, and let the public know. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? I'll move that we approve the 2020 budget as listed in the item number 5.
I'll second it.
Comment. Roll call, please.
I have, doesn't that open up for discussion?
Sure. We'll be doing all that.
I'd like to discuss it. You know, I went through the warrants yesterday. We 60 pages of warrants. I mean, we spend a lot of money. At 100,000 miles, we put our vehicles out to pasture. We put them to recreation. We send them to recreation. Out to pasture. Out to the pool. And I just really feel, and I just think that we as a district can, I know that RIM says there's absolutely zero fat in this budget, but I've seen the way the spending is going, and it seems like as last year's budget ended, there was a rush to spend every last dime of that 2019 budget. And buying new equipment and buying just lots of new stuff, little stuff that it's the little stuff that adds up to the big stuff. And I just really want to implore on staff that we need to really try and save more money. Our consulting, I agree. On Tuesday, on the October 15th engineering meeting, staff wanted to make Centennial every 6 months because there's absolutely nothing going on with Centennial. And then there's a special APC committee, and in that APC committee, they give $43,000 to continue the CEQA on Centennial. And not a word about it in engineering. It had to have been in the works. And so I think that's $50,000 or $43,000 we didn't need to spend at this time. And I think that it is imperative, looking at these numbers, they're pretty stark and they're pretty daunting. And I would love to drive a Tesla. Boy, I would really like a Tesla. But I can't afford a Tesla. I'm driving a Kia. And so that at some point we've got to figure out that we can't gold plate everything we do and then still stay afloat. If we don't have any funds to do our work, our whole income's going to go for salaries for people that won't have any money to do anything. And so I think this has been going on for a long time, and it's how we've always done it, but we can't do it that way anymore. We've got to change our ways. And I'm willing on this budget. I don't like it. I like it none. But I only had 3 days to look at it comprehensively. I haven't had, at the same time I was trying to figure out the redistricting, at the same time I was trying to figure out the strategic plan, at the same time I was trying to figure out the veg management. The rate that things are coming at this board at this time is ridiculous crazy, and I feel sorry for staff. It's crazy making. And I think we just need to start, and that's why I've been, since January, we need a strategic plan, we need to find out what our priorities are, and we need to stick to those and put our blinders on for a while and quit just chasing every shiny bauble. And I think that $500,000 is too much to spend on Centennial at this point. I can't see how we're going to fund Centennial at this point. And we've got all this PG&E uncertainty, we've got all this debt, all, just as everyone's heard, I think we need to focus more and really everybody do our best to tighten our belts. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I think it's unrealistic to think that if we zeroed Centennial out of this budget, that we would get out of this problem. This is a very big problem that goes way beyond Centennial.
14 million would have gone a long way on this.
And I am not finished. And I can't help but think that part of the reason that we're in the current situation is because we didn't knuckle down and adopt the rate increases that we probably should have earlier. This is a revenue problem, in my view. And I resent you always interrupting.
I apologize.
Roll call, please.
Division 1,
I'm going to make my comments here, and then I will give my vote, if that's acceptable, Mr. Chair. Okay. I, too, am just really, really uncomfortable with this budget, and I also see and appreciate the work that staff has done and the work that Rem has done and Marvin has done. It's really clear they are doing their very best, and I appreciate it, and as someone who goes through these things all the time, I can see the effort that is being put into it. That said, I also see, Centennial just happens to be the example of the day, and I agree, Nick, 500,000 or whatever is not going to make a difference in our overall situation here. It isn't, I get it. It would not. However, Director Miller and I had been asking for some time for it to come to APC for a cap on spending on Centennial, and we did request from our attorney, I believe, and Rem, about what is the right number to maintain what our due diligence for the water rights, and yet, cut back as far as we can. And there's the right number. I don't know what it is, but we asked for that, and we have not received that I recall. So, that's a little troubling. Anyway, the end of the story is I think that I'm going to abstain on this because I'm just uncomfortable with the process. I wanted more time to just look at this and dive into it and maybe help find some other places to cut. So my vote is an abstention at this time. Thank you.
Division 2,
I'm also going to comment before I vote, if that's okay, Mr. President. Let's keep it short. Being a junior board member, this is I didn't sign up for this between the rock and the hard place stuff. That being said, I've gone back and forth, been involved in the water rates process for 2 years, or over 2 years now, and also concur with Director Wilcox that is the problem, has been the problem. With that said, I will be pursuing that in the future. I don't know what the numbers hold, what number we will come up with, but I believe that's what we have to do. And I, too, don't agree that cutting a budget here or there is going to solve the overall problem. While it's important that we do that, and I think we've done that, I think this budget has done that, has proved that today, that it's holding the line. So therefore, I vote yes.
Division 4,
I, too, am going to abstain.
Division 5,
Okay, I understand the need for a budget. I don't like this budget, and I would have to agree with Ricky and Laura and others that this is not a sustainable budget, yet we need to have a budget. Therefore, I would reluctantly vote yes.
Division 3,
Aye. Number 6, approval of warrants.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you, Marvin.
I think I think that's
that's
the dividing line.
I have one question on the warrants, and I'm trying to find it in my mess of stuff here. My apologies. It's tabbed, one moment. Aha, here we go. And I'd been traveling, otherwise, my apologies, I would have asked this in advance. But, North Uke LLC on page 38 of 59 for NID 60 video production for $2,525. What is that?
Good afternoon, Greg Jones, Assistant General Manager. So we have produced a 60-second NID promotional video. That's part of the production. That's part and parcel of a agreement that we've put together to make a NID promotional video.
Like, in terms of, what do you call it, communications, outreach kind of department?
Yes, so we've spent a day and a half with film crews and photographers and choreographed a video that should be done relatively soon.
And the use for that will be what?
Any number of things. We have hours of video footage and hundreds of photos to utilize in communications, outreach, promotional activities moving forward with the district. So the intent was, it's been a number of years since NID had put together a nicely well-done video.
So we're trying to get to the movie theater. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Very much put it in the local movie theater.
I wanted to be in the
part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part and parcel of what it is. It's also website, kind of come and take a look at what we do, but we can slice, we can dice, we can put together all sorts of different video footages, which, again, professional photography, professional videos, choreographed with dub overlay. You'll hear it, see it relatively soon. That's what that is.
That's what that is.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Does that tie in with the David C. Carter 100-year anniversary book?
No. That is something different.
How did he get that?
So that's been going on for a couple years. That is an encumbrance that's been living within the district, and that's putting together a 100-year NID book in August 2021. We will be at the 100-year mark. So we're prepping for a coffee table book type for NID.
Dave Carter used to be our PIO.
Okay, that's awesome.
And so when he retired, we kept him on that project. And so now he has a consulting agreement.
So he's got historical knowledge.
Yes. Well, he has half the work product.
Right, he was here for half of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, literally.
Wow.
Literally, he was
Wow.
employed by the district for half.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious, I thought maybe it tied together.
It's different.
No.
Does that answer your question, Director Heck?
You answered my question.
Yes.
That was her question about Dave Carter. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
I had one brief question, and it's mostly just it's not even a question, it's just a curiosity. On page 52, on the chemicals, the fuel, and I've learned in our budgeting process that every department pays for its own fuel, and so typically all the fuel will be somehow assigned to a department.
Mm-hmm.
But there's several charges, like $5,200 of charges of fuel that are just fuel. No one's claiming them. And it's just a record keeping thing, I guess, that we got to sharpen our pencils and make sure everything's accounted for. And so I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
It could be, some of it is replenishing inventory too. So some of it, like when we buy the fuel, we'll pay the vendor.
Oh,
and
in
some of
advance?
it is charged
Yeah.
out, some of it is.
Oh,
So
okay.
when you see maintenance department, that's where the fuel cell is in the backyard. So on the back lot, we have a 4,000 gallon fuel
Oh,
cell.
okay.
So that's most likely filling that fuel cell.
Filling the fuel cell on
Then what
different
happens
occasions.
when the vehicle comes up, it tells the system which vehicle is taking
Okay,
fuel
so the
out.
front end accounting and then taking out.
Yeah.
And what's charged.
Very good. All right, that was my only curiosity. Thank you.
It's not able to be there.
Thank you, Board.
I move that we approve
I move we accept the warrants.
I'll second.
Public comment? Roll call, please.
Division 1?
Yes.
Division 2?
Yes.
Division 4?
Aye.
Division 5?
Aye.
Division 3?
Aye. Manager's report.
Good evening, good afternoon, board.
Are we on auxiliary power, by the way, right now?
I don't know. Does anybody run outside?
I just was curious.
I got a text that it was
Canceled for our, whole area, or just?
Right.
my personal number.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
So the more significant event is
I'm
coming
sorry.
on Saturday and
Keep
Sunday.
interrupting.
Yeah. Yeah,
When's the
we still
light
have internet, so
flicker?
we know that.
It would drop for about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
To a second and fire.
Okay.
So it's my pleasure to update you on the current water supply. NID currently has 195,243 acre-feet in storage, which is fantastic. That is roughly 116% of our 6-year average and 72% of capacity. At the Bowman Lake gauge, we have seen 4.16 inches of precipitation, so that's 114% above average at this time of year. So I'm relatively comfortable with the 100,000 that we have in the budget for water purchase if we need it. But I think that it's safe to say to those that are watching, if any of the farmers are watching, we anticipate 100% deliveries next year. So march onward, young soldiers. Also, we've seen a little bit of a creep in terms of our conservation percentage. So right now we've fallen back to 22% of conservation over 2013. Which is still very good, but it meant that it was a little dry in the fall. I want to take a moment to recognize the management team. Over in the month of September, I tasked the management team with completing a number of courses in the ICS, the Incident Command System, to bring us up to a level that is on par with emergency services, and we're going to go beyond that here shortly. But they put in essentially 111 hours of training over the block, and so big thanks to all of them as we continue to move NID's preparedness forward. And I think that preparedness really was exhibited in a conversation from the Placer County OES. Well, no, it was Nevada County OES that said NID's. The comment in the text was NID's response to the PSPS, the last real one. I guess they're all real, kind of. Say nice things. Was that NID's performance in that was head and shoulders above all others. And so, and I can say thank you to Chip, who was our IC commander, and all the rest of the staff that supported him as we move forward into that casualty. And that saved 2 ditches that would have pumps attached to them. We maintained 100% service throughout the activity. And we're able to open and close our IC command smoothly, and it's really informed our process. And so our post-action, which is supposed to be tomorrow, we have a communications problem. We've identified some weaknesses in our response. But again, the can-do attitude here at NID is incredible. Yes, sir.
ICC redundant?
ICS, the IC. So the incident commander, the IC, was.
saying ICC, and I couldn't get the second C.
Sorry.
All right. ICS.
How do I get Grand Poobah in that?
Yeah,
Anyway,
Incident commander.
we've done a great job, and we continue to move forward in a way that really lends our operations to OES operations and continues to. And I put the Placer County and Nevada County's OES responses on your desk that demonstrates also that those 2 entities are now recognizing NID as a contributor and a player, and that we're there for them to support them as we move forward. I was asked to update the board on the APC, the special APC meeting of last week. That committee transferred $200,000 out of the Centennial Project to purchase roughly 2,000 meters to keep that program going. That program is going to go to a kind of remove and replace as part of the budget. But this way, when we do see additional revenues available in the capital program, we're going to try to capture those dollars and move them into our meter program. We also amended the Helix Environmental Construction Group contract for veg management in the upper country. So what we did was we closed the existing contract and reissued a contract to add another task to it. And similarly, we closed the SR Diversified Project Management Services contract and reopened that contract. Right now, the board has already approved the position for project manager. We're still working on getting the job description put together. So as soon as that job description is on board and we've got a person, then we'll cancel the contract so that's our diversified. But given the sensitivity of the Hal Bunger valve project and a couple other hydroelectric projects, really putting down the SR diversified contract was not a prudent thing to do at the time.
And the 42,000 or 46,000 that we did to HDR
right.
was actually, with regards to Centennial, was closing out a contract. That was residual.
No, so we're adding, we're adding
still
a task 12. So part of the work that they're doing on one of the alternatives, the Rollins alternative, we needed to get the engineer's cost of,
But the point being, we'd obligated to
Yes.
it, and we needed to
we have
finish
to
our
finish it.
contract. Is
So
what
this is the cost
my
of
understanding.
possible cost service or possible potential cost. There we go. The project potential cost. We need that as part of, it's not part of CEQA, but it is part of NEPA.
And
Yes, sir.
maybe I just had a blackout, but, did, after this amount of time, I wouldn't be surprised. Did you, review the status of the Howell Bunger valve?
So we have. So the Hal Bunger valve actually was getting, so this morning, I know that there were members that wanted to see that. Unfortunately, it got picked today. So it was moved off of, it got, the new valve is on its, flew over to the tunnel entrance and is going to be moving up the tunnel today and tomorrow. The old valve got brought back over to where we were. As part of the project, when we entered the tunnel, there were some concerns about corrosion along, up near the guard valve. And again, kudos to staff. I mean, Gary's team and Keen's team both came together. They assessed the situation in situ and with a running concern, meaning corrosion on the inside of the pipe. They were able to bring assets to bear and sit in the room. I mean that in a positive way. Sit in the room and hash out how we were going to address the concerns. We brought a number of consultants in to review the work that was proposed and to review the damage to the pipe and come up with solutions on the fly. They did a fantastic job, and I think that we were moving forward in a good way.
So the project looks like it'll be completed.
Completed on time.
Within the downtime.
Correct. And we'll have a new valve hanging on a competent piece of pipe, which.
Now, do we get to put the old valve outside as yard art?
So so Gary's bringing it back for me, and we'll have a look at it and decide where we want to put it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's the size of a Volkswagen.
It
We'll plant
doesn't
flowers
have
in
some
it.
salvage value?
Yeah, salvage value.
It will sink into the ground quite nicely and not be able to.
Okay.
It's 18,000 pounds according to that.
Yeah. So we'll polish it and paint it and put a fountain on it. So you already know about our transfer to Bank of the West. CPUC, so there are those in the public that are concerned about our PPA, and I appreciate that. I want to give you, as I mentioned earlier this morning, both competing plans leave the PPA in a standing condition. So we're not as concerned about the PPA as we were prior to the plans being developed and put out in September. So we're very comfortable, the attorneys and staff are comfortable that the PPA will stand. But with that, we did receive from the CPUC approval to sell the Deer Creek Powerhouse to NID for $1. So the CPUC is done. We're now on to FERC. And so what FERC has to do is it has to take the Drum Spalding project, carve out the license conditions that are attachable to the Deer Creek project, and then assign the Deer Creek project its license. As soon as that's done, then we will be able to close the deal. So on one hand, we're prepared for a January 1 handoff, but PG&E is also preparing for the annual outage in April. April?
In this case, water.
Water.
PG&E has different outages.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
This is water outage.
Water, yeah. So it's
We're
a
not
power.
talking about the weekly outage.
Yeah. Dang, man. All right. So I guess then I shouldn't bring up the PSPS. So given the 30-mile-an-hour gusts that are currently outside, NID is in the process of developing its first claim against PG&E for the PSPS number 3, I guess it was. I was hoping to have at least a number for you, but we're still collecting some of our fuel costs, and some of the invoicing hasn't come in yet. But I'll have that for you shortly.
Are you gonna pay that stuff?
No.
I don't know, but we're gonna send it in there.
Try.
Yeah. So as part of, well, that's part of a Aqua thing. So, the other thing that one of the things that came out of the last PSPS, not the one that just happened, without us, was that we had folks come to the water district looking for water. So I hadn't really thought about people that are on wells that don't have a generator capable of operating the well. They went on the prowl looking for water. And we had a few people come here to the district to fill up their RVs or whatever. And so I've tasked staff this morning with, strangely enough, years ago, we built a manifold, and it's been sitting on the back lot. We'll make it better and more friendly, less rusty. But we're going to make sure that we have the ability here to deliver water to those folks, to anybody truly, up to 1 unit, so 748 gallons. The only issue is that we need them to sign a liability release because it will not be potable, right? It'll be potable when it comes out of the system, but whatever they put the water into, we can't guarantee. So we'll make sure that in our press releases in the future that folks know that if they need water, they can come here during business hours.
Okay, so they would come here.
Yeah, well, so the first one's going to be here. I think the second one's got to be that the Placer Yard also is open, right? Because we have two very...
for free?
See. So right now, 748 gallons, Scott, is $2.
It's $2?
Well, just
Yeah.
charge a ratepayer.
Yeah. We can.
Well, I'll come get free water. But
Yeah. Well, we figured out a 250 gallon carboy is 2,200 pounds. So,
Yeah.
you know, we're not, so cut it up into pieces. Anyway, it's something that came up, something we weren't really thinking about in terms of how to better support our community as we go into the PSPS. So this is one of those things that we're moving forward on. With regard to Aqua, I showed some of you all that we're in the newsletter twice, fantastically. So thank you to the directors that participated in our Region 3 tour. It went off smashingly. Everybody that I've talked to was over the moon. The fact that we had the executive there, that we had the president, the future president, and a past president in our group with the future VP really talks to the quality of what our talk and our tour was about, but also really the magnitude of it, right? It's drawing the right people into the right space. So when I'm down in the Capitol and I'm talking about fire in our community and WUI and stuff like that, I know that I've got Aqua behind me. So with that, though, I have extended my participation into the PSPS working group that Aqua is now putting together, given our unique central experience in a PSPS. Also still finishing up the Headwaters Working Group, the tour, and then the newsletter. NCPA's, the Northern California Power Authority annual meeting, Kian and I and Greg attended that. Again, a great opportunity to firm up our relationship with NCPA, the Deer Creek Powerhouse agreements and that, but also to talk about liability for operation of a much larger system, how others are doing it. It was really good to have a lot of these folks pinned down and ask them, well, how are you doing it? But also to hear about upcoming regulations and how the regulators are looking at distribution systems and transmission systems.
And what other systems are PCWA and EID and these other?
So Roseville's there, Healdsburg is a WAPA contractor, they were there, SMUD was there, who else did I talk to? Truckee Donner, we talked to Truckee Donner, Plumas, Rollins, so a lot of the folks were there, and we can talk about the fact that they're all lightly funded. And then lastly, two things. I think one of the questions that came up today was about the Drum Spalding acquisition. I remind the board that we're in a JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, with PCWA. That is the entity that would do the funding, not us. So it will have, and it has sufficient capitalization behind it, or will have sufficient capitalization behind it to support the acquisition of the asset. So.
Wouldn't the district have to back that up?
No, that's why we create the JPA. It is a standalone organization. We could potentially loan it money, but it doesn't need money.
I thought do we have to give some seed money?
We could.
I thought we had to.
No, we don't have to.
We don't have to, okay.
Right, so the thing is that there's a sufficient revenue in the proposal, if we get to that, that would support any bonding activity. But the reason we create a joint powers authority is so that the liability stays with the authority and not the two organizations that are underpinning it. So it's a curtain company. And then, sorry. Chris, go
One
ahead.
last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
JPA and funding and bonding, then,
Yeah.
whose assets, I mean, we have to prove.
The collateral?
Yeah,
The
what's
collateral would be the Drum Spalding project itself
project
and the
itself.
revenues
Okay.
that would
It's
come
just
out
like
of it.
buy it
Yeah.
off us.
Right.
They keep the people to pay it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we know that we believe, PCWA and NID believe the revenues are sufficient to deal with any debt financing that would be required. Especially if we have to only buy it for $1. I'll pony up for that. And then, lastly.
Yeah, we can do $5. We create an LLC over here.
You're on.
$5.
The last one is the question has come up a number of times about the rate cap that Dr. Miller has asked for. That is intended to come to the APC in November. I apologize for its tardiness. We've missed a couple APCs. We've also had a couple other things that have pushed our other agenda items as we move forward. But it is.
Set at 500,000 then?
No, so the budget was set at 500,000 only as a protectionist measure, so that's where staff thinks, we're going to land somewhere in there. Is our guess. If it lands higher, then we'll have to come up with the money somewhere else, which it doesn't exist. Or if it's less, then we'll move the money into meters or we'll do something with it. Right? It doesn't. The point that we tried to make today is that. In the budget is that the capital money that's paying for Centennial does not help or offset our O&M costs, right? So if you take the money away from Centennial, that's fine, but it's just going to go to meters, or it's going to go to a canal, or it's going to, which isn't a bad thing.
It can't
It's
go
just
to capital reserve?
It could, for sure, could. So, but that capital reserve, as you know, only is that one line, right? So our operating reserves are so impacted at this point. You guys, this is our 2020 year has to be spent, my request, my admonition is that our 2020 has to be spent really working on the financial stability and resiliency of this organization, and to have some very, very deep and elegant conversations about how we're going to prepare the district for its next 100 years, right? We're spinning up for a 2021 where our district moves into its next 100 years of life. And I, as the general manager, want to make sure that this ship is floating straight and continuing forward, right? We don't want to be like the water districts of the Central Valley that are nickel and diming it, or South Sutter that's selling water just to pay the bills, right? That's not sustainable, nor is it resilient. And so I appreciate those two words in our strategic planning, because it helps guide me in terms of how you want me to drive the ship.
With your ship metaphor?
Yes, sir.
You know the difference between a list and a lean?
Yes, I do know the difference between a list and a lean.
I know.
So a list is a controllable elevation change on the yaw of the ship, and a lean is when it passes the list and you are now in an unrecoverable position.
He was on a submarine.
And in your opinion, at this point, are we listing or leading?
I'm still in a list. I'm still in a list, because I think that I think that we're in a difficult position, absolutely. But this budget bought us a year to do the work that we need to do to make sure that we can straighten her back out. And I believe we can do that.
It's interesting to learn. In medicine, we use them the other way around.
They're leaning a little bit?
That a lean is volitional.
Oh.
So if the person's had a stroke and they're listing, it's not volitional, it's structural. So interesting,
it's cool.
in the nautical term, it's truly a worsening. By being volitional, it would be reversible.
Yeah.
Is in medicine.
She's leaning out.
She's leaning to the right. She's listing. Ooh. It's worse. Interesting.
On other levels, so the Combi Phase 1 project, the bypass is in service and demolition has begun. This project is many years in the making and a fantastic addition to the district, and without a doubt absolutely required for our lower division customers in Placer County, given that they live on essentially a single main line This is critical infrastructure, and so a fantastic opportunity there.
And the outage, basically, or irrigation season cut back last week, so we're off and running.
We're super off and running, yeah. So they have asked to demolition more sections of the canal than the original contract had in it originally. They were gonna go by in section. So they asked to be able to go further in the demolition. We've agreed, but required that they let their bondholders, their performance bondholder, know that they were stepping outside of the planned work. And then the bond covenant, the bondholder has said, okay, so.
There's an economy of scale.
Yeah, so yeah, depending on how fast they can run, right? I think in the end, right, so liquidated damages can go the other way against us if they're able to execute the work on the short, which, you know, if they're able to get done early, everybody, and we have a quality work product, I'll take the win, right? And we'll come back to you with a change order if necessary. The seepage policy, we're still working on that. So we had our workshop. And we learned a lot. We took it back, and staff has looked at it, and I think that we're going to change the term and some of the mechanics inside of it to a leakage policy, not necessarily a seepage policy, because it seems more along the lines of we're losing water out of the systems, water pipelines or ditches, and how we're going to deal with that. Iron Horse, Armstrong, DFW leave, and we're going to bring that. We intend to bring those policies back to the committee and then for final review, hopefully to the board in December. Iron Horse, Armstrong, the work is complete and paved. The work is ongoing in Iron Horse going to Brewer. We're dealing with a lot of rock in that section, so it's kind of slowing their work. The Loma Rica Reservoir sediment removal project is complete. One of the nice things about this PSPS is that Chip was able to take control of the asset again, so the reservoir was filling as we were moving into the power shutoff.
Can I ask you a quick question about the district finance water line extension?
Sure.
We approved it a couple meetings ago, that
Maranatha? Yeah.
But it wasn't on the capital improvement schedule for 2020.
Well, we agreed to put them on the list.
Yeah, so there's a couple steps.
So it's a couple steps short of being funded.
So the first thing that
yeah, well, maybe not.
I heard you say, I remember.
Head engineer over there. Give him some honey, quick.
If you look at the plan list, it's on the plan list.
Yeah, but it's not in the capital.
On the budget.
Yeah, it's not in the budget.
It's not projected for next year.
Right.
Okay, so I thought I had heard you say it was gonna go in this year.
On the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
It's there.
Okay, okay, so we're not gonna
You were
construct
given
that
this
this year.
document as part of Mark's pack.
So I think we're all right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but it is it's still moving forward.
It's on the list.
It's on the list, so it's in the plan. It's in the plan, it's not on the budget.
Okay.
Loma Rica Reservoir, Elizabeth, Lake Wildwood to Elizabeth George, design plans are being generated at this time. We have about 50 sheets done. We're still working on the geotechnical study. The geotechnical is complete. We're working with landowners to figure out where the pressure reducing valves are gonna go. That's a bit of so we've gotta figure that part out. Alta Sierra Pipeline liner replacement project, so that's out to bid currently. That's a design build. We anticipate that back at the end of November, so you should see that by December.
I have a question about that one. That's
Yeah.
the tanks, the Alta Sierra tanks?
Yes.
Because on the budget, there was $2 million last year, now it's $5 million.
Right, so we're gonna roll. We're gonna have to roll and capture money. Because it's so big.
Came in bigger, or?
Well, the original, so when we went to bid last year, the 6.6 million?
That's a complicated conversation.
No, just give me answer my question. So we went to bid, and I got 6.6, yes?
Correct.
Okay, so we went to bid, we got 6.6, we pulled back. We're now reissuing as a design build. We're capturing money in multiple years to make the project happen.
Which thing we transferring the money from this year?
So we have money this year. We're gonna capture next year's money as well. That's why we needed so one of the things that happens today is that by approving the 2020 budget, you have now your 2019 money, and we have 2020 budget. We now can put those together and issue the contract.
That's $7 million.
Yeah.
And we thought it was $2 million, now it's $7 million.
Yeah. So it was $2 million. We were loading the budget so that we didn't lose the money with what was happening. So Long Ravine campground pipeline replacement project. So maintenance is ordering tanks have been ordered, and we're working on the small treatment facility there because this treatment system is done. It needs to be fixed. Hemp Hill project, so this is important, everybody who's listening out in the world beyond. The TAC committee has been working for a long time now. We now have two alternatives, a piped alternative and a localized riverbank filtration, infiltration gallery project. Both of them are developed, I think, far enough for us to go to start our full CEQA document. So we are under contract currently with Helix Environmental to do that environmental work. We have our alternatives, and we're moving forward with that project currently. This is to meet the board's directive of removing the facility from the creek.
Sorry
Yes.
to interject again, but the piped alternative, so basically you're looking at bringing the water down from AR1 to Hemp Hill and not putting it in stream?
So correct. So right now we have, engineering staff has identified a potential project that does meet the sniff test coming from the Placer Yard, down Fruit Vale, crossing over, I think at Fowler, down to Virginia Town, and then dropping down onto the canal and coming over at Hemp Hill.
Okay, so that's basically taking the water out of Auburn Ravine and running it through a pipe to the Hemp Hill system.
So so we, at that point, we're removing imported water from the system, yes. We would have to move our pre-14 water right, which we would do.
You know,
up to AR1.
currently we dump it in up at Y as it runs down. We take it out at Hemp Hill.
Correct.
But we could also take it out at AR1.
Correct.
So by pursuing that alternative, you would be reducing flows in Auburn Ravine by the amount of water that's going through the pipe.
Only in the section between AR1 and the Hemp Hill project. Now, during the year, PCWA is the predominant delivery in the Auburn Ravine, not NID, because we haven't delivered water to South Sutter since 2013. So there's no loss there. When we get to the shoulder season, NID still has the commitment that 8 CFS will cross over the LGS. So that commitment's still there. That commitment will be backstopped by PG&E's required delivery at the Wise Powerhouse for their FERC license. And then at some point, we'll see where PCWA lands in terms of their deliveries in the Auburn Ravine.
Okay, and where have we made that commitment to HCFS, the Lincoln Gauging
So
Station?
we haven't made that commitment to no one. That is an internal operational commitment. HBV we've already covered. Oh, Table Meadows Phase 2, that's another DFWLE. We have received enough applications to move forward with getting deposits for the project. So we're crossing that line, which is fantastic, because that means we can close that loop at some point, hopefully in the very near future. I think that's all of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director's reports?
I have a report.
Ricky?
I'll make it brief. First of all, y'all all heard we went on the Aqua Tour. That was wonderful, by the way, to meet our folks. It was great how you and the staff put together that whole thing. Wow, it was just wow. It was a wow factor kind of thing for me. So thank you so very much. And one of the things that was a big wow for me was Andy Fecco's presentation on climate change. He was awesome.
He was.
And I'm wondering if we could, at whatever the appropriate time is, bring him in so the whole board and whatever members of the public would want to see it could benefit by his presentation.
Okay.
I second that motion.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I asked Andy about it. I don't know. Oh, he sent me an email with his presentation, and he said, "Yeah." He goes, "I'll do it," but he's like finalizing some of the numbers and crunching the science and all
So
that.
DWR Bureau of Reclamation doesn't want to give out the study.
Oh, really? He gave it to me.
No, the study. So power of the slides.
He
So
gave me the PowerPoint.
he's got that little PowerPoint slide. What I want is the
Yeah.
bigger one. So I'll have him come and give the presentation. That's no problem.
Okay, I think it'd be great,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
everybody would really appreciate it.
It is really and so continuation onto that is, or to hook into the H&H work that we're doing. We need to tie that study, and so I've got staff and consultants now hunting Bureau of Reclamation. So I may be talking to Denver here shortly, saying, "You're going to give me this thing one way or another."
Yeah, they should.
Because I.
This isn't a USGS project, I mean, it's public money, right?
So it is public money. The
Yeah.
Bureau, but, so as with all things federal, as we know with even the USGS report that was put out, but not really put out, and they won't release it because it's not been reviewed and blah, blah, blah. We again here have a place where staff is releasing a draft document, essentially, without the head office's blessing, and we can't get the model, which we need, to ensure that the downscaling that they did, which I think is fabulous.
It is, it's phenomenal.
To make sure that downscaling is reflected in our work, so that we can my thing is the regionality of the systems, right? So we need to make sure that NID's downscaling, so essentially the Yuba, the Deer, and the Bear, the downscaling in those watersheds is exactly the same, or done in a similar way, to the American system, and then later on the Consumnes system and all that, right? So that ties to our whole CABI universe, right? And I can make that part happen. I can do the CABI part, and then to try to cast that knowledge down to Amador and Calveras and those guys. Yeah, that's all.
And up, Feather and.
Yeah, well,
anyway.
yeah, and to get Wraith and those guys to take
Yeah,
it.
it was great. Anyway,
Yeah,
it was really great, and I think everybody would like
Absolutely.
that. And then just lastly, I did have my town hall, a joint town hall with Supervisor Hall, as it turns out, on October 2nd or 3rd, and it was well attended. It was primarily regarding fire, NID's fire resiliency. Greg did a wonderful job in helping put together the presentation. It was well received. I got great feedback, so thank you. That's it.
Nick? I'll pass it. The hour requires passing. Before we pass out.
All right, yes, thank you. I want to thank staff for doing all that work on the budget. It took me forever to go through it, but it was really good. I appreciate it, especially Marvin for explaining it to us. Thank you very much. I did go on that October 4th tour, which was, again, as Ricky said, phenomenal. On the 8th, I went to the Hemp Hill Tax, as Grim mentioned. On the 9th, I went to the Placer Mount Pleasant Hall when the power was out, and so there was about 8 or 9 people there, so we had a nice get-together at the gate. And then on the 19th, I went to Sarsis, and a bunch of protesters went from Lincoln City Hall up to Hemp Hill, and so I went to the City Hall just to see what the mood of the day was, and had a nice conversation. They were all very wonderful, peace-loving people that just wanted to express their freedom of speech, and so about 30 people met, and they walked from City Hall all the way up to the Hemp Hill side off of Fruitvale. So I didn't participate in that part of it, but I went to see them, and they were very supportive. I let them know we did the CEQA, and so we're moving forward on it. But in their minds, it's too little, too late. But that's what it was. So that was my report.
Chris?
So I too attended the Aqua Tour. Thought it was fantastic. Learned some things, and also attended the Nevada County Ag Advisory meeting recently.
Public comments on items to be considered in closed session. Hearing none, we will close the open and reassemble here in a couple minutes for the close the close, reopen the open. We had extensive negotiations on property asset negotiations, and advice was taken from council, and direction was given. Close, or close open.